Hello, 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 hello. Day 2, Breeders' Cup 2024. Got our ass kicked yesterday, coming back for more. This is one of the toughest things to do. Get your ass kicked one day and come back for more. But here we are, coming back for more. So, about to go. I think we're about 20 minutes away from race 4, which is the first one of 9 for today. Filly and Mare Sprint. Let's dive straight into it. Getting set up here and have a listen to currently on USA and have a look at the board and see what we got. Starting to get a fair chunk of money on Silla on the bottom one, number 10.
She set second just off the base stalking before her best races have been on the front end. And she pulls away from two of the leading contenders here in this race, Silla and Baba, to win by 3 to 4 lengths. A repeat of that race could be good enough to beat Ways and Means.
Her trainer has said better now than she's ever been before. I think we've got a formulator back on said trainer.
About that man right there, goes back to us, Steve Asmussen. If you're not that familiar with thoroughbred racing, how about this? He's won more races than any trainer in history.
18 minutes. 18 minutes to the first one. Get in the middle here.
That's an absurd number. And he's nowhere.
All right, quickly looking at the board, running down 35, 10,
in the next few years.
16,
Right there. We saw
4 is
in that
3s,
that we just showed you.
Society 3s, 16, Seed Gloss, Sullivan Angel, 14, Ways and Means 2s, Fair, and Silla 6s on the board. So have a quick look at Betfair.
Let the speed percolate in front of her. You can see her here in the bumping match with Society, and she takes the best of her.
Back
she
to
was heavily
race
favored,
4.
That day, and she was heavily favored based upon this one when she met Society again in their subsequent race in Saratoga. Okay, she had an off day. She really had no excuse early in the race. She sat where she wants to sit, right behind the early pace. I hate to say this, Mandy. I'm just going to put a line through that and give her a break on that day. But on her best day, you just saw
4 pins, ready to do the work.
Whoop,
Whoop, whoop, whoop, whoop, whoop. Jesus Christ. Screen. So Ways and Means Society are definitely the top 2. Pleasant is probably the one I'm looking at to take a shot. Skinner at the moment, House, and 16s. Be a nice way to start the day, but
the races in order and training forwardly here.
Sets up perfectly for you. What would that be?
Their speed, Ira and Noser, won't let them get too far in front of them. That was a mistake he had made the first time he rode her. He just felt like he'd given her too much to do and waited. But Ira and Noser, so you just keep them close and hopefully when she pushes a button, she'll fire.
Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Sharita Ball, the trainer of Vava, and Iran Ortiz will be aboard, Brittany.
Kenny, thanks so much. And Baba gave Sharita her first Grade 1 victory here in the state. So you talk about how much this horse means to her, of course, the world.
Jerry, I hate to just draw a line to a race for no reason at all, but you might have a reason.
Well, if she didn't, that is, I'm sure Sherry has a point. That is the oldest excuse in the book. She didn't handle it. In fact, believe me, I've used it a ton of times when I was on the favorite as a jockey.
Will they use it after the Breeders' Cup? Did not like Del Mar surface. We shall see. We are getting prepped and ready. Just 15 minutes away from the first Breeders' Cup race on Championship Saturday.
9 races. 9 races. 30 minutes between them. We're looking at 4.5, 5 hours. I think yesterday was 3, 2.5, 3. So locked in. Down, bring this one up.
Well, meant it looks like. And does their body language look different to you, considering Society is on edge? She's a speed horse, and Zylos usually comes from well off the pace.
Well, yeah. So he's got the best of both worlds because he's got one that's tackling speed, and especially here in Del Mar, you have to have that position. But I mean, it brings back the memories of riding Luther Justice in the sprint, right?
Right.
He was a dead closer in the race. So I know that they can close on this track, and all he's got to do is get the right trip, and I think both of his horses could be right there.
Well, Todd, Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen has 8 Breeders' Cup wins. He's never won the Philly Mayor Sprint. He's got 2 chances here. The 6 Society 3-1, long shot. The 7 Zylos currently 15-1.
We invite you to let us know your opinion through social media as we go race to race on this championship day, the first of 9 consecutive Breeders' Cup Championship races here at the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Who do you like? Reach out to us on social media. We'll show you where we're at in the results of that poll so far. And right now, Ways and Means, by virtue of nearly 36% of the vote, has the lead here as who will win this race, but Society is close there at 30%. And you can take your phone and scan that QR code on the screen. It'll take you to FanDuel Racing, and you can participate in the poll. Who will win the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint? Let's go to the FanDuel TV studios in Los Angeles. Caleb Keller with some ideas on how to play this race.
Todd, my favorite pedigree bloodline to play at Del Mar is going to be the Candy Ride line. Candy Ride owns the mile and a quarter track record, even faster than Flightline, and his son Gunrunner won the Breeders' Cup Classic at Del Mar. These horses just ski over the top of Del Mar. And we have 2 Gunrunners that are super solid in this race, the number 4 Vala and the number 6 Society, as we're here at the FanDuel Racing app. And I'm going to go with the number 6 Society. This is a horse that's been pointed to this race all along. They had a 2 prep campaign, one at Churchill. They got a good race. And then the grade 1 Ballerina horse loves 7 furlongs, loves having Tyler Gaffley on. And I like how the horse actually won from second. This horse used to have runoff tendencies, but now has shown a rating ability if they don't find the lead. So 2 Gunrunners in the race, Vala and Society. I'm going to go with the number 6 Society. Has been pointed to this race all year. $10 to win and place. And Steve Asmussen, of course, won the Classic with Gunrunner, and now hoping to win another Breeders' Cup with his daughter in Society. So with that, tremendous renewal of this Filly and Mare Sprint. Todd, as we get it back to you.
Thank you, Caleb. And the moment we've been waiting for, a call for riders up. And Kate, look at that pool in the pick 5. We're not even through the post parade, and we're nearing $2 million. Got to take a play into this pick 5, and you've done so with a $90 play. Tell us how you constructed this ticket. Again, it's a 50-cent increment.
6s are wild, first of all, but
Yeah, wow.
in this case, made some hard choices in the first 2 legs in this race. Didn't use Ways and Means. It was a tough call, but Ava and Society, the top choices for me. Then in the turf sprint, I went to the 2 Motorious with the home court advantage, as well as Star of Mystery, my top pick in there. 3-year-old fillies, both 3-year-olds and fillies have done very well in the past. The Distaff, I spread. I love Torpedo Anna just as much as everyone, but I think this is a trickier race. 1 Candy, Torpedo Anna, as well as my top pick, Raging Sea. In the turf, I'm going to spread 1, 2, 5, 6, and 11. Farbridge is interesting for the U.S. There is a bit of speed in that race, and I think it sets up for a closer. And then the Classic. Top pick for me is going to be Highland Falls, and I'm just hunting for a price there. I have a lot of respect for Fierceness as well as Arthur's Ride.
Let's meet our field for the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, starting with the 1 Frosted Dawn.
Go ahead.
Second time in the United States, comes off of a kind of a tough race at Keeneland where she did not get out of the gate. She needs to break more sharply.
It's One Magic Filly lightly raced. She's got to improve. She's going up the class ladder. Is she improving at the right time?
Pleasant for Judd Mott Farms, a homebred daughter of Munnings, rides a 2-race win streak, but separated by a lot of time. She won against Easier last out quite impressively.
First time she's able to string back-to-back races together. Vava, the 4, she's 7-2. She vied for favoritism about 10 minutes ago here in the early wagering. Irad Ortiz for Sherry DeVoe.
It's going to be my top pick. She looks super. Society, though, a daughter of Gunrunner, who won the Breeders' Cup Classic here at Del Mar. 8 for 14 races. Very well, fresh off the layoff for Steve Asmussen. She's the one to catch.
In Society going through here. The 7 Zylos for Steve Asmussen. Been working well, brings in a 2-race win streak. And then I mean, as consistent as you could get.
You're right.
16 lifetime.
poised to pounce late. I thought she had to work pretty hard, but once she got clear of horses in the TCA at Keeneland, she got to rolling. I'm very curious to see her at the 7 furlong distance because it's not always equivalent going from 3/4 of a mile to 7 furlongs, even though you would think it would be, especially for a horse with her style. It doesn't always work out that way.
And she's not proven in Grade 1 company yet, Todd. She has to prove that she belongs with these type of horses.
Well, again, if you look at the group overall, this might be the right spot. Obviously, this is the year-end championship race. Zeitlos taking the Thoroughbred Club of America last time out at Keeneland. It was an ideal trip, but she did draw away clear in that 6 furlong race to finish up the 6 furlongs in 109 and 2. But today, be dismissed because of what Simon just mentioned. Not any Grade 1 before today, but as we said, it's a wide open division, so why not take a shot? Steve Asmussen doing that, and he also has right now the second choice in Society up on the board at 5-2. Kate, in these sprint races of the Breeders' Cup, we talk so much about California speed, but yet California is being ignored in here. One Magic Filly comes in having won 3 races in a row, and then there is Pleasant for trainer Bob Baffert, who has won back-to-back races. And while we're talking about Juddmonte having a big chance with Scylla, well, they also have Pleasant in this race.
Well, she is going to be in the mix early, I think. The question is whether she has the class to continue on with Society or any of the others from the midpoint home. This was considerably easier competition. Now, she looked good doing it for sure at 6.5 furlongs over at Santa Anita, and she's run very well here at Del Mar. So I have no doubt that she'll handle the track.
All right, Ways and
I guess
Means
my
looks the
question is
one.
whether she handles the class.
Definitely don't want skill. I definitely don't want One Magic Filly.
Grade 1 company. Pleasant
I mean, we're talking about Zeitlos, right?
Right.
Like, we're talking about Zeitlos. All right, go ahead.
We're talking about Zeitlos.
Yes.
Right. Having not won a Grade 1 company. What about Pleasant? She hasn't even competed in stakes company yet. I mean, she's coming out of allowance company. Her wins have been dominating. This is the right spot to take. But that's why you get a big price
Well,
on
her
her.
loss was to Clearly Unhinged. I thought that was a pretty good loss, if you want to say it. I mean, her only loss.
But that was back in June of 23 with the
I
layoff
understand
line
that
overhead.
she's been a project. We just saw a horse win off a year-long layoff, granted on the undercard, but it does happen occasionally, and it is Bob Baffert. You're getting 15 to 1
That's the
here.
thing. You're getting the price at 50.
Yeah, I mean, Juddmonte's got 2 chances here. Both of them are amazing prices. Amazing is this Pick 5 pool. We're now approaching $2.2 million. Again, it is the middle Pick 5 here on Breeders' Cup Championship Day. All of them Breeders' Cup races. And remember, this Pick 5 will end with the $7 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. There's a look at the 8th Soul of an Angel. This is, we were talking about jockey stories and trying to figure out what age Mike Smith is and various reports. Drayden Van Dyke coming back to California. This is a remarkable story, son.
It is a remarkable story. I mean, this was a guy that several summers ago won 6 races in one day here and was dominating the jockey standings. And then, for one reason or another, the business just dropped off, and it was non-existent. So he relocated to South Florida, hooked up with Safi Joseph, and now he finds himself back here on the Breeders' Cup stage with Soul of an Angel. If you look at her races, look at her last 2 one-turn races. 3-length win and a 4-length win in the Ruffian. This is where she belongs, around 1 turn.
And she really is the best closer in the field.
Yeah.
It's a matter of whether you can close in this type of a situation. But I feel if there's a horse that's under the radar and that you're going to get it's her.
It's her form. She finished second behind the Idiomatic, who would have been one of the top 2 choices in the distaff if she hadn't scratched. She ran against Raging Sea at a mile length. It's clearly not her best trip. Like I said, 7/8 last out, and then back in May in the Ruffian, a 1-turn mile, 2 blowout wins.
And Kate, the race she comes out, the Princess Rudy has been downgraded over the years, but used to be a Grade 1 sprint and is a perfect prep into a spot like this at the 7 furlong distance.
She also didn't get out of the gate that cleanly in
Right.
Princess Rooney. I think she's capable of sitting a little closer than she did in there, which I think she may have to do with this group. But if she's just able to maintain a position that's just a tad more in touch with the field and they go fast early, I think she'll put in a good run.
Pick 5 pool now past $2.5 million. Get your plays in wherever you are playing this Breeders' Cup Championship Saturday. This Pick 5, all Breeders' Cup races beginning here and concluding with the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. In between, you have the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, along with the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, and then the race right next to the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic will be the traditional spot for the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. All right, Simon, we see that you're going with Scylla. You've got to love this 6-1 price.
I love the price. I knew I was going to get it just because, of her form last out. She didn't win. She finished second behind her horse.
I don't want Scylla. Definitely don't want that.
Caden, there's a look at your selection.
6644 Baba Baba.
I thought she might get that.
Take Society.
And as far as how she looks going to post, I can't find one that I feel looks better.
No 2, no 10. No 2, no 10.
Arriving at the starting gate here for the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. And the pick 5 pool now well past $3 million. The money is going to come in the $100,000 churns here as the field is about to load. Checking the odds. It is the 9 Ways and Means, top 3-year-old filly sprinter taking on older horses
Get
today.
ready for the next race.
2-1 favorite, then a couple of horses at 3-1. The 4 Baba and the 6 Society. Our first championship moment is at hand for the load and then the call of the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Here's Larry Colmes.
And the fillies and mares are beginning to load here as Breeders' Cup Saturday kicks off with the Filly and Mare Sprint. Frosted Dawn has moved into line. Here's One Magic Filly taking her spot on the starting gate. Cyclos steps forward. Here comes Pleasant. Sullivan Angel.
Zeitlas would be nice because we're going to do matchups. Zeitlas.
Here's Ways and Means.
And they go.
Just waiting for Scylla. Scylla and Mike Smith come up to the outside stall.
All right.
They go in.
All right, they're going in. They're going in. All right, they're off. Oh, shit, the one nearly went down. Okay.
Was off to a slow beginning with Sullivan Angel. It will be Society to take the early lead. And Pleasant is away running in second. Scylla is right there outside. Then Ways and Means, One Magic Filly and Baba, Cyclos, Frosted Dawn, and way behind is Sullivan Angel. Society leads the way up the backstretch. Pleasant on her inside, and they're stride for stride. And Mike Smith has Scylla right to their outside in third to a 21.94 opening quarter mile. The pace is solid.
Angel.
Then One Magic Filly on the inside of Ways.
They said it a closer, but this is, I mean, come closing from here.
From the front, Sullivan Angel trails as Pleasant and Society.
Warming up.
With 3 furlongs.
Warming up. Sullivan Angel.
Stride for stride. Ways and Means.
Oh, shit, Sullivan Angel's moving. How do look at that come from behind? I wonder if we can keep going.
Got a lot of work to do. Sullivan Angel is passing horses on the far outside, and they're into the stretch. And here's Scylla. Scylla takes the lead on the outside. Pleasant goes with her.
God, look at Sullivan Angel coming down the outside. Pleasant in the middle. Pleasant on the rail. Pleasant on the rail. Pleasant on the rail. Sullivan Angel. Holy shit. Look at it run. Wow, that come from nowhere.
For Drayden Van Dyke, he is back in Southern California. Even this jockey's colony will be happy for him. He comes up with an upset here at 19-1 with Safi Joseph Jr.
Wow, Safi J. They mentioned this earlier.
Outfooted early. We talked about this horse's record of 1 turn, 4-length blowout, 3-length blowout, and another phenomenal performance here from off the
Wow.
Okay, 19-1 upset by Sullivan Angel. They were flying early, Caden. There were 4 horses across the track. Let's give you an overhead view of the start.
See, Frosted Dawn did not get away well at all. It is toward the back of the pack, but otherwise, everybody in the middle had a clean break. Society able to get to the lead.
Wow, that's a good one for the book. Skinner.
Completely out of the picture.
Now I've got to see where all the others come in.
That's what I was talking about.
I mean, how many lengths is that when you look on the left there in the pan view?
15 lengths?
15
Oh,
lengths.
Jesse?
7 furlongs at 44-1 is where they picked it up, Keith, because it was really a tussle back and forth on the lead. The most amazing performance had to be that of the 3 Pleasant. She didn't break particularly sharp, rushed up, engaged Society in the speed duel, seemed to be done at the top of the stretch, and she came back and got in this photo for second.
Society as well, after
Where's
carving out those
Zelos?
fractions, seems to battle back through the
7.
stretch. But by the time they hit the
7.
8 pole,
Beat
there
the
are several
4.
horses who have a shot here with the pace setters not giving in that much. Simon, this race was won in the very, very last couple jumps.
5 of them across the course
Wow,
here.
Pleasant on the rail.
And here comes to the outside, Sullivan Angel, dead last, Drayton Van Dyke, clean path
Look
to
at
the
that,
outside. And like we said,
moving.
that turn of foot, that one turn. I mean, this is a filly, or a mare, I should say. Can you imagine if her career had been exclusively around one turn? She'd have probably a much better resume, but it doesn't matter with a victory in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint.
Well, look at that. It used to be winning the Princess Rooney would be a Grade 1 win. Soul of an Angel.
Side. And like we said, that turn of foot, that one turn. I mean, this is a filly, or a mare, I should say. Can you
that's
imagine if her
9
career
there.
had been exclusively around?
Your order of finish in the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint: 8, 6, 3, 10, 9, 19-1. This is your second biggest price on the board. Over 7-2, over 14-1, over 5-1, over 2-1. Amazingly, Soul of an Angel, she's a clear winner, but it's close for second here, and they had to put up the photo for a little while. The 6 Society just gets there over Pleasant, but it will go down as our biggest upset so far of the 2 championship days of racing. Soul of an Angel, look at that. Drayton Van Dyke, his hands and heels, and again, been through
Take that to start the day.
much, been very public about his struggles, and back here in Del Mar, this will be a very emotional moment for him, taking our first championship race. You're watching and listening to the Breeders' Cup Player Show on Breeders' Cup Saturday at Del Mar.
That was a good one for matchups. That was Frost and Dawn. 1 and 2. Hey, Safi boy. So Safi claimed the horse Barnaby in Churchill Downs that was sent to Jamaica for the Mute Mile. So good to see him have a win. That's special.
It's amazing victory. Just like all Bernie colleges. I want to say hi to my family back in Florida and Barbados. I imagine it's going to be a little more emotional when you see that trophy. I love this, and I'm a be in this moment and enjoying the greatest coverage. This is really broke up the kid watching.
All right.
This is your moment.
Congrats, Safi. Good day. Good way to start the day.
In Barbados, this stable to South Florida, so you're watching the likes of Todd Fletcher, John Glasgow, winning all of these big races and wanting to be a part of the moment. He gets his moment here.
This race 4 is official. And now, entering the winner's circle, the official winner of today's PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, number 8, Soul of an Angel. She's a valuable dark bay or brown mare by a Triades from Factor 1 by The Factor. She was bred in Kentucky by Westbrook Stables, LLC, is owned by C2 Racing Stable, Agave Racing Stable, and Ken Reimer. Winning trainer is Safi Joseph. The winning jockey, Drayton Van Dyke. Coming up next, today's 5th race is the 17th running of the Grade 1 $1 million Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through 15. Post time 12:41.
The games are pumping. The market's closed. Futures don't sleep in ours, bro.
Is Mommy a finance bro?
She switched race to make money for your wedding.
On behalf of Prevagen, we'd like to thank you for choosing to make memories with us today. Used by millions, Prevagen is an over-the-counter brain health supplement that focuses on improving certain aspects of cognitive function. Improve your memory with Prevagen.
Money moves aren't as aggressive as you think. Keep the best.
For the second year in a row, Yamava Resort and Casino in San Manuel was voted Best Casino Outside Vegas in the USA Today 10 Best Readers' Choice Awards. For more information about the casino, resort, or spa, visit yamava.com.
The Multiverse roster is producing the champions of today and tomorrow.
One Magic Philly on the inside of Ways and Means. Vava, surrounded by Zyclos and Frosted Dawn, 5 on the front. Sullivan Angel trails as Pleasant and Society go at it with 3 furlongs to go. They are stride for stride. Ways and Means now moves up alongside. Sellers out there 4 wide. Cyclos in behind horses. And now coming under a ride is One Magic Philly. Vava's got a lot of work to do. Sullivan Angel is passing horses on the far outside. And they're into the stretch. And here's Scylla. Scylla takes the lead on the outside. Pleasant goes with her. Ways and Means in Society. Sullivan Angel on the far outside. And One Magic Philly. Oh, it's wide open. They're coming down the finish. Who's it going to be? It's Sullivan Angel in a huge upset in the Philly and Bear Sprint.
All right, on to the next. Boy. Oh, 6 pit for 3. That Sullivan Angel was 40 to 1 on Betfair. Double what the track odds were. I looked at it and shit slips through. All right, seeing how this thing's 386 Society. Society. Pleasant. The third by Pleasant. 10. Scylla. And 9. Ways and Means.
Yeah, you're right, Brittany. All smiles
Yeah.
down here in the winner's circle after the running of the 2024 Breeders' Cup Philly and Mare Sprint. Delighted to welcome to the winner's circle NBA star Avery Johnson, Breeders' Cup ambassador, presents the beautiful trophy here to Mark and Clinton Cornett and also to Mark Martinez from Agave Racing. Avery, I'll let you do the honors.
On behalf of the Breeders' Cup and the Breeders' Cup Ambassador Program, we just want to say congratulations. What an amazing race. And we all love an angel. Soul of an angel. Congratulations.
Mark Cornett, you've been this man, Safi Joseph's angel as well. You had to move your horse wide a barrier before the Breeders' Cup Classic last year to another trainer. You said, this won't be the last horse I had with you, Safi, and here you are giving him his first Breeders' Cup win. Just talk me through your emotions there.
Oh, wow, that was Safi's first Breeders' Cup win. Big ups, big ups.
You know, it's a team effort here. You know, Mark and I saw this filly run, and we wanted to cut her back. That was the whole plan the whole time. And Safi agreed, and he suggested we go on to Princess Rooney. It's turned out very well.
Tell me why you have such faith and have kept such faith in this man that's trying to hide over my right shoulder.
Well, I'll tell you what, Safi, I've had a lot of trainers over the years, and it's just so nice to be able to get accurate, reliable information, which helps, us manage the horse correctly.
And that's why you told me you're still in the pick 5.
Exactly, and I got the all button pushed to this race.
Good man. Solomon Angel over everything else. Mark Martinez, Agave Racing. What kind of a day is this for your ownership group?
Well, brother, this is my first Breeders' Cup, and I'd like to thank Mark Cornett because he's the one that spotted the.
I like it when these first one day, and shout out to our Irish Fred. We'll get our first Breeders' Cup win somewhere along the line.
Mark Martinez, Mark Cornett. It's full marks for Solomon Angel down here, and the first Breeders' Cup for Safi, Brett.
This is a cowboy. Recognized around the world as a romantic symbol of the American West. But in Texas, this is a cowboy. The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get about $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
All right, great start to that race. It's a great start to the day. Now, for the next race, we have the Turf Sprint. Let's see what we got up here. Believing
There has never been a better time.
12's
to
on the
download
track,
the
10's
FanDuel
a
Racing
bet
app.
there.
What are you waiting for?
2,
Sign up is quick and easy. There are 0 deposit fees.
but 2 is Motorist 14s, 25's Betfair, Arzac 55, 40. Maybe not there. Starlust 40, 28. This is one to watch for, Starlust. So if it holds up at 40 on the track, we having a tickle at that. Ag or AG Bullet 14, 14, 17. Might be throwing that in there too. Star of Mystery 10s. 5's on track. So I can see why we're getting a bit of interest there. Boo. 12's all the way in. All right, Harvard's at work there. Howard Wallowitz, 40 on the track. Interesting. No sniff on that one. Let's see here.
Their show. I'm Todd Trump alongside Kate Bradar, and we welcome back to the set Rishi Prasad. Rishi, good day yesterday for the Europeans in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. You tapped the winner as well.
Yeah, that was everyone gets it right once in a while, so I enjoyed that. I'm hoping there'll be more European success today. So yesterday, when you asked how many you think we'd have, we started off at 4, sort of ended up at 6. Who knows where we can end up by the close of play today.
Right now, America has the favorite Cockburn at 4-5, and with the trainer, Scott Hastings.
Steve Asmus with the heavy favorite. That is Cockburn in the Turf Sprint on Breeders' Cup Saturday. How's he done with this little bit of time between that very brilliant performance at Kentucky Down, Steve?
He's tremendous. He's been training beautifully. Extremely excited about this opportunity and expect him to run his race.
9,
Is there a chance you could be better going 5 furlongs today?
Well, we would like to see the same Cockburn we've had from all 3 runs this year, and that should be enough.
Do you expect to have this kind of year that he's had?
Once we moved him over to the turf last year, obviously his win in the Troy last year showed what it was. Nice fresh knee, came back a monster. Just need to add to his resume today.
Good luck, Steve.
Thank
you. Appreciate it.
Let's Get some pushing these fellas out. Motorists get out to 18.
Cockburn did something at Saratoga that I never thought I'd see. A horse run 5.5
Oh.
furlongs in under a minute. And then he backed it up with this effort at Kentucky Downs Gate.
Yeah, and I think it's deceiving because he made it look very easy, but that is a taxing course, and it plays longer than whatever the distance is because of uphill and downhill
30.
aspects of the course.
Cogburn's a hot favourite here. Looks like the tip. We're not going to want it. Never want favourites. I never want favourites. If I'm on a favourite,
Wondering if off of such powerful performances
then
where he runs so
can't be a
fast
good
every
thing.
time, he can come back with one more.
Let's
He
assume he does
gives.
turn up and he delivers his absolute best. As Europeans, we have a pretty good
Yes.
idea of how good Cockburn is because, of course, the horse in second was Cardam. And Cardam is a dual winner of the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee Stakes
Right,
at
so-
Royal Ascot, which is no mean feat. And he's thumped Cardam at Kentucky Downs. So you know that he is a high-class sprinter. But I think this is going to be his toughest test to date because of the drop back in trip and some new players from Europe.
I agree. No question, though. If he duplicates any of those efforts, especially the Kentucky Downs, he is going to win the race.
So who amongst the Europeans do you think could keep up with him in the early stages of this race?
Well, if he had a better draw, I'd be pretty confident that Bradsell would be able to lay up with him. Big Evs as well, similar sort of pace horses, but they're in an awkward spot. Obviously not that far away from Cockburn.
Let's go to Jeff Stafford.
And Star of Mystery, William Buick, coming out of stall number 6, which I think is crucial for her. How crucial is it for her to have a good break?
Yeah, look, she's been breaking well over here in America, so hopefully she can continue that today. And look, there's obviously a lot of speed in the race. Hopefully we can just find ourselves somewhere in behind it.
She does have a lot of speed in that turn of foot, and that's a key attribute.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. So look, they're going to go fast, and hopefully we can get a good trip, and she can show a turn of foot in the straight. All the best. Thank you very much.
The matchup we have here of Star of Mystery versus Believing. Happy to be unbelieving.
Disastrous trip. This is the proverbial winning the gallop out.
She just
See what's
didn't have
going on
the best of
here.
it at any stage. You can
Seems
see
settled, got
in the early stages of
115%.
the race, she wasn't comfortable. She wasn't
Actually,
able to settle into a
two of
nice
them that I
pocket
really like here.
and had to make some big adjustments.
Star of Mystery, the
She
matchups.
gets a little racing room, and just when you think that she might be able
Four.
to get up, she kind of has to make another adjustment again.
No,
I
the
thought this was
six.
a winning effort that was hampered by the
Alright.
trip itself and the fact that
See
she was
here.
so far back on that course in particular. I think was a
Good
disadvantage as well, but she closes beautifully. And yes, just a couple of jumps past the wire, she wins
Mm.
quite easily. That's why I made her my top pick. I think that on this course, hopefully with just a little better break at the early stages, she can sit a little bit closer.
She was a star out of Dubai. I thought she would have been campaigned in Europe. I thought she would have been the ideal horse to go for the King Stan Stakes earlier in the season, but they decided, Charlie Appleby, to put her amongst his team to head to America. She's done quite well, but I think she's probably better than she's even shown so far.
Rishi, what can you tell us about this horse from South Africa who has had one start here in the States?
Isi Vungu Vungu was considered by a lot of experts in South Africa to be one of their most consistent high-class sprinters for a long time. I was lucky enough to be in South Africa back in January when he was due to run on a big day, Met Day, at Kenilworth, and unfortunately going into the starting stalls, he charged in, damaged his shoulder really badly, and of course that put him on the sidelines. Thought that his career might have been in jeopardy, but obviously he's come back now with Graham Motion. Peter Muscat, who is the father of British jockey Danny Muscat, still heavily involved with this horse. High-class sprinter in South Africa, it's a different ball game here.
True rarity to have a South African champion here at the Breeders' Cup. Let's find out more about Isi Vungu Vungu.
Is Vungu Vungu.
Isi Vungu Vungu.
Isi Vungu Vungu. Isi Vungu Vungu.
Rises to the occasion.
Isi Vungu Vungu.
Isi Vungu Vungu.
Has thundered his way into multiple Grade
Isi
1 wins
Vungu
in his
Vungu,
native
number
South
10,
Africa.
25 to 1 on this, South African.
The winner is Isi Vungu Vungu.
Isi Vungu Vungu. I could say that all day long. All right, Cockburn money is coming in.
Vungu Vungu set their sights on America. and a chance
I
to
mean, this is
compete
great
for the
seeing all
Breeders'
these horses from all over the place come for the Breeders' Cup.
But
The
Izzy
more the merrier.
Bunga's journey to the Bear Hill Training Center in Maryland was no easy task. A 13-year ban on the importation of South African horses was just lifted in March of this year. But the fear of African horse sickness creates a stringent travel process.
What do we got here?
This
Let's
is
read
kind of
this
a new
one
one
out.
to me coming from South Africa. So they did 2 months quarantine upstate New York.
The quarantine process was tough. You really don't do much with him. He's in a stall. They bring him out and walk him, once or twice a day, but that's about it. Fortunately, he's just a very classy horse. He was able to maintain himself really well throughout the whole process.
He come off of that quarantine, so the racing in him wasn't there yet. We started breezing him, and he really figured out, okay, I'm here to race again. I mean, he started coming alive, getting strong.
I'm just doing the live stream, but I got a minute.
When they come in a little bit more reserved, and he's definitely gotten more confident, a little bit more friendly. We all have to know each other a little better.
The second you meet him, he's special. He's a cool horse. His personality, and he's as classy as they come.
Yeah, I'll jump out between
His first test on American soil would take place in September at Colonial Downs. And what would be a stepping stone to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint?
Look, he's an exciting horse. He has a big following in South Africa. It's very hard to gauge what he's been running against compared to our horses, but he's trained very well.
I knew going into that week, we were in really, really good shape. The trainer always asked the rider if you're fit enough, and I told Ram that day, I said, we've got this horse fit enough.
Number 5, Izzy Bunga goes in. Izzy Bunga just in front.
Money's coming in on Believing now. I was just told that this is too big a price. What it's looking like on the totes, 13-1.
After his race, now he kind of knows he's the man and walks around with
Seeing Cogburn money come in.
Winning a Breeders' Cup race with a horse like Izzy would be the dream come true for riders, trainers, and owners. If everything comes together for us and it's our day, I mean, I'll take it and I'm going to enjoy it for the rest of my life.
This is a pretty special moment for the connections of the whole summer 10, Izzy Bunga.
So on this sprint, they go around a bend, which they're generally not used to. But
members of the ownership group are with me now. I'd like to ask, how long has this plan been in the making to be standing here at the Breeders' Cup with your champion?
You'd say it's been 10 months in the making, but it's probably been about 25 years in the making. We've been coming to the Breeders' Cup since 1997. But to have our first ever runner is quite a dream come true. But this horse has gone through a lot. He went through 2 months of quarantine. He had to go through things that most of these horses wouldn't have to experience. But he's come through in flying colours, and this will be his second run, and we hope for a good performance.
He's obviously a champion in South Africa, but how much does he need to raise his game to show what he can do against a pretty fierce group of sprinters here?
Well, I think obviously this is his biggest task.
Big Evs today,
Obviously in South Africa, he was the champion, but taking on these horses, I think only the race is going to tell.
Yeah, and Peter, we know that he's such a special horse for you. How proud are you to see all the connections here for you, but for South
3
Africa?
to 5 Cogburn on track. We are plus 125.
I keep on having to pinch myself.
Looks like, what is he on Betfair?
It's an honor
150.
to be standing here with our boy competing on the world stage like this. He's a very tough
I'm going to
horse.
lay this thing,
Although he's got a
put it out to
game
135.
against a top field of sprinters.
Leaving money coming in.
He's never let us down yet. So he's a very tough horse, and he'll be bringing his A game today.
We wish you all the best. It's
So
absolutely
I might
brilliant
have
to
a big
you
one here.
We hope we see plenty more South
If you're
African
listening and watching the board, we might have a big one here. We might be going shooting for the.
Archie Watson with Edsel in here, all the way on the outside, I think is the big talk of it. Do you have a plan from that hole?
Look, I mean, he does jump very well and he travels very strongly. So I think the key obviously is Cogburn. He does always tend to lead. So we're just hoping that Cogburn gets across to the lead. And if he does, then we should be close enough on his outside. We hope if we jump and get forward nicely. Yeah.
The relationship with this colt and Holly Doyle.
Look, they've. I think Holly's ridden him on every start since his debut. She's just fantastic on him, and they've been a great partnership. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Charlie Appleby in Godolphin have Star of Mystery, the number 6. How would you sum up the year that she's had between Dubai and coming over here to the States?
She's surpassed more than we expected, I have to say. You know, she's a neat little filly, but she's got a big heart, and she progressed during the winter there in Dubai there, and obviously they're just getting touched off in the Alpos was the highlight of her sort of winter campaign. She was then sort of had it earmarked to come over here and campaign her in America, and I thought she ran a very creditable race on her first start there at Saratoga, obviously finishing third in behind the favourite today. We all know we've got the favourite to beat, but she's a filly that then went out. We thought she deserved to gain some confidence from that, and so we popped her back out again at Saratoga, and she won very comfortably that day, and sort of then just missed an intended target because the weather conditions down there turned against her. So we shipped up to Keeneland, where again she just had that run there about 3 weeks ago there. Probably a little bit unlucky in running, but to be fair, I was still very happy with the race. That she didn't have a hard race, but we got to run into her before coming here. So she comes here in good order. Look, she'd be a little dot amongst a lot of these big colts walking around, but like I say, she's got a big heart, and she'll give it a good go.
Just quickly, the less distance to work with, does that concern you?
Look, they're gonna go pretty quick out on the lead. There's a lot of speed on the outside. They'll want to get up and across, so there'll be speed on. If William can just sort of try and hold a pitch mid-div there somewhere, the one thing she will do, she'll come home strong anyway. Good luck. Thanks ever so much.
Scott, thanks a lot. We're back in our Los Angeles studios here for this Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and Cogburn is going to stand at WinStar, and on the website it says Cogburn, the fastest horse in the world. I'm going to take Cogburn here on top in the exacta to go for the undefeated season, but underneath, I'm going to build in the inside 3. The number 3, Arzak, I really like the new jockey here with Joel Rosario, was wide there in England. The number 2, Motorius, has never lost at Delmore, has a big closing kick, and the number 1, Believing, is by Emos, the sire that gave us Magnum Force, who won yesterday's juvenile turf there for the Breeders' Cup. So we're going to build a $10 exacta here. The number 9 Cogburn on top with the 1 Believing, the 2 Motorius, and the 3 Arzak there underneath. So Todd, back to you for the post parade.
Thank you, Caleb. Cogburn remains an odds-on favorite here at 4-5. And Caden, there is a stat that a lot of people have been talking about, and that is horses who last raced at Kentucky Downs coming to the Breeders' Cup.
Well, in fairness, there haven't been that many horses that came to the Breeders' Cup up until the last couple of years. So I think if you look at it on the whole, it's definitely a record that needs to be thought of. But when you look at it over just the last couple of years, you've had some very close finishes, including yesterday. So I think it's a matter of time before a Kentucky Downs horse wins here at the Breeders' Cup. And if any horse is going to do it, it certainly seems logical that Cogburn would be the one.
All right, let's take a look at our post parade. Going out early, Rishi is Believing.
She does what she wants, as you saw breakfast at the Breeders' Cup earlier in the week, where she refused to train on a couple of occasions, and she wasn't.
Big Ev's getting out big odds.
She's got plenty of ability. She's been unlucky on occasions. The fact that this ground is going to be fast, there'll be plenty of pace, will suit her style. She will need luck in running, but if she gets it, she won't be far away.
Here's Motorius, the 2 from Phil D'Amato, 3 for 3 here at Del Mar, put in a very nice performance, most recently here in the Green Flash, and it has maybe the perfect style to sit just off the early pace.
Next is Arzak, who probably on the face of his best form this season is up against it, but look back at his run last year in the Breeders' Cup Sprint on the turf, where he had an awkward trip out wide into the straight, and he wasn't beaten that far in 6 on that run. He's in the mix.
Starlust is very talented, but I'm wondering about running style, particularly at 5 furlongs, as he does his best from well off the pace. He has been seemingly unlucky in several different instances, but he has been effective overall against good horses.
Well, a horse who the trip is a question mark is certainly AG Bullet, obviously a winner of a mile and 6.5 furlongs.
Top pick for me is the 6 Star of Mystery. I like those little fillies with a lot of heart. She does need some luck. She needs a good break.
Well, another horse who was a winner at Kentucky Downs, winner of a Grade 1 sprint, is Howard Wolowitz, but it's very lightly raced coming into this tough test.
Big Invasion for Christophe Clement has a big late kick as well, but doesn't have to sit at the back of the pack. I think he's a bit more tactical than that. Ran into some trouble when he shipped to Santa Anita in the Eddie D, but was a winner against Easier at Saratoga at 5.5 furlongs.
I've been struck by the confidence of the locals about Cockburn. Everyone seems to think he's unbeatable.
What a story it would be if Issy Vunga Vunga could come up with a win. A very nice performance in the De Haas.
Looking at the odds, 25-1, they're going to need a little luck.
Don't say it. And here is Big Evs on the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint last year. Tougher task this time around, especially from the draw.
And look at the 12, Bratzel feeling very good. It's fleshing his tail and kicking up his heels. Very consistent horse, 6 for 12 lifetime.
So Rishi seemed a little nonplussed about the fact that Cockburn is getting such support at 4 to 5. I've obviously been hanging out with Rishi because I agree. I am going to leave him off my pick 4 ticket. Wow. Yes, I'm going 1 through 8 and the 12. No Cockburn on my ticket. That's also because we do have looming ahead of us, one of the shortest price favorites anywhere on the card. As bit of a short price as Cockburn is going to be. Torpedo Anna could be 2 to 5 in the next race, the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. I'll take her as the supposed free square. And then in the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf, the 3 Chariar, the 4 Luxembourg, the 5 Jaribe, and the 11 Rebels Romance. And finally, in the Classic, looking towards Forever Young, City of Troy, and I think an upset possibility, Gate to Wire, Arthur's Ride. That would be my play into today's pick 4 that begins here in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Rishi, let's go back to Big Evs. When you look at the King George, that's one thing, but has this horse improved since that win in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint? And now that we've had a year to assess that race, how great was it?
It was a good race, and he was a very good horse as a 2-year-old. But all along, everyone always thought that he was going to be at his best at 2, and everything he got there was going to be the real deal, and it was going to be harder for him in 3. He's held his form pretty well in good races, and this was a smart performance. The horse in pink was one that you will all know, Living the Dream, who started favourite for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint last year. The Aussie Challenger just getting to him, or just getting short of him before the line. They had a few battles through the season. He's got a big chance if he can get on the pace and sit with Cockburn. But the likelihood is that he, Cockburn and Bratzel are going to be battling a strong pace early in the race, and that will leave him vulnerable. Goodwood's 5 furlong was one of the quickest 5 furlongs in the country, in the UK. The other 5 furlongs, he's just found it a little harder.
Caton, are you tempted to play Big Evs back in the States at 20 to 1?
I think that's a heck of a price on a horse who's been a very, very good horse. I don't like the way this race shapes up from that pace standpoint with all the speed toward the outside. Cockburn, perhaps the fastest of all of them, gets the jump, but Big Evs and Bratzel are going to have to work awfully hard to try to match strides or at least just maintain their position. I think that kind of sets it up for a little bit of upset.
Well, the 8 Big Invasion is one of those horses I can't figure out, but at 35 to 1, I've always felt he has the ability. He was in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint at Santa Anita, finished second, beaten a neck in that race. So again, a horse who just a year ago was second in this very race, albeit in a different racetrack, but at the same distance. Big Invasion from a DRF formulator. Big Invasion Sire Declaration of War was a multiple Group 1 winner on turf. He also finished third, beaten ahead in the 2013 Breeders' Cup Classic. But as we said, Big Invasion himself has finished second in this particular race, and Frankie Dettori gets them out. Big Invasion right now up on the board at 35 to 1.
Look, if you get past the 6, 9, or 12, you have huge prices there. Everyone else is boxcars. I don't concede that this is a 3-horse race. I mean, you could say it could be a 1-horse race with a heavy favorite, or I think there are so many that have a chance, that have proven that they're good enough on this type of stage.
If this race were run on a straight 5 furlong track in the UK, the leading would be perhaps a third of the price that she is.
Okay.
But because of the draw and because of how wild we expect the fractions to be, luck is going to be required for her. She has got Ryan Moore. There is also the possibility, there's a sneaking possibility that Ryan Moore might ride her aggressively and try and take a far more prominent position on her, probably not lead, but sit in as close to that pace, and perhaps closer to the pace than she would be if this were a conventionally run race.
Doesn't this horse potentially get the absolute perfect setup on a course that he absolutely loves?
Notorious.
14 to 1 seems way too high on a horse who's undefeated in 3 tries over the course.
This race is wide
coming
open.
off a win, and who I think has the perfect style to sit just behind that first flight of horses.
Yeah, Richie was talking about Arzak and his compromise trip last year in this race. Notorious also finding a difficult trip that day, and now back at the turf courses mentioned where Notorious has never lost. Pick 4 pool, about to get to $1.2 billion. We'd like to hear your opinion. Join us on social media and tell us who you think is going to win the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Let's see where the win percentage is at. Yes, look at this. 61.4% have voiced Cogburn as their top pick. And here you can scan that QR code and it'll take you right to our poll. Who will win the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint? Now let's take a look at the analysis on our staff here. Top selections in here. And Michelle going with the 11 and 20 to 1 Big Evs. And then a lot of plays here for the 6 Star of Mystery with that difficult trip last time out at Keeneland. Pretty amazing to look up there and not see a selection for Cockburn.
That does surprise me just a little bit here. But, I think the nature of handicappers is to try and beat a horse that is going to be 4 to 5 or lower.
Well, Rishi, I know if you were on that list right now, you would not have the 9 as your selection. So who do you have?
I would have the 1 as my firm selection, Believing. You remember we talked yesterday, Todd, about Maymas' progeny being generous, pretty good on fast ground. Believing is running here. She's a daughter of Maymas. And I mentioned about the fact that she's been unlucky on a few occasions. One of the things that she's been doing is 5 furlong races in Britain and in Ireland and even in France. She's been running on really strongly. So I'm hoping that they go really hard, and this time she gets the breaks.
The field moving into line for the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. The heavy favorite is the 9, Cogburn. For the call, Larry Colmus.
And Cogburn is about to take his spot in the starting gate here along with Arzak. Starlust getting a little bit fired
Wide
up
open
behind
here,
the starting
wide
gate
open.
here.
Having a crack at Starlust.
Meanwhile, as Ivongo Vongo
Starlust
coming
Starlust at 40 to 1. Big Evs at 20 is good value. The 1, the 9 I think is just too short.
Here comes AG Bullet
But Starlust,
to the starting gate.
AG Bullet have a little bit of a interest in.
A bit stirred up there and rearing up behind the gate.
But 40 to 1 on the track, Starlust is quite insane. Motorist has just got some action.
AG Bullet balks once again. And now comes forward and in.
All right, let's go.
3 horses behind the gate. Filly Star of Mystery coming up. A Breeders' Cup winner at Big
Big
Evs.
Evs going in.
And finally, Bradsell. And here comes Bradsell up to the outside stall to complete the field here. Holly Doyle aboard. Goes in. They're all in line. A couple of them restless here. One of them acting up in the inside. I believe it's the filly Believing. Yes, Believing has unseated the rider, Ryan Moore. So we will have a delay here. Horses are being backed out of the starting gate. We'll have a delay.
Oh. All right, they open it back up. Oh boy. So the 1 looks like maybe it'll be a scratch. It's coming back out of the gates now. What's going on here? Looking at the matchups, we need Bradsell against Cogburn, AG Bullet against Star of Mystery, Ag Bullet, I believe they're calling it. Believing.
Situation here with
against Star of Mystery.
Unexpected. If you
Ladies and gentlemen, in this race, number one, Believing is
Number
a late
one,
scratch.
scratched.
Having clicked in the starting gate, number one, Believing is a late scratch from the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Scratch number one, Believing.
I want to go back to the most important point here. There are safety protocols in place at every racetrack every day. This isn't just the Breeders' Cup. This is the Breeders' Cup, which leads the way in safety measures and the system working here, Believing. This incident at the starting gate, there is an attending veterinarian that follows the horses here at the Breeders' Cup. In fact, there's an entire team that follows them all week. Any incident that happens, that horse will be looked at and determine whether or not they can go. Believing extricated from the starting gate and is a late scratch here. Going through what that means pari-mutually. If you had the one Believing at the time of the scratch, she was 10-1. If you had her vertically, win, play, show, combinations in the exacta, trifecta, superfecta, or super high five, all of them will be refunded. If you had Believing in a daily double, consolation payoff. If you had Believing in a pick 3, consolation payoff. If you had Believing in that pick 5 that ends here, you will now get the post-time favor. So you'll shift to the 9, Cogburn, and any of those other wagers. Now with the pick 4 beginning here, if for some reason you didn't make a change, Believing will now shift to the favorite Cogburn. Back to kind of the storyline with Believing. For those who watched the breakfast at the Breeders' Cup shows this week, she got a lot of attention because of her antics in the morning. This doesn't come as a complete surprise, but Rishi, it doesn't lessen the disappointment for her connections.
Huge disappointment. They were hoping for a big finish to the season after many fine efforts in defeat where things haven't gone her way, but this is a cruel bit of luck that means that she's out. At least she's okay. We were able to see her trot away, and we're also hearing that Ryan Moore is also okay. Obviously, he has a lot of big rides coming up later on. So the good news from it is that horse and rider are still okay.
And with, much like the horse, with a team of veterinarians on site to attend to any needs and to inspect the horse.
All right, so Believing's out. All the things will shorten up a bit. We've cancelled the matchups, taken it out of the fixed odds. Now it means we're trading to a very low number.
The health and well-being of the equine athletes and the men and women
Let's take
who
a
ride
look at the
them
next
always
race.
of paramount importance in our sport. And again, those protocols working here and leading to the late scratch of Believing. From a practical point of view, Kate, what does this do for Motorius? Because we were just talking about Believing on the inside. Maybe Ryan Moore would be aggressive. Now Motorius essentially is the horse down on the inside.
Well, I always say that the inside is the least desirable post position, particularly if you're a horse that requires position early. And because horses are creatures of habit, they tend to run with the pack. If you have one on either side of you when you break, it just kind of automatically propels the horse in the middle forward. It doesn't always work smoothly, but 9 times out of 10, if you don't have that horse on the inside and you don't get away as smoothly, then you're behind the entire field. So I think it can be a big disadvantage.
I'll say it. So Rishi, here in the pari-mutuel system in America, you heard you shift to the favorite if your horse scratches. So now that your selection is scratched, you just want to take Cogburn?
No.
You're still defiant. You're still defiant.
The other important point is, as you both will be well aware, is that it's a new test. Horses don't normally have this sort of routine. In the gates, come out, wait, and then go back in. So you're looking for something with a really good attitude. Star of Mystery, I'll join Kate and ride with her.
The field moving its line once again for the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Here's Larry Collins.
And AG Bullet continues to be restless behind the starting gate, having reared up. They're going to load her riderless. She goes into line.
All right, here they come.
Joined in the gate by
AG Bullets.
Star of Mystery.
AG Bullet and Starlust. It's off the board again.
Howard Wallowitz.
Take a Howard Wallowitz.
And they are moving back into the starting gate here, and just a couple left behind the gate. This field has been a bit stirred up, and we're right now seeing big ebbs being reluctant to come forward. The assistant starters are working on getting Big Evs to come up to the gate. This horse, the winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint last year.
Brad Sell to beat Cogborn.
And now moving.
Brad Sell's good. I mean, that's a good result
Just Brad Sell.
to come in.
Brad Sell and Holly Doyle coming up to line, and hopefully we'll be good to go this time. Brad Sell going in.
Jeez, I'm a little edgy on
And
this
they're
one.
all in line.
All right, they're off.
They're off in the turf sprint.
All right.
AG Bullet goes out to the early lead with Cockburn now.
Oh, the
moving
9
through
just gets
between
it straight to the
horses.
front. The 5's right there. The 10, the 12. Brad Sell's heading up there.
Big Evs and Arzak. Big Invasion, Howard Wallowitz.
Easy Bungle Bungle's there. Starlust is at the back.
It is Cockburn on top. The leader by a half a length and now spurting away. There goes Cockburn to open up
Cogburn's
by
just
2.
gutting it out.
By 3 lengths on the
Holy
far turn.
shit, look at him go.
And Izzy Bungo has moved up into second. Brad Sell is third. Then Big Evs on the outside. Followed
Jesus
by
Christ.
AG Bullet.
He's just
Errado
gone.
Ortiz and Cockburn have a 4-length lead at the top of the stretch here in the turf sprint.
He's just gone.
They come bounding by the 8-pole clear. Izzy Bungo tries
4
to
down
make
the
ground.
inside.
Then AG Bullet.
Starlust. 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 Come, Starlust. Get through. Get through, Starlust. Yes. You fucking ripper. Come on, baby. Yes, sir. Booyah. Fucking Starlust. Oh!
It's hard to know what to say. Cockburn.
Oh my God.
He was fast, just as Bill, but so fast.
Oh, what the fuck comes second?
Takes a toll in the last portion of the race, but here a good start for almost everyone.
Wow, these horses are coming off the pace.
All the delays.
Oh,
It was actually last year.
30 to 1 shot. I just backed it straight up.
Blistering, but he's got pressure. Yes, he draws away from them. But
And watch the end of the race. They're replaying it now. This is it here. He's dead last.
She's sitting on his shoulder.
And you
just took that one?
This is the one I was on. This is the favorite.
He can't keep up. AG Bullet down the rail. That was Holland.
Just watch it coming on the rail.
Yeah. Ali,
Ryan, Ross
yep,
O'Brien and Rafe Beckett have had the most wonderful year, winning the ARC just recently with Blue Stocking, and now they've had a
And
massive
then here it
day
is.
winning the Breeders' Cup.
And there's the favorite just gutting it. Look at him. Still in there. Still in there. Still in there.
He's getting there.
And here's the favorite. And then he's getting jammed in here. And then the horses jam in. And he's coming right through there.
Nice. I never knew how excited that was.
Space rather than having that rail continued. I don't think the horses would have allowed that.
Okay, it's posted on the board 4-2-5-6-9. How about Victoria's flying late for second? AG Bullet, those antics at the starting gate. But as we go overhead, how about the 10 Isabel?
He had a good lead, too.
Yeah, he was gutting it. I mean, he went out fast. 21.59 just fast.
I'm kind of trying to figure out if that was just a matter of
So watch the 4 go into the South
God.
African.
the early pace taking a little toll.
But I'm sorry, are you surprised there's not a steward's inquiry? I think there is a steward's
Oh,
inquiry.
fuck.
They are going to take a look at this, that action.
Oh, my God. They're fucking looking at it. They're going to take him down.
Look, with Isabunga Bungo, this horse was holding
There's an inquiry, so there's a chance that they might take the... Oh, Jesus.
What's that mean? I don't know nothing about
They means they could disqualify him.
Oh, what?
No, see, the 9 gets it. He goes into there.
If he doesn't, Kate, isn't this horse clipping heels and maybe he's out of the saddle?
But I think
So, because they touched?
Yeah,
the
but-
nine comes over.
Right
as the
here?
nine
See,
starts to tire.
yeah.
Watch what happens. He absolutely comes right into
Right, like,
the
pushes
eventual
right
winner's
there,
path
pushes
if he
there,
doesn't
pushes
take over
there,
in
so...
those
Oh.
It's a concertina effect caused by Cockburn on the head on anyway. Drifting
Oh,
over
my
to his
God.
right
This
under
would be
pressure.
fucking horrible if it gets taken down.
For the rider on the 4. The rider, so you're telling me once the 9 comes out, the rider on the 4 can do whatever they want to the rest of the day?
What could he
What
do at that
could
moment?
he do? He would have gone down if he's holds his course.
Right, like if they can't move, I mean,
Like, bang.
He has to move.
if not, he would have just ran into
Yeah.
another horse, right?
Well, he just moved to one
Oh,
path
this is
to
going to be
avoid going
fucking...
down.
So if you're saying if there's any disqualification, it would be from Cogburn from 5th, placed behind Isavungavungo.
Well, who you
Oh,
tell me?
Christ.
Where is he supposed to go?
I have to tell you, on
Oh, now that's what this does look a little different.
and the drone view,
It does.
it looks like the jockey has some other decisions that could have been within the rules.
The head-on tells one story.
Yes.
This view tells another. At this point, there seems to be plenty of room, and here he does have an option.
He does.
What option did he
Ask
have?
you this because
I don't know.
To move over his leg?
Oh, this would be fucking horrible.
adjudicating situations like this in American racing. Do they do that overseas?
We take as many angles as we can now, and they actually work with the television companies to make sure that they cover as many angles, certainly in the UK.
God.
But watching this now, I'm
This
slightly
would
more
be fucking
concerned than watching the
horrible.
head-on about Ross Orion's half.
I agree with that, but I would also, here's what the stewards are going to be considering as well. Because right now, I don't see that the 2 caused any problem, did he?
No, or the 5.
Or the 5. And the 10, or Isavungavungo, could be arguing that he was a tiring horse. So the question is, did it cost Isavungavungo a position?
Okay, so the rules that are in California racing, do they apply to the Breeders' Cup? Because out here we talk about that. The standard is
Jesus.
if the foul cost the
So
horse that
because he
was
got
fouled,
right there.
Yeah,
he got
because they got
first
this
place.
one, yeah, but there's a lot
that's
of
the rules we're following here. Did this cost a better placing to the aggrieved, which was the 10, Isavungavungo?
I don't think it hurts the
I
10,
don't
but
know. I honestly, I think it's a very tough
Can I go
call.
back to what I was saying originally, Rishi? Putting aside that, the 10 could have clipped heels badly here, and it could have been a worse situation if not for the evasive action of Manny Franco when he realizes the 4 is coming over and he just takes up out of there. So the whole best finish thing, I'm not quite sure about. Let's get to the bottom line here, and I think this may go on for a little bit. Very unofficial. Definitely looking at the winner and the fifth place finisher.
Jesus.
If you were a steward, Rishi Prasad, would you
Leave it. Just fucking leave it. If I was a steward, I'd leave it.
Because I felt Isavungavungo was going backward at the time, and I felt that there was an emerging gap. Perhaps the only question I would have is that Ross Orion has probably gone for the gap half a stride earlier than ideal but it was closing on him. And I think he was compromised by it. But I think Isavungavungo was going backwards.
And Caden, they have gone to the pan view now. We're showing everyone out there what the stewards are requesting for angles. They may ask for another one here. So my question to you, if you were voting whether or not to disqualify Starlust, would you do
I'm
it?
going to be saved by
The
the
stewards
call.
have ruled that there will be no change.
Yes!
Oh.
Oh.
6-9.
That's what I would have said.
What a start to this Breeders' Cup
So then they go
Saturday,
to
the first
review.
2 championship
They went to review
races,
it all, and then
19-1, and now a 30-1 shot here with Starlust. 4, 2, 5, 6, 9, 30-1 over 12-1.
Oi.
Over 9-1, over 7-1, over 4 to 5. You're watching and listening to the Breeders' Cup Player Show.
Race 5 is official. Coming 6th
Damn
race,
straight.
41st running of the
Beast Lehman.
$2 million guarantee.
That was a fucking sweat. That was a fucking sweat. That was a fucking sweat. That was. Oh my God. I mean, looking at the first take of that, I was nervously confident that was going to be kept, but yeah. Oh my God. Yes. All right. Now I can. Hit a big matchup. Bradsell Colburn. I don't know what happened there. That was a big matchup, but that was what a fucking that was exactor. And I didn't play it. They kept talking about Motorist Undefeated at Del Mar. No rest. On to the next one. Boy, yeah. I hope you got some of that. 30-1. 30 to 1.
Entering the winner circle is
You
the
know,
official winner of today's Prevagen.
it's hard to fuck up a day after that, even if it all goes downhill from here. But
He's a 3-year-old.
we're into it.
Brown called by Zoostar from Beyond Desire by Invincible Spirit. It was bred in Great Britain by Branton Court Stud. The winning owner is Mrs. Fitriani Hay. Winning trainer is Ralph Beckett. Rasa Ryan, the winning jockey.
Oh, it's now I got to get back to it. Now I got to get back to it. That's fuck. They just come down to 24. Next race. It's the next race. All right. I don't know where to go. That was. Next race. I am shaken. Absolutely shaken. All right, this stuff is next. Let's get to it. Oh, these horses have been coming off the pace all day. They've been going so fast. The speed is just eating them up. Holy shit. Anna Torpedo is 1 to 5. Oh, God. Oh, boy. That was something.
Coming up now will be two views of the steward's decision. In the stretch, you will see the number 4 Starlust does drift out in the stretch, but in the unanimous opinion of the stewards, it did not warrant a disqualification. Number 4 Starlust is in the pink and green colors. See in the stretch run that number 4 will drift out, but in the unanimous
Okay,
opinion
I'm
of the
fucking
stewards,
off kilter here.
it did
Let me
not
get back to
warrant a
it.
disqualification. Show you one
Just
more view from the drone
what the
angle.
fuck? I'm clicking on all kinds of stupid shit now.
And number 4 Starlust is right now on the inside in 5th
All right,
place.
next race. This stuff.
You'll see this horse through the stretch. Drift down. But again, in the unanimous opinion of the stewards,
Oh, this is 1 to 5 is ridiculous. I'm going 8 to 5 on, or 5 to 8 if you want to look at it that. 20. Ooh, Sugarfish. 5, 4.
FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering
Sugarfish,
partner
Raging
of the Breeders'
She,
Cup and the
Raging
sponsor of
She.
the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJM. Watch racing year-round on
Honor the
FanDuel
lady.
TV and wager on all the races with
Honor the
FanDuel
lady.
Racing. Make
Honor
every
the
moment more
lady.
with FanDuel.
Might be the one in this one.
As the official
25.
partner and official timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
We might be
Longines
heading out for a
proud
big price
to time
again.
The much anticipated Longines Distaff race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, a new model from the Conquest collection that celebrates
boy.
its 70th anniversary this year. This automatic
Shit,
watch
still.
combines sporty elegance with robustness
I gotta get back
for
on
everyday
track.
use. Available in a range of sizes, colors, and materials, this timepiece effortlessly adapts to any occasion.
There's nothing that jumped out on this. There was no.
Jackson Family Wines wishes each of you a great day at the races. Enjoy a glass of Kendall Jackson, La Crema, or any of the award-winning wines from Jackson Family Wines while you cheer on the winners. Please drink responsibly.
My name is Nicholas. I'm a writer, director, and I'm still working.
Okay.
And the kind of work that
All right. Let's read through this next one. These prices.
I had to
I've got another one here.
somewhere along
I got another one.
to stay competitive.
Safi again. Can he get his second win of the day?
After a period of time,
I'm on this Sugarfish too. So I mean, on that last one, the 3-year-old was getting 2 pounds weight allowance. That was kind of one of the little key aspects as well. I got some more in this. I'm going against the favorite again. As good as she is. Number 1. 9. Sugarfish. 16. Unrelated 25. Raging Sea number 6, number 5. Torpedo Anna. Torpedo Anna. Jesus Christ, I'm still shaking. This right fucking there is why I do this. That race right there is why I do this. That was, God, I fucking love this. Oh boy.
The $2 million Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff gave Japan its second winner on the 2021 card at Del Mar, when Longshot Marsh Lorraine prevailed by a nose. When the cup first came to Del Mar in 17.
All right, taking on the favorite. I'm minus 165. The board's 1 to 5. And we've got another one. We're going this one. We're going again here.
Royal Delta in 2012, one of a record-setting 5 distaff wins for trainer Bill Lott. This is the $2 million Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Oh, Jesus, okay.
16 minutes away from
16 minutes and I am off kilter.
Distaff, and right now, not surprised to see that the number 2, Torpedo Anna, is opening up as the 1 to 5 favorite.
1 to 5, ridiculous.
Simon Bray as well.
Come get it, people. Come get it. Come get it. Come get it. Come get it. Come get it.
Race with the likes of Torpedo Anna and Idiomatic, and when Idiomatic was retired coming into this event, then it became, well, it's Torpedo Anna and maybe Awesome Result.
Coming again.
And then we got
We're coming again.
Awesome Result, unfortunately, this morning. So what do you do with Torpedo Anna at 1 to 5?
We are coming
Torpedo Anna versus
again.
Raging Sea now, I think, who's currently at 5 to 1. But the task has got exponentially easier.
All right, let me have a read. Make sure I'm on track here. Check my notes.
I've been watching her the last 5-10 minutes.
Awesome Result extract.
And she's behaving herself. We know she's a highly strung filly, but she's settling in well.
Welcome back to the set. Christina Blacker joining Simon Bray and Gabby Gaudet for the Distaff. And
Oh.
this is going to be one of the races that I think the fans most
Torpedo
passionate
Anna again.
about. We talked about Torpedo Anna. She is
Clear
my
filly and
favorite
mare
at 1 to 5. But Gabby, her
this year.
following
Been a great
kind
filly.
of supersedes racing in a way. She really has brought in some general sports fan to the racing world.
Now, after that one, wouldn't be surprised if the favorite wins here. Not putting you off it. I'm not coming at it at these odds. Just not touching it.
There's a lot of talk of the town. Oh, she needs the boy. She needs it. Well, they did that, and she almost won the Grade 1 Travers over the summer up at Saratoga against the likes of Fierceness, who's going to be one of the favorites in the Breeders' Cup Classic later today. This was an unbelievable effort, and Simon, if she comes back to this, she could win by 20 lengths today. There's no doubt about it. But I guess people were a little bit concerned about how she came out of the race and ran in the cotillion.
That's the thing. This race is great, but it's what happened in the next race. She won. I mean, people are still knocking it, but it wasn't the typical Torpedo Anna performance that we've been accustomed to seeing in the cotillion.
A lot of scratches from this race.
She got a little wound up before that race. Look at her in the paddock here. She is behaving beautifully because she's been here well over a week. I think it's her race to lose. And from a wagering standpoint, Christina, we've had 19 to 1, 35 to 1. There's a kind of tip the other day with a 1 to 5. We've just racked up a pick 5 with a 1 to 5 favorite in the sequence and paid $335,000.
Her regular pilot, Brian Hernandez Jr., has been aboard for
Coming
all
another
9
one.
starts. Joaquin caught up with him moments ago.
This is, I'm telling you, coming off the
Brian Hernandez
pace.
Jr. is going to be back aboard Torpedo Anna, who comes into the Distaff 5 or 6 this year. Brian, she won the cotillion last race, but maybe handicappers were critical because
Honor
she
D
didn't win
lady.
as impressively as
We
she
will.
normally does. But was
I
that a
will
case of her just doing what she had
be
to
on
do?
Honor D lady.
Bottled up for a long time,
And Sugarfish is the other one I'm looking at right now.
when we straightened it, she just kind of did what she had to do. You know, it was kind of a grinding out effort, but she was, you know, she showed her grittiness to overcome the trip that we had that day and to still get there in front. And, you know, even at the wire, she kind of idled a bit. So we're proud of her to get the win. And, you know, coming off of the big race at the Travers, you kind of thought she'd kind of regress a little. And, you know,
Awesome result again. We're looking at that. It's been scratched
Year
out.
so far. Hopefully it continues for you guys. Good luck in your thing.
And there's no need to go crazy on the pace because there's not that much in here, but
especially with these scratches throughout the last couple of weeks, right? It was idiomatic to start with, as you mentioned, Gabby, all the way up to this morning with awesome results. Does he just put her out there on the lead and
Just
comfortably and just take it to them early?
I think
boy, still got the shakes from that earlier one.
she should find herself
So
on the lead
this
today,
next
because
race,
I don't know that anybody else. Well,
got the
I
turf.
take that back.
Always love the turf. Love a good long turf race.
But the question is,
What?
does that speed translate to the main track today? If it doesn't, yes, Torpedo Anna is in a place to control the race. But even if she's not, I don't think that it matters.
The only question mark I would say is Candid drawn to the inside because she's putting blinkers on with Irad and she's got the inside post. Maybe on paper to this point she's not quick enough, but does the equipment change and does the fact they've got the inside post with Irad force the hand a little bit?
Nice quote here from trainer Kenny McPeak. He said, quote, she likes to go out to work. Every trainer in America should have a horse like her sometime in their career. And Simon, we've watched her every morning here since she arrived.
All right,
at
so
Delmar. She is a high energy type.
again,
How is she handling things so
can't
fast
knock
today?
anybody taking this tool.
I saw a school
For
yesterday,
me,
or a couple of days
way
ago,
too
couple of days
short.
ago, and she was getting
Shortening up on Betfair as well, so we're going to start
I
seeing a
think that's one of the reasons
bit of Arbin work here.
the lackluster performance of the Cotillion. She shipped in right on top of the race. She's been here enough time to settle it.
Andy, how does she
I'm gonna
look?
lay it
And
on the
who's your
way in.
paddock pick for this race?
Christina, I could not
Let's see the
agree
exact,
with Simon more. Earlier in the week, watching Torpedo Anna's school, I was very concerned that she was over the top after facing the boys in the Travers, but today she exudes confidence, and
12 and
that's what
19.
makes her such an amazing race mare, is
Two
that she
over
knows
the
her
two
job, she
over the
knows when it's
5
game
and
time,
2 over the
and she
7.
loves the energy of the crowd. So she's
Might
my
be
top
into what we're
selection here
doing.
today, but I do think the number 6, Raging Sea, is going to give her a run for her money. This filly beat Idiomatic twice in her last 4 runs, and she's been very impressive. 2 Grade 1 victories coming into here, and just a very honest mare who keeps her form and tries every single time. Physically, she could not look any better today.
Boxing the 5 and this.
Andy, thank you. And that's a great point that Andy brings up with regard to Raging Sea and Idiomatic. If Idiomatic was still in this race, what kind of a price would she be right now? And what would that do, to the odds that you're looking at with Torpedo Anna at this stage? I did make Raging Sea the race lens angle. Female offspring of Curlin went at 27% over this exact distance and
All right.
service, which had run at 22% with winners last out in stakes races. So looking forward to seeing what she can do. And I think,
Okay.
as much of as I am a
Get
fan
ready.
of
Whoa.
Torpedo Anna,
Really shortening
also
up.
asking a 3-year-old filly to take on older horses.
Come on, my
for the
Swedish
first
friend, get
time
some of
today,
that.
Which is a task I think cannot be underestimated.
Take some. Take some. It's there. It's there to be taken.
We've seen it at the Breeders' Cup. This is the
Looks
time
romance.
to do it at the end of the year.
Getting already
So
getting into
if
the
she's got
turf.
enough, if she's got enough left in the tank, she's had a busy campaign. She expends a lot of energy. Let's see how it plays out.
Coast Parade begins with Candy at 8 to
Boy.
1.
Is on. Irad, we talked about it. She's on her toes. Maybe they'll force her a little bit from the inside.
Up
Should have
next
sent
is your
this.
favorite, the number 2, Torpedo Anna, for trainer Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard. She won the Kentucky Oaks. She won the Acorn. The list goes on and on. Can she win the distaff today and cap off an amazing year?
Better Carter is scratched. The 3 that takes us to the 4 at 20 to 1. That's Alice Verite. Japanese runner picks up Kyle Frey in the saddle here. She's on her toe. She'll be forwardly placed.
Sugarfish is next, the number 5 at 14 to 1. She was an impressive winner of the Grade 2 Zenyatta last time out, and was a little bit disappointing in the Clement Hirsch right here at Delmar. 2 starts back. She's 14 to 1.
Raging Sea, we touched on. Let's see how she looks. She's presents herself in good order here at 4 to 1 for trainer Chad Brown. She's proven at the distance 5 for 7 at the mile and 8th trip.
Honor the Lady is next. She's 24 to 1. Safi Joseph Jr., the trainer. Tyler Gaffleone, the rider. She was disappointing last time out in the Grade 1 Spinster, but she couldn't have been more impressive in the Grade 2 Delaware Handicap back over the summer.
And then the 10, 45 to 1 on the outside for trainer Phil D'Amato, Che Evasura, who ran 5th, well beaten, 5th of 5 in the Zenyatta. Major form reversal needed here. And there is the 10 at 45 to 1.
That's your field of the Longines, a Breeders' Cup distaff. You have 8 minutes until
We're going
post time
in.
if you'd like
Honor
to
the
get a
lady.
wager in for this one. It also
And I think have a little
the
cover on
alternate pick 4 if
Sugarfish.
you'd like to string together the remaining Dirt Breeders' Cup races 6, 8, 10, and 12 as we alternate back and forth between the main track and the turf. Gabby, how about this DRF formulator fact for Sugarfish?
Yeah, trainer Jeff Mullins, the conditioner of Sugarfish.
Keeping those two. Keeping the 5, I'm keeping the 7.
ROI of $3.62.
I don't really tip on the 7
winners
last
between
week.
September 7th and September 20th, and that would apply for this filly that she did win the Grade 2 Zenyatta last time out.
Let's take a look at that race back at Santa Anita, September the 29th. She's sitting off the pace on this occasion. Only had 4 others to go by. But Simon, you've talked a lot about good prep races for these horses. This was seemingly a pretty good prep race for her.
Yeah, it was. I think she's improved the right time. You've got to remember, this is a filly that was running in maiden claimers 6 or 7 starts ago. I know there was some discussion from the camp about 2 weeks ago that they preferred the Bayakoa over this race. But as the week's gone on, Idiomatic's out, Awesome Results out, Miss New York is scratched, Batakata is out. And you look at the form, she beat Desert Dawn. Desert Dawn was 3rd in the Bayakoa earlier this afternoon. So I think they've ended up in the right spot because even if you finish 2nd or 3rd here, I mean, that's so good for black type form and adds value to her as a broodmare.
How about Jeff Mullins' concern about the pace scenario, especially with those scratches? Does that make this sentiment that much more valid?
Absolutely, because not only sometimes when you look at a pace scenario or a horse that has to overcome maybe not an honest pace, they can maybe do it, but when the only pace in the race is the horse to beat at 1 to 5, I think that makes the obstacle even bigger. So she is up against it from that standpoint, but the entire field is up against it with regards to Torpedo Anna.
I mean, if Torpedo Anna gets loose on the lead, everybody's probably running for 2nd or 3rd. I think that's the way you have to look at it from that type of standpoint.
So I took a crazy approach with my pick 4.
Let's see, it's a pick 2. It's a double.
It's a double, essentially. I'm going to single Torpedo Anna here.
Okay.
And then this is the all dirt pick 4. So I'm singling Forever Young in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And then I'm going all, as you can see, in the sprint and in the dirt mile. I thought those 2 races were so wide open. I could not make heads or tails of any of the competitors in those last 2 dirt races.
I agree, and I found the dirt mile to be especially challenging. This
Didn't even grade the last race.
so
That out of it.
races on this Breeders' Cup Championship Saturday. So here's another look at Torpedo Anna, 2 to 5, out on course right now. Scott caught up with her conditioner.
Well, Team McPeak and Kenny McPeak leaping over the Grizzly Bear. Torpedo Anna for the disc staff. First of all, the announcement of the scratch to filly, awesome result. How does that change the complex of the race for your filly, Torpedo Anna?
Well, maybe not at all, but you never wish that on anybody. I'm sure they're very disappointed to come all this way and for them to have that happen. But our job's the same, so we just have to dress her up and bring her over, and she's got a lot of work to do yet. There's still a lot of good horses in here.
Giving you the same energy that we've seen from her every step of the way?
She never lacks energy. She's got more energy than my wife, Sherry. So anyway, and that's hard to do.
What has this ride been like to get to this point with this filly from where she came from?
Well, it's been marvelous. Anytime you go to Fasig-Tipton in October and you pluck one out of there for 40, and she's on the cusp. If she wins today, I think you got to give her a serious consideration as horse of the year. And we're just enjoying the ride, and she's just beyond special, and she's really made our job easy.
Good luck, Kenny.
Thank you.
How about that sentiment? Would you agree, Simon? If she wins today, does she make a strong case for Horse of the Year?
Oh, no question about it. She'd be the leading contender. We just have to see what would happen in, an hour and a half from now. I think that has a lot to say. But if you get some crazy wacko upset in the Classic, puts her right in the picture. There's no question.
Yes, I think horses like Fierceness really have to show up in the Classic today. But there is a legitimate shot for Torpedo Anna at Horse of the Year. And also just the campaign that she's managed to have. Look, she is a lightly framed filly. She doesn't hold on to a lot of condition. In the morning, her training is very strong. She's eager to do more and more and more. So the fact that they can keep getting enough out of her in her races, I think is a testament to not only her class, but how she's been campaigned this season.
Simon, a traditional pick 4 starts right here as well, in addition to that all-dirt stakes race pick 4 through the last Breeders' Cup races on the main track. Simon, how about the traditional pick 4 where you are weaving together the turf and the main track?
I just use a little bit of insurance here. If I thought Torpedo Anna was going to get beat, I just went with Raging Sea, the second choice. She beat Idiomatic 2 starts back, so I did that. 3-5-7 in the turf race, 3-5-11. Sharia JRB, and then I'm using the 11 to the outside, Rebels Romance, who is my top pick in there. And then Classic 113, I'm using the one Forever Young and Victoria.
Oh, yes, the energy's low because it's all gone, but we'll get it back. We'll get it back. There's another race coming up.
Especially from the breakfast show.
We'll be riding this baby home.
That race has got Batfoot written all over it from let's get out and just go, send them. You know, that's exactly what's going to happen. And then 2, 3, 8, 10, yes, in the final race there. So, which I think is wide open. So just a $30 ticket.
So many different opportunities to begin wagers here. Again, that all dirt pick 4 with Breeders' Cup races exclusively. Also the traditional pick 4, and you have 2 minutes to get both of those bets in. The pick 4 that Simon just gave out, that particular pool approaching $750,000 right now. Let's talk more about Candy. Simon, you talked about maybe the idea that they are a little bit more aggressive with her today. How do you think she'll take to Del Mar? This is her first time here in Southern California.
I think she'll be right. I mean, she's run all over. She came to Santa Anita. She's been to Keeneland. She's been to Monmouth. She takes a racetrack anywhere. But obviously, when you put blinkers on a horse, the idea is to 90% of the time to get more speed out of him. So when there's not much pace in here, even if she doesn't make the lead, she's probably sitting second.
Gabby, I know her last race in the Spinster was a losing performance. She was 3rd that day, but I really respected what Luis Saez did in taking it to Idiomatic. It wasn't going to do him any favors to just sit back and leave her alone on the leads. They did everything they could to put her in position to win that day.
Exactly. Idiomatic was the lone speed on paper. You can't let her try to get away with anything on the front end. And they were aggressive last time out. I almost wonder if the blinkers on too is going to help her a little bit. She is a filly that has difficulty with the lead change. Last time out, she never switched her leads. Even when she won the Alcibiades, never really switched over to that right lead until very late. So we'll see what she can do, but there's no doubt that I, as a fan, am very excited to see what Torpedo Anna can do here.
She has so many fans around the globe, and that is what the Breeders' Cup is about. World Championship Racing, a Horse of the Year campaign on the line right now for Torpedo Anna and taking on Olders.
All right, Honor the Lady
in the Breeders'
and
Cup She's
Sugarfish's cover.
Begins.
Again,
We'll turn it over to Larry Colmes.
don't expect they'll keep hitting things like this, but let's go.
Raging C steps forward with Honor the Lady. Here's Elise Baratea. There's just one left to load in Jaya Basora.
No 1, no 2. No 1, no 2.
All in line. Ready for the start.
Number 7.
They're off.
They're off.
In the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and Torpedo
Right.
had a great start. Raging
One
C
a
is
day.
showing a bit of speed. Honor the Lady is away running in 3rd as Torpedo Anna takes the lead.
All
Then
right.
Candide, followed by Sugarfish.
Oh,
Sarah
they got
Kay,
past.
Jaya Basora is the early trailer behind the running forward filly, Torpedo Anna, who leads the way into the first turn. She's on top from Raging C, who's 3/4 of a length off of her, making their way around that turn. On the inside is Candide in 3rd. They went 23.81 for the opening quarter.
I mean, I love my position of Honor the Lady right now because she's a coming a homer.
With 4 to make up, 2.5 back to Sugarfish, and 5 to Jaya Basora. On to the backstretch, and Torpedo Anna has things her way so far. She's in front with 5 furlongs to go.
I like this Honor the Lady where she's sitting.
Raging C continues to keep her
Again,
company through
Torpedo Anna, the
47,
pace 23.8, 47.9 there.
Honor the Lady on the outside of Candy. Behind them, Elise Verite. Sugarfish 7 off the lead, and Jaya Basora. Ryan Hernandez Jr. and Torpedo Anna begin their run into the far turn. Raging C has been glued to her throughout, and with 3 furlongs to go, the lead is just a net. Torpedo Anna from Raging C. Honor the Lady and Candide are 2 lengths off of them. And then comes Elise Verite and Sugarfish. Torpedo
Elise
Anna
Verite there.
still cruising
Honor
along
the Lady
here. She's
still
trying to
there.
Get away from Raging C as they come to the top of the stretch in the
Honor the Lady still there.
And Torpedo Anna begins to move away. 1 furlong to go. She's in
Yeah.
front by 2. Raging C
Yeah.
still there, trying to fight for second. Then
Honor the
Candide
Lady,
in
okay.
third. But this
They get it.
brilliant filly's going to take them all the way.
2 faves, you can't knock that.
Anna, what a year for her. She won it by 3 over Raging C. And then it was Candide and Elise Verite.
This crowd on their feet for this champion. Torpedo Anna against
Too
Older
good.
takes some gate
Too
to
good.
wire in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
She hadn't been on the lead in any of her races except the Kentucky Derby recently, and she went gate to wire and crushed there. She was always traveling comfortably, Gabby, and I think, as we said, you could put that last race behind her. That's what champions do. They win when they bring their C game. She had the C game last time. She was
2-6-1-4-5.
And today she actually broke out of the starting game
After
really
that
well.
previous
Another
race, she really should have taken it off, but they didn't have anything like there.
and I
But
think this provided an opportunity to take it to Torpedo Anna. Flavian Pratt, he shot a shot, but she's just not as good as this champion in Torpedo Anna. I like the approach that Flavian took with Raging C. It just did not work out for him
got
today.
these cancelled earlier.
Yeah, if you're on the best horse with this type of break, you go and try to just go gate to wire, and that's exactly what Brian did.
No disgrace to Raging C. She was second the whole way around. She finished second. So, and the best two fillies ran 1-2 the whole way around the racetrack here. And you
Lost
can see
the
Brian
matchup.
Hernandez, he finally asks her here off the turn. She switches leads and levels off. I really believe getting here a week out, schooling, getting accustomed to the surroundings here, I think it paid dividends for her because she was behaving beautifully in the paddock
The
yesterday.
schooling really made a difference because when we saw her in the paddock a couple days ago, she was very warm. She
fish
was
feed on
losing
over
her
the lady.
cool.
We'll take
And today
that.
she was so professional.
Good.
But that's what really good horses do. They know when to
And
turn it on.
that's
Simon, this is a generational campaign from a 3-year-old filly. 5 grade 1s this year. Her only loss to last year's 2-year-old champion in fierceness by a head.
Yeah, who's going to be one of the choices in the Classic? And I used this analogy earlier this weekend. It's not a great one, but her best race might be the second place finish in the Travis in defeat because it showed how game she was. And I kind of likened it to Zenyatta in the Classic. It was the only race she lost, and it was a great performance finishing second to Blake. They both laid it down on the line, and depending on what happens in the Classic, she's definitely in the picture for Horse of the Year.
Cheers to the breeder, Judy Hicks. And how about
Yeah.
this, a Kenny McPeak special, a $40,000 purchase. She had earned $2.6 million coming into the day today. Take us home 60% of that, $2 million on the line in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Congratulations to Team McPeak. Kenny McPeak was honored earlier this week by the National Turf Riders and Broadcasters Association. And Gabby, he's just shared her with the public. And I think we really felt that in the last few moments, just from the reaction from this crowd right now.
There's a lot of sportsmanship in what Kenny has done and how he's campaigned her. He went against the boys and the Travers. He made her so accessible to the public. He's let us into her world in training in the afternoon in every way possible. And I think that just contributes to such excitement with this Phillies campaign this year.
Delmar, on your feet, put your hands together for your Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff champion, Torpedo Anna.
All right, onto the next one, the turf. As I said, I've enjoyed this turf over the time. Let's get it open. Then we've got the Classic. We got a big one in the Classic. We're going for an outsider in the Classic, so we're going to get these things beat. Getting money on Rebels Romance here. Get the fill in there, turf. How many races we had?
Is the official winner of today's Longines Breeders'
3
Cup
races.
Distaff, number 2,
Fourth one up.
Anna. She's a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Fast Anna from Sotheby's by Uncle Mo, bred in Kentucky by Judy Hicks. She is owned by Brookdale Racing, Mark Edwards, Judy Hicks et al. The winning trainer is Kenny McPeak. The winning jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr.
All right, so seeing the turf odds up already, 18, Betfair 30, Emily Upjohn, which is one that we're going to... Fuck, wrong race. Turf. All right. We're 30, track 18. Emily Upjohn is one that I've been kind of keeping, but it's getting to a point where it's probably worth laying. 485.6.
Turf race.
Shara,
The Swiss
got money
watchmaker
on
is looking
that.
forward to highlighting the official watch of the event.
I like Luxembourg.
From the Conquest
I do,
collection that celebrates its 70th
but I don't think I'll be
anniversary
on them
this
at
year.
these odds.
This automatic watch combines sporty elegance with robustness for everyday use. Available in a range of sizes, colors, and
JRB
materials, this timepiece
11.
effortlessly adapts to any occasion.
Hold up.
It takes hard work, experience, and commitment to get here. These are the qualities that define champions and the qualities that define John Deere. This year, John Deere is the proud sponsor of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Phillies Turf and the official equipment supplier of the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Weird odds in this one.
With NetJets, your private aviation experience is precisely that, yours. Every aspect of your imagination is anticipated, and each detail of your journey is artfully curated, all while NetJets prioritizes your safety and comfort.
Sure.
The result? Absolute peace of mind and luxury. Your moments become even more remarkable as soon as you step aboard. Find your ideal travel solution at netjets.com.
Yeah, you're gonna like that. Just keep playing that. Again, I like the Rebels romance coming into this, but those odds. Oh, I can take it on. Gold Phoenix. There goes Harvard. We have a lot of big prices in this race. I don't know if I'll be... I've reached the 6. Not sure I'll be really doing anything this race. I mean, nothing jumping out. Grisham Parks. No. Oh, week's bad. All right. 2, 4, 11. 2, 4, 11. It's very boring. 30 minutes to the next race. And start looking at the classic. So the matchups here.
So racing's queen, that is Torpedo Anna, who in dominant style takes the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. So
Dominant style, well deserved.
here. And for the trophy presentation, of course, the beautiful Longines timepieces.
Oh, God.
Longines brand president, Brittany.
It's a pleasure to be here. Always fun to watch the exciting races. So happy to be presenting the trophy to this wonderful team and the beautiful Longines timepieces. Congratulations.
To Mark Edwards on behalf of the ownership group, Mark, it has been quite the ride thus far, I'll say, with Torpedo Anna, but put into words what it has been like to be along this journey with her.
It has been incredible. When I was in the Marine Corps, I'd come out here every August and sit on the rail with my cooler, and now I'm here in the winter circle. with
Oh
a
my
race.
God, I like
How
that.
does it compare?
This is much better.
And we know that Torpedo Anna named for your granddaughter, Anna. Any words for her? Because where is she, by the way?
She's at a swim meet. Her mother's here somewhere. and her father. They could talk about her. I mean, they know more about her than I do.
And I was mentioning how cool Brian Hernandez was aboard Torpedo Anna. How cool were you as this race was unfolding?
When I saw her go to the lead, Brian hadn't done anything to ask her to do anything, and her fractions were really honest. I said, Brian's got this.
And that he did. I must end with Judy Hicks, the breeder and part owner of Torpedo Anna. Could you have imagined that day that you witnessed her take her first steps, that she would become a Kentucky Oaks and Breeders' Cup Distaff winner?
Well, she was born early in the morning, and she was just an ordinary horse. And then she continued on, and I guess she won the Oaks, and we thought we were on cloud 9. Then she continued on, and there was another cloud and another cloud. And so now I think, we are on cloud 20?
There is no level at which cloud we are on, because we'll be back next year.
Absolutely. For those that are wondering, we are planning to race her next year. And so
It's always good when they continue on.
Elegance is an attitude.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
All right, well,
There has
it's,
never been a better time
again,
to
we've got
download the FanDuel
13
Racing
runners.
app. What are you waiting for?
2, 4, and 11 were the ones I like coming into this. I think 11's too short. Kind of think 4's too short. I don't want the 3, so.
And quickly view potential payouts with FanDuel's My Best experience. New customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $500. If your first bet doesn't win, don't sweat it. Get up to $500 back as a racing bonus. Download now.
My name is Nicholas. I'm a writer, director, and I'm still working. In the kind of work that I do, you are surrounded by people who are all younger than you. I had to get help somewhere along the line to stay competitive. I discovered Prevagen. I started taking it, and after a period of time, my memory improved. It was a game changer for me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription.
The $5 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf went to Talismanic in 2017 in Del Mar's debut as a host site. It was the 3rd turf win for trainer Andre Fabre, whose first one came in 1990. 4 years later, in the return to Del Mar, European-based runners claimed the top 4 finishing spots, led by a 3-year-old Giver. 3-year-old Auguste Rodin won the turf last year, giving trainer Aidan O'Brien an unprecedented 7th win in this race.
All right.
This is the $5 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf.
25 minutes to the turf. I'm going to take a 5-minute walk away.
Music to our ears at the
Be
end
back
of the
soon.
trophy presentation there as we get the opportunity to see
Oh,
Torpedo
boy.
Anna back in 2025. It's time to move ahead to the Longines at Breeders' Cup Turf. Let's take a look at the odds as they stand right now. You have 24 minutes until post time. $5 million on the line. The longest Breeders' Cup race as far as the distances go, 1.5 miles on the firm listed turf course in Rebels Romance. Your winner of this race back in 2022, he opens up as the favorite at 9-5. Earlier on the day today, we saw Believing act up in the starting gate, tossing jockey Ryan Moore out the back. Jess Stafford got a chance to catch up with Aidan O'Brien regarding the champion jockey and the rest of the afternoon.
Aidan O'Brien has won the Breeders' Cup Turf 7 times. The race has treated you very well. Wingspan and Luxembourg. I'll start with Luxembourg. Aidan, a horse who has achieved so much, but still sometimes is slightly underrated in races like this. But you must have confidence that he will really improve in this kind of environment in the setup today?
Yeah, we think Jesse would suit him. Obviously, he ran kind of
God.
string early on in the
This is,
season. Now it's his kind of first time going in his first string. Yeah, we always thought he would handle fast ground and flat track, and mile and a half here we always thought would suit him. So,
all right. Oh God, I need to start.
And Wingspan, she's the younger, improving type. She ran a career best last time. You'll be thrilled with her. How long has the plan like the Breeders' Cup been in your mind?
Yeah, obviously we tried her the last time over a mile and a half. First time to see what she get, and she seemed to get it very well. Sean, he felt if he had it went quicker, it would have been suited her better. So obviously that suggested that she should have no problem getting a mile and a half here. Ground is different, but she has run quick ground before. She's lovely, relaxed filly, and good
Long
pace,
race, 12 furlongs.
It's a race that could suit her.
Doesn't happen often for you Americans.
Seeing Ryan go down, we hope and we assume that was okay with him.
But I like this true stamina.
He has ice on his wrist, and he got
See what else we got in here.
fine. So hopefully, and obviously when he rides, he'll know. So hopefully he's okay. And listen, he was okay, and the filly was okay, and hopefully Ryan he'll ride Luxembourg, and then hopefully he'll be okay to ride City.
Well, it was a great day yesterday. All the best for the rest today.
Appreciate it. Yes, thanks very much.
Jess, thank you. Key information there with regard to Ryan Moore and the rest of the afternoon. I wish we, can't underscore how important it is to remember that it's not just during the race when you're encountering these horses that the riders or anyone else around them can be hurt.
Absolutely.
And Rebels Romance.
When Believing went down, thankfully she's okay, as you heard from Aiden. And for the rest of the card today, Ryan Moore is all right because it's
Rebels
a big
Romance
call
won
coming up.
this couple of years ago. I think I was on it at the time.
In this race, of course, become
At this
the
track.
most trainer in the history of the Breeders' Cup.
A couple of updates from the interview there just with regard to his horses. Let's start with Luxembourg, who Ryan Moore will be aboard. Disappointing in the Irish Champion Stakes last out. Do we draw a line through that one?
I think so. I think the way that Luxembourg runs, as you heard from Aiden there, he's intimated that there have been many occasions where Luxembourg is not the number one horse and he's playing the second or third string. When he is the number one string and he gets the opportunity to make all the running, as he did,
money coming
in
in.
the Coronation Cup earlier this season, he's a really
Money
his
coming in.
race, you would think in the
Short that
early
up
part
again.
of the race, if Ryan Moore can get him to the front and get him to settle
Bar
and
Bridges.
dictate the fractions that
I'm
he
looking
wants,
for an
then
outsider.
he'll be dangerous. If he can't, I think he'll be vulnerable.
Looking for a Skinner.
21 minutes.
Have a bit of
until
fun
post
with.
time.
Let's
Let's
see.
join Scott Hazelton with a special guest.
Oh,
Joined by Dan Illman of the Daily Racing Form, and let's talk about these
Strange
big events
another
coming up
interview.
very quickly here,
Okay,
Dan.
that's
So
that.
starting with the Breeders' Cup Turf.
Bar Bridge
Does America
seems
have a chance in this race,
short.
frankly put?
I think they do. I think that Far Bridge has really gotten good
Okay.
in his last few races for Christophe Clement. The way he's been able to
Jared
pull
needs
away
to
those races
improve.
in the stretch, especially a talented horse like Royal Lycotis, who's going for the three-peat in the George Turf Classic Invitational. He's good right now. These Europeans, obviously, they've come over here. They've dominated in recent years. I'm not sure it's the top class ones we've seen, though, in recent years. Farbridge has a chance.
Of the Euros, which one, if there is a standout, would you look towards?
I think Emily Upjohn is probably one of the ones to beat, although she has shown that she can be had. It's been a long time between drinks for her, but look at her last effort, the Prix Vermeil. She was third behind the horses that immediately returned to run 1-2 in the Arc de Triomphe. Emily Upjohn is very good. She's trained by a master in John Gosden. I'm fascinated in the two Aidan O'Brien trainees, and how can you not be fascinated with the way O'Brien's been going this entire weekend? Luxembourg's interesting to me. I know he won that mile and a half race 3 starts back as loose on the lead as he wanted, and then he was a pace-centered race after that, and then last time was a mile and a quarter to sharp form. I wonder if they get very aggressive with Ryan Moore and try to make the lead with him. I also think Wingspan's a tremendous amount of upside potential. And don't forget Japan. Shariar is repeating the same Sapporo Kinen Breeders' Cup turf pattern that resulted in his good effort last year.
What are we doing in the Breeders' Cup Classic this year in 2024?
I am hoping for a big performance for City of Troy because he is a superstar, but from a betting standpoint, I cannot take him at anything like 5-1 or less because I don't know, you don't know, his connections don't know if he is going to handle dirt. What I do know is that Sierra Leone, it's been one excuse after another, and maybe you shouldn't be playing horses like that, but at 8-1 at a mile and a quarter in a race with a fast pace, I want to give the Chad Brown trainee one more chance to run a big effort, maybe kick these horses down in the stretch. I'm expecting a good run from Sierra Leone. I want to bet him if he's 8-1 or so. And of course, I think Forever Young is going to show up.
And thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the World Championship Saturday.
It was a pleasure.
I think we've found one. I think we're going to take a shot here.
Scott, thank you so much. 9-5 on the number 11.
I think we're going to
Rebels
take a
Romance.
shot
This
on the
horse is
10.
sensational in the paddock today. It's really a fun
Saying
horse to
on that.
watch. He's a globetrotter to say the least. Multiple Grade 1 winner in several different countries. He's clearly a guy who likes to travel, and he carries his condition beautifully for a horse who goes all over the world. He's handling his surroundings beautifully. He's carrying
Oh, we
his
have
weight
got
well,
6
and
is starting to get
obviously the class of the
interesting.
field. So 9-5 on him. I will take him on top, but I'm going to give you guys some prices to key in underneath to make some better value of that 9-5. Starting with the number 2, Emily Upjohn.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this 5-year-old mare is outstanding against this group. She stacks up with the boys in here. Almost looks like a colt. Carries a lot of flesh, but a beautiful and effective mover. And I like that Frankie Dettori gets back on board here today. She's a mare who kind of needs things her way. She doesn't like to be pressed. She likes to come from off the pace. And her last win actually came in the Grade 1 Coronation Cup with Frankie Dettori aboard at Epsom, and he's perfect for her. He knows how to time these races coming from off the pace, and physically she could not look any
And I'm
better
playing an
today. So
O'Brien
6-1
exacta.
is excellent value.
Luxembourg
I'm
and
also gonna
Wingspan.
throw in the number 3, Shahryar. This horse finished second behind Rebels
So
Romance
just in that.
in the Dubai Shima Classic out of Meydan 2 starts back, and this is another
That's
horse
it.
who's handling himself really well for someone who has traveled so much. He's holding beautiful weight and just a beautiful horse with a lot of substance and a lot of power behind him,
Oh,
guys.
fuck. Luxembourg. What are you doing? Why is betting it so much?
Sean Levy rides horse number 5,
Shouldn't be on
JRB,
it.
who's stepping up into a new trip. He showed he can be aggressive
Man.
in front. How are you going to let to ride
How
it?
much shorter do I have to
I
go?
want to go forward and see where I end up comfortably. It makes sense to use do the best you can from that draw. So yeah, if that happens to be quite close or mid-div, I'll be happy enough.
He's very relaxed and taking it all in. He seems to really become a man in recent weeks.
Mm.
Yeah, he's been very good since he got here. Took well to his pony, which is a benefit. If he's keeping a lid on things, because he can normally just get a little bit worked up, but he's keeping a lid on it. So,
Average.
so far so good.
I think you'll be happy with having that, so the best.
So much great information out there in the paddock, so let's talk about it all. Let's start with JRB, Rashid. This is a 3-year-old son of Zoffany, and Brian Meehan has won this race twice before with Red Rocks and with Dangerous Midge. Where would you stack this horse up in ability against those two at this stage of his career?
I'd say he's not quite as good as Red Rocks was. Red Rocks had achieved a little bit more coming into his Breeders' Cup too. Dangerous Midge sort of progressed really quickly, and I think he's more in keeping with the pattern that Dangerous Midge has had. He has progressed himself from his win at Royal Ascot, where arguably he's a little bit lucky that day. King's Gambit, who was behind him, didn't get the best of runs, but it was a very good performance. He finished second behind Economics. Economics, as we know, is one of the best 3-year-olds in Europe this year in middle distance races. And then he went to France and he won an arc weekend in the Prix Dollar. Mile and a quarter is top trip so far. He has to prove he definitely stays a mile and a half. When I spoke to Brian Meehan earlier in the week and I asked him the exact same question that you asked me, he said it's a tough question to answer. He thinks in time he might be better than them all.
Well, it's high praise that we just saw in that quote. He thinks this could be the best horse he's ever trained. Is he prone to hyperbole or prone to those sort of superlatives, or do we really take this very seriously, that kind of praise at this stage?
Well, I think you take it seriously. You look at Brian Meehan's record, he hasn't brought a well.
All right. I was going to take 5 minutes.
The Breeders' Cup. So he's selective, and he doesn't genuinely get too carried away with his horses until they really establish themselves. And he's had lots of good horses. But this horse has got a very good attitude. I do have a slight question mark about the trip. I think they think in time a mile and a half will be a trip for him. You see Al Mackham is running him down at the end of the race. The horse who's back in 4th in the blue colours is Anmart. Anmart ends up winning the Champion Stakes. So the form's pretty good, but there are questions to answer for him today.
Gabby, I want to ask you about Emily Upjohn. She's another one that hasn't quite been able to, step up and trip like this. Do you see any concerns for her from what you're seeing in her physical today as we go the mile and a half?
No, absolutely not, because I think John Gosden, he had a decision to run her in the Filly Mare Turf or this race going a mile and a half, and he said she needs every bit of a mile and a half. So I think this is the perfect distance for her. And I love that Frankie Dettori gets back on her today, because they just had such chemistry when he was aboard her in the past. And then you also have to take into consideration the experience that Frankie has had in the States this year. And I think that takes it to the next level. Trainer John Gosden saying this about his charge. She's a better filly on fast ground, and she hasn't had it this year, especially in the case in the Vermeulen last time out at Longchamp. That was a very heavy ground. So I just think it's kind of a perfect storm for her today. The distance, the surface, and Frankie coming back aboard.
Tricia listened to Nick Luck's podcast just about the decision to bring Frankie back aboard. And at first, I think when you have a stable jockey, it might be a bit of a disappointment not to make the trip out for a horse like this. But the way that he framed it, I thought just made so much sense. One horse coming over, the established relationship, and putting them back together.
And Frankie's here. He hasn't had to bring Frankie. Frankie's already here, and he's riding really well. And he is on a filly who's won 5 times in her career, and 4 of those victories have come under Frankie Dettori. So it made perfect sense. No disrespect to Kieran Schumacher, who is the stable jockey for John and Thady Gosden. All the things that Gabby said, I totally agree with. They're all the factors that make her a massive player today.
How do you think she'll take the Del Mar?
I think this
She's quite
test,
big.
she is quite big, but she's quite nimble. She's acted around Epsom, which is as tough a track as there is in Europe, and she nearly won the Oaks. She actually had a bit of bad luck coming out the gates. If it was for a little bit of better fortune, she might have been a classic winner.
Gabby Cabo Spirit on screen, the 8th there. We saw that DRF, a formulator fact with regard to him. Look, we know what he's doing. We know what the game plan is. Is there an opportunity for him to steal this race on the front end?
Hey, there's a chance. So if you're in the race, there's certainly a chance. He is fast. When you look at some of the other Europeans and their form, horses like JRB, they have some speed. I don't know if they have as much as speed as a horse like Cabo Spirit, but as much as I like this horse, I do think the form is a couple notches below than what he needs in order to win this.
The barn is going well. As you can see, George Papapatermo looking to extend a pretty big win streak that he is involved in right now. And we mentioned the style of Cabo Spirit. We can show you the stretch in the John Henry Turf Cup. This was on California Crown Day. He got out there on the front end, set all those early fractions. This was the farthest he had gone. Distance-wise, I think people underestimated him on that occasion. Nobody's going to be underestimating him on the front end today.
No, and I think he will be a key player in the determining whether or not a horse like Luxembourg is going to be able to show his absolute best today. Because, of course, if Cabo Spirit gets out on the lead, which is his style, and I don't think he can do it any other way, it could interrupt the plans or the thinking behind Luxembourg being on the lead and being ridden aggressively.
And to be fair, you hit the nail on the head, Christina. This is a horse who's been campaigned at shorter distances his entire career. He finally stretched out to 1.25 miles last time out, and his natural speed came a little bit easier to him. So he's got that stayers type of speed, but he is going to have to improve in order to pull this off.
Yeah, a day like today and in a weekend like this, and there's so many horses from all over the world, just champion runners. They bring this incredible form, and this is one of the pillars of the Breeders' Cup, is to bring these types of horses together. But Rebel's Romance, just walking behind us a little while ago, it's not just his stature, it's the look in his eye. He's a warrior, this horse. I mean, he feels like he owns a day like today, and he's done so all over the globe. Our post grade begins with the one Rauschen Park.
Rauschen Park, one of the Japanese contenders in this race. He's got form in sort of lesser graded races in Japan, and I think he'll have to improve.
Emily Upjohn comes here, and Frankie Dettori back aboard. He's been aboard for 4 of those 5 victories for this wonderful mare.
Chariot ran well in last year's Breeders' Cup Turf behind Auguste Rodin. Actually ran well behind Rebel's Romance in the Dubai Shiba Classic earlier in the season. He's definitely a player.
Aidan O'Brien has had a very strong record here in this race. Luxembourg, he does send out with Ryan Moore aboard as well.
Next we'll see JRB for Brian Meehan. He, like Luxembourg, can go forward, JRB, and he has done. He did so. He was ridden prominently when he won at Royal Ascot in the summer. He won well last time out in France at the ARC meeting, and prior to that, he was a good second to Economics. He's stepping up a trip today, but his trainer is very confident that it will suit him.
Farbridge the 6 is probably America's best chance at winning this race. He comes into the race with back-to-back Grade 1 wins, one over softer ground in the Turf Classic last time out, and then over firmer ground in the Sword Dancer 2 starts back. He's a horse that's really thriving.
It's a wide open race. I like the 11 coming into this, all the preview form coming up to this. I think it was like 7-8 to 1 in the lead up. 8 to 5 now. This is why, playing the futures has some value.
great deal of improvement to upset the top.
It's hard to get on to a lot of stuff these days.
That's
So
right, and she did lose against Farbridge in the Sword Dancer at Saratoga. The 8 Cabo Spirit, 30-1, able Cedillo aboard for George Papapadromo. Now, this horse has been campaigned at shorter distances on the turf, but really came to life last time out at 1.25 miles.
El Encinal won a Group 1 in Argentina over 1.5 miles at the back end of last year, but his 2 runs in the US have been a little bit of a struggle.
Wingspan nearly won a Group 1 event last time out. She's a 3-year-old filly going against this competition today, so she gets in with that lightweight of 119 pounds.
Rebels Romance, winner of this race in 2022. As you heard from Christina, real warrior. This year he's won in Dubai, in Hong Kong, in Germany, and he ran well in defeat in the King George at Ascot.
Well, if you want to look at a horse who loves the Del Mar turf course, look no farther than Gold Phoenix. 4 for 6 here. It did win the Del Mar Handicap back over the summer.
There goes Harvard behind Carbo Spirit in that monocorner race at Santa Anita. This is a much tougher test and a different trip.
That's your field for the $5 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. 7 minutes until post time. Let's head to our FanDuel TV studios in Los Angeles.
Christina, thank you. What an edition of the turf we have coming up as we're at the FanDuel Racing app here in Los Angeles. I'm going to go for an exacta box. We have it keyed here, and I've been really impressed with what we've seen for the 1, Rausha Park in the morning. We're going to get one of the top riders in the world, Christophe Lemieux, looking good in the morning, and the ground-saving inside post. Also going to add the 3. This horse got a horrible trip last year in the Breeders' Cup Turf and finished 3rd. I think they're going to ride the 3 more forward today with DeMuro aboard. So 1 and 3, and I also got to have the World Crusader in Rebels Romance, the ever-consistent horse there for Appleby, Buick, and Godolphin. So I'm going to go for an exacta box here for $2. 1, 3, and 11 boxed up. So coming up next, guys, Dave.
I wouldn't put you off the 1 at that price for Russian Park, but
Christina, best luck to you, Gabby, Rishi, and the whole team the rest of the way.
Caleb, you may not be on the air, but we know you're not going anywhere. Sitting there in the studio to enjoy the rest of the races, as all of us are, and hopefully making some money. Special thanks to our friends at Longines, not just for their support, of course, this year, but a long-standing relationship with thoroughbred racing, with equestrian sports, just in general, big supporters of our equine athletes, and we appreciate them today and always. 6 minutes until the Breeders' Cup Turf. Let's go to Scott.
Christophe Lamont's got Farbridge, the number 6 runner in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Christophe, what has led to these recent top-level performances for this runner?
Oh, we've always thought he was a top-class horse. It just took him a while sometimes.
Oh, God.
But he's doing great.
Yep, that's what I wanted. I wanted money on the Rebel. Come again.
Would be the one to beat, I guess, on paper, but we try our best.
What are the expectations as far as the way the race will shape up for him and Joel?
Yeah, keep going.
Joel, I think it's probably better forward.
Right.
Joel is a top-class rider. We're going to let him decide.
Got some Skinners in here. We got some Skinners.
He can be using the rail.
This JRB.
But I train and we'll let Joel ride.
Good luck, Christophe.
Thank you so much.
A top-class horse who continues to get better. I've always felt that the offspring of English Channel, they get better with age. This horse really is proof of that. Also, Clement, over the last 90 days in stakes races, 16 for 57, 28%. And that's all across the country, not just in New York.
He's had an unbelievable summer at Saratoga, and that has spilled onto, obviously, other jurisdictions in the fall as well. And with Farbridge, what I like about his form, he's
got some money on
because
Farbridge.
last time out, it was softer ground,
The
as we saw from that
805.
replay. Very fast pace, and he found himself so far off of the pace. And you could look at that and say, okay, yeah, the pace fell apart. He got a perfect setup. But what about his race 2 back when he wired the field? He's just very versatile.
I kind of went along with the latter for the run last time out. I thought maybe he benefited from Warlike Goddess chasing Silver Knot. That brought Silver Knot into it and thought, well, where does Silver Knot rate in comparison to Rebels Romance? They come from the same stable. He's miles behind.
Let's go back to Rebels Romance. He's still our favorite right now at 3-2. A little bit of info here from jockey William Buick. He's a warrior and has been unbelievable this year. Obviously, I would second that. You can see it every time he walks by. This horse just has a real presence about him.
Yeah, I remember when he actually unseated when he came over to the States back in 2023. And actually, he seemed to lose his confidence or lose his form a little bit. He had to go to Kempton in a pretty weak race to get a win back, and then it's been a gradual progression again. But this year, he seems to be back to his old self. And like I say, his one defeat actually was really good as well. That run in the King George, it involved some pretty smart mile-and-a-half horses, and that's strong form in itself.
Quick look at our X poll. It looks like everybody in agreement. Rebels Romance is the horse to beat. Some attention for Emily Upjohn, Farbridge, and JRB as well. Grab your phone, scan the QR code. If you'd like to get involved, this does begin the Pick Six. Quick reminder that with regard to the multi-race wagers, if you'd like to play the Pick Six, it starts right here in race number 7 and all Breeders' Cup Pick Six.
Big race next race. The classic. The classic. That's what we're all here for. And I've got some big prices. Let's see what the tote comes up with. This one, again, going Aidan O'Brien Exacta. And Wingspan. The 10. 20 to 1 currently on the tote. So
Pretty certain he did something similar in Dubai. He went down on his own to post for the Shima Classic earlier in the year. And again, you talk about horses with established.
The trip that he got in the Del Mar Handicap
I'm back.
this year.
Laptop
but it was a
unplugged.
six-horse field. He's got this
Died on
outside
me.
draw. This will be
Back
tricky
just in time for the
Kyle Frey
turf.
to figure out on him today.
We're sitting 21 on the 10 again.
We've seen him do it time and
Said
time again here at Del Mar, most notably with
Aidan
Mixed
O'Brien
Stone.
Exacta. He's won this race 7 times. The reason he doesn't win it an 8th.
25 to 1.
We've got going over
Phoenix
here.
Little Red Feather, still one of the iconic, I think, cheering celebrations in Breeders' Cup history was Little Red Feather with Singletary in the mile 20 years ago at Lone Star Park. mean, that veranda might come down if they win it.
I believe that. I certainly believe that.
There's earthquakes in California, and then there's Little Red Feather jumping up and down on the balcony.
And I can understand that because look at what this horse has been able to do for them. He's earned
No Rebels
$1.5
Romance, no
million.
Lux, no Sharari, and we laid Farbridge late. Take the 1, take the 10, take the 13, take the 12,
In agreement with Emily Upjohn, it is post time.
and then get ready for the Classic. And as I said, we've got some big prices for the Classic that I'm going to be jumping into. So, all right, so we're getting in.
Valenciano, long shot of the field going in. Here's the mare Emily Upjohn taking her spot in line. Shariar,
Classic
from Japan, going in. Next one to step up is JRB. We'll follow Luxembourg, who's now coming forward.
What matchups do we have here? We need Upjohn against Romance.
Here's JRB.
El Encino versus There Goes Harvard.
Coming up to line. 2022
Jarby
winner
versus
Rebels Romance will be
Farbridge.
next.
So, see.
Here is Wingspan filling. Now Rebels Romance. Gold Phoenix coming up. Gold Phoenix taking his spot on the starting gate, and there goes Harvard, will be next to him. Going in. They're all in line.
Here we go. They're off.
In the Breeders' Cup turf.
12 furlongs, so sit back, take a nap, and wait. Go into the shadow. Oh, and we're back again.
Third, Wingspan, the filly fourth. Then Rebels Romance on the outside. There goes Harvard is next. And behind them, Grand Sonata,
Emily Upjohn right at the back. Rosham Park.
JRB is 8 lengths off the lead, moving for the first turn. Then Rosham Park and Emily
We
Upjohn.
got Farbridge sitting second.
On this first turn with Cabo Spirit leading the way through a 24.33 quarter. Rebels Romance making an early bid now. Rebels Romance right up alongside.
I remember this one.
Quickly once again into the stretch first time
It was
around.
controversy when he won the turf for Del Mar.
Farbridge is under a hard hold down on the inside. Then Wingspan, and there goes
Farbridge right
Harvard.
there.
Luxembourg is riding the rail, 4 lengths from the front.
Cabo
Gold Phoenix
Spirit.
is next.
100 to 1 shot. Sitting at the pace. Tell you what, I like where Wingspan is. Luxembourg's right there too.
Emily Upjohn is second last. Rosham Park is the trailer. Cabo Spirit on top.
Emily Upjohn then there.
Breeders' Cup
Around the
winner.
far
Rebels
turn
Romance
again.
is a length and a half behind. Farbridge
Back straight.
continues to be right in behind them. While covered up at the rail. There goes Harvard is next. And moving on the outside.
There goes Harvard moving up.
Luxembourg,
Wingspan's right there. Wingspan is sitting right where it needs to be.
JRB inside of Grand Sonata, then LNCL.
Luxembourg.
Second last ahead of Rosham Park.
Shahara is coming up, making a move.
13.82 seconds. Cabo Spirit is the leader
Yeah,
of
the
the
three's sitting up there again. Wingspan's starting to look for a gap.
There goes Harvard is fourth. Right in behind them,
I'm happy with Wingspan.
Luxembourg now coming
Ooh.
under a ride while riding the rail.
No, he's going backwards.
Rebels Romance moving now. Rebels Romance
Coming
takes
around the
lead.
outside.
Cabo Spirit
Is that Emily up?
to the top
No.
of the stretch. There goes Harvard is next. Farbridge trapped in behind horses, no place to go. Then Gold Phoenix and Wingspan, and on the far outside, Rosham Park
Wingspan.
from behind, but Rebels Romance is
Rebels Romance. Here comes Rosham Park. Come on, Rosham Park. Come on, Rosham Park. Come on, Parky, Parky, Parky. Come on, come on. Oh, baby, baby. Ah.
Wingspan and Gold Phoenix.
If ever a horse really embodied what the Breeders' Cup is about, the globe-trotting Rebels
So good.
Romance, an early move on the turn, and he holds on with William Buick.
what a brilliant and honest horse he is.
Great ride. Great. I mean,
Not for the first time riding Rebels Romance where there's no pace to go early. I think the horse probably wanted to do a little bit too much, but he was able to let him drop his head.
did everything needed to do.
Turning for the straight, this initial response is so generous. He was running out of puff late on. The line came just in time. What a run from Rushan Park.
Yeah, but considering the early move that he made and that he was a little keen going into the first turn and then having to make this first move into the pace where you can see where the pace setter finishes last, this was a massive effort for this
1,
horse.
3, 12,
Rausha
10.
Park coming flying for Japan. He ends up second today, followed by the 3 Shahryar, another of the Japanese runners to round out your trifecta. We'll take a look overhead from the drone. So at this point, your eventual winner is second up on the lead there, just to the outside. But your second place finisher, Rausha Park and Christophe Lemaire, with a line of horses in front of him to go past.
Just as inside, his compatriot Shahryar, who once again hasn't had the best
Shahryar
luck in
ran
the Breeders'
third
Cup
again.
Turf, and he's had to wait and switch out around Rushan Park, and other horses coming back on him. Rushan Park has run a mighty race and will probably have won with another stride.
Absolutely. Look at the ground that this horse is making up, and there's no other horse in here that's making up this type of ground. And on top of that, he was quite wide coming around that final bend. So losing that ground and still managing to almost catch Rebels Romance on the line, certainly an amazing runner-up performance at 22-1. Tough luck for Emily Upjohn. I was kind of eyeing her throughout. She had one of the worst trips I've ever seen.
Brutal.
Oh my goodness.
She missed the kick. That was her doing. Frankie Dettori wasn't able to do anything other than take a position at the back of the field. But when he tried to make some ground coming to the far turn, there was never any room for him.
It was a 1.5 mile journey, but I feel like for William Buick, there were so many individual moves that went on during this race. And part of it, to Gabby's point, was Rebels Romance being a little keen. But he also knows you're over a tight course like Del Mar, so I'm not going to fight him too much in the early stages and strangle him back, giving him too much to do late.
Well, you guys saw him up close. You've done that before. He's a big, long striding horse. You can't leave him with too much sprinting to do. It's better to get him out of the clear, let him roll, let him use that long stride. Like I say, in Hong Kong, I think there was a little bit of a messy early pace, and he took a prominent position. And similar to this win, he held on, having gone to the front quite soon. But he had a little bit more on that day than he did here before the line.
I can't say it enough. I mean, I picked against him today. I picked JRB,
Good.
but as
Gold
soon as he
Phoenix
walked
is a
by
good
us,
one
I
against-
regretted it.
Oh.
I looked at him, and you just knew this horse had his game face on today, and he was on the engine from the get-go. William Buick, a world-class rider, and again, with the son of Dubawi. I mean, just this sire line, they are tough as nails.
All right, that was the turf.
Competitors, they give you
Best
their
horse
all
won.
every time, all
The
hard
favourite, as I
Dubawi.
said.
A lot of the Dubawis get better as they get
And a
older.
half.
We're talking about
Looking at it at 8 last week, or the week before.
similar sort of progress.
Missed the price,
They get
so
better as they get older. Rebels Romance, I go
time
back
for
to
the
start of
classic.
2022. When he was in
Time
Dubai, he ran
for
twice on
the
the dirt.
classic.
Charlie Appleby had thought of him as being a potential dirt horse for the future, but things didn't pan out. And then he went to Europe, went on the turf, just got better and better.
That race without much pain. I was pleased with him. One thing he just said, William, I said, around walking in a habit.
Charlie Appleby.
Well, I don't need to tell Bernard about this horse. He knows him inside out. I mean, he's been part of the furniture. So, yeah,
All right.
around the race there, I was pleased with where he
So
was in his
we are against City of Troy. Letting you know now, saying it from here, I will be cheering against City of Troy. I will be cheering against Forever Young, having just looked at it now. And I'll be really really be cheering against, what the hell? What the hell is going on here? How is Forever Young gotten to a favourite in the matchup against City of Troy? What am I missing here? Why are we getting so much money here?
For the mileage he's done and for the competition to be campaigning at that level for the time he has, it's a lot of guts. The horse will soften the heart. Well done, Kelly. Great thank you. Amen.
Right, thank you, Nick. So, also got a report, there's an incident on the track. It is with the 5 in this one. JRB, after the race, did finish the race. That horse is now currently down on the track. You saw it, Donna, during the interview with winning jockey, the outrider left. So here's the scene here. My ambulance, veterinarians, on the scene immediately when they saw something was wrong. Let's get it down now, Kenny, for a little more on what's happening on the church.
All right.
All right, thank you. Yes, as you said, the JRB collapsed on the track just after the race. Dr. Al Ruggles, the on-call veterinarian here with me. Dr. Ruggles, what do we know right now?
Yeah, Ken have been in touch with the attending veterinarians on the ambulance, which they're rolling out to attend to JRB. JRB collapsed on the racetrack while it was being pulled up. Hard to know right now what that means. It can be a serious problem. Some horses can get exhausted, be less serious. So we don't have all the information yet, of course, but that's what's happening at this moment.
Obviously, at this time of age, everybody wants everything now. So, I mean, is there a period of time that you think maybe something will be known?
Yeah, I think within the next, 10, 15 minutes, we'll have something more specific. And then, as far as long-term, you have to see what the testing would do. But at this point, we need to just assess the horse.
I said, I want to point out as well, for people that are not familiar with horse racing or, following casually, dozens of veterinarians are here all week checking all these horses as they come out on the track on a daily basis.
Oh, absolutely, yes. They're very highly scrutinized, and these type of events are hard to predict, and obviously we hope the best and get the information as soon as we can.
Dr. Ruggles,
Relay fierceness. I mean, it's our top pick.
Conclusions, you don't want to speculate, certainly hope for the best for the live this one, JRC. Of course, we keep you updated on the latest as that story develops. All right, we got to take a quick step aside here. Turf is in the books. Favorite has one. We're back.
I mean, why does the money come in so hard for Evian against?
The gates are pumping.
The market's closed.
Teachers don't sleep in the after hours, bro.
Is mommy a finance bro?
She switched careers to make money for your wedding.
Ooh, penny stocks are blowing up, sweet. Hold on. Let me ask you, for your wedding, do you want a gazebo in a river?
What's a gazebo?
Something that your mother always wanted and never got.
Or we could give these different investment options a shot.
The right money moves aren't as aggressive as you think.
Keeping the best.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Relays with prime potential.
I don't get this.
Your next moment in horse race is already here at the World's Marketplace. Keep the November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday.
Highland Falls mixed up.
Hi, I'm Greg. I live in Bloomington, Illinois. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. Some people say, why should I take Privilege? I don't have a problem with my memory. Memory loss is not something that occurs overnight. I started noticing subtle lapses in memory. I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me.
All right, let's get back to this. So, Fierceness 3-1.
Give it a try.
City of Troy, kind of around the same. He's blown out at Betfair. Saying 3-1. Forever Young is the 3-1 favorite at the track. Interesting. Highland Falls 20s. 9-2 City of Troy. Huh. I guess that's why it's pushing out. Mixto. Pyrenees, Fierceness is 4s. Trice. Sierra Leone.
It's another Longy Breeders' Cup turf, and it's another one.
I'm going to keep Sierra.
This time we're reviewing
Keep Sierra. Arthur's Ride.
Garcia, the brand president of the United States and the Caribbean, the long-time sponsors and supporters, not just of this event, but of horse racing. Longy, Hugh Emerson, managing director of Godolphin here to
Wow.
pick up the award.
This is interesting.
Amazing race, congratulations. Really so fun.
Really interesting, the odds on this one.
Rebels Romance, Charlie Appleby. Nearly had a tear in his eye there, Hugh, and I imagine that would apply to many people back at the base.
Absolutely. We've got huge faith in him. He's one of the Godolphin greats actually now, won on numerous continents, ultra reliable, and yes, it was a little close at the end, but it was a fabulous result. Huge congratulations to Charlie, the whole team, and the boss.
And of course to rider William Buick, and he owed one to Will too, this was.
Yes, Will rode brilliantly. Well done.
All right.
Thank you, Rebels Romance. And back to you, Ahmed.
Rebels Romance has done this before, now has 10 wins in 12 career starts on the turf at that 1.5-mile distance. This, though, the first time at Del Mar. Just looked like he was at any other track that he had dominated in the past. So here's your complete order of finish. Guys, anything jump out to you outside of Rebels Romance back there in the winner's circle once again?
Not really. It was a very formidable race. Crucial Park. The Japanese finally come through, at least with some good efforts, finishing second and third. Crucial Park, 22-1.
He was just a bit of a pace. Had it been a little quicker, he would have had a little bit of a chance. But time for a cheers to the breeder. Thanks to 3 chimneys. Godolphin has done it again. They have another Breeders' Cup champion.
They had one yesterday as well. Sheikh Mohammed with Darley in his own name. Godolphin now has 27 Breeders' Cup wins. That's number 1 among all over.
I was going to tip the 14, but 10-1.
Has an update on JRP.
I don't think so.
All right, thank you very much. With me again,
It's
Dr.
30s on Betfair.
Update.
Anyone that has access to that.
We put into effect.
Yes, the horse was unconscious at the time of being put onto the panel with what we call a slider. Unfortunately, the horse has died, and so we offer condolences, obviously, to all the connections and everyone. It's suspected to be a cardiac event. They are unusual, but they can occur. There's been some famous horses in the past. Swell, for instance, had a similar thing after a workout with Palomine. If in fact that's it, unfortunately, post-mortem exams won't help answer that question generally, and they're really nearly impossible to predict. And a horse that's training well, we don't know.
Thank you so much for your time. This is not the easy one to ever report.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ruggles. Ahmed, as we all know, they covered this sport for many years. This is always the toughest thing to have to do for all the joy that the horses bring us. Back to you, Ahmed.
Well, yeah, that's true, Kenny. It is obviously the worst case scenario when you hold these horse racing events. And as much as safety has been in the spotlight the past number of years, with 20 or more veterinarians here for this event, all of these runners were examined a minimum of 3 times, in addition to an exam on race day in the morning for looking for structural issues with the muscles, the bones, the gait. But when it is a cardiac incident, that is even more difficult to pre-detect, and the worst has happened here, guys.
Yeah, the trainers, would, as most people would assume they're in great physical shape because of their performances, but it happens in a lot of sports. We've seen it happen in football, we've seen it happen in basketball, in all ages. So, like I said, it's hard to detect.
The death rate of horses from catastrophic physical injuries has just plummeted over the last couple of years. But like you say, the cardiac side of it, it's almost impossible to detect or prevent.
The bar to certify the horse is fit to race, that has been raised over the past few years to try to avoid incidents such as this. But not all.
I'm confused about this race.
All those involved with JRP, big break coming back after this.
I am confused because I thought there was going to be some great prices on a couple of these runners.
She doesn't have to go.
Hill Post time. We welcome Simon Bray back on to the Players Show set here. And Simon, one of the most internationally dynamic Breeders' Cup Classics we've ever seen.
No question about it. I mean, the international
Earlier than normal. Usually this is like the classic, one of the tail end races of the day, but this is 5-2 is insane.
And according to many people in Europe, the best that Europe has ever bought for the Classic. Consider the place with Declaration of War and Giants Causeway. That's some big words.
Yeah, exactly. Aidan O'Brien has never won the Breeders' Cup Classic, but did come very
taking
close
on for
to
everyone.
Giants Causeway.
Like,
Sent out
there's-
Mendelssohn in this race as well,
but,
but this
um,
could be one of
as
their
I
best
said,
chances
I'm
in the city
confused
of
on this
Troy. And Christina, I feel like there's a polarization of opinions when it comes to City of Troy. People either think he can definitely do it off of his class, and some people think that he definitely cannot do it. take his turf form here on the dirt.
There's a saying in Europe and Australia. Are you familiar with Marmite? It's a spread that
Yes.
goes. Yeah. So City of Troy is Marmite. You either love him or you hate him. I don't like Marmite.
I'm not either. City of Troy, 4-1 on the board
19
right now.
minutes
He
to
was
go.
your morning line favorite
Just,
at 5-2. We'll monitor the way that the wagering fluctuates with 19 minutes
Just
until
get away
post
at
time.
all.
Let's go to Scott Hazelton.
I am confused.
The time
about
is now
this.
for City of Troy, the son of Justify for the Coolmore Connections and Aidan O'Brien. And coming into this race, Aidan, preparing him
I
for this third
am
opportunity.
confused about this
What has been
race.
your approach from your past experiences bringing horses over
I
to
mean,
the
there's a
Classic?
couple that maybe we end up on.
We can do. Obviously, it's a different continent, different style of race, different surface. Everything is different, different style, different pace of race, and whatever. So we think he's a very good horse. We think he's the best horse we've had, and we just hope that he will be able to adapt. Obviously, I think to beat the American horses at their game, we'll have to be a lot better. So whether that is or not, I don't know. Whether he'll adapt in time, I don't know. Whether he'll break, we don't know. Ryan will decide when the gates open whether he's going to be very handy second, third, fourth, or fifth. He'll have to play it by ear, and then we'll have to find out will he handle the kickback or not. And all those things we couldn't really do, because I think they either handle kickback or they don't. He will do his best to be out of it, I'd imagine. We think, obviously he gets the trip very well, and he's a big high cruiser. But obviously there's a lot of unknowns, and it will be exciting and interesting.
How much have you and the lads at Coolmore coveted a win in the Breeders' Cup Classic?
Actually, we've been trying to win it for 25 years, so I can tell you, we've always tried to run our best horses in it, but we've never won it.
Aidan O'Brien been trying to win the Classic for 25 years.
Experience, and,
How much would he cover that thing? I think a lot.
Lads, I think it's very sporting.
Someone that's probably won
pretty
pretty much everything.
They have been always doing that recently, is expose the horses and see how far they can push them. So he's very well, and obviously by Justified makes it exciting that there's definitely an option that he could handle both. And I think he will, but whether he knows enough in time to do it or not, whether he can cope with the quick change. So hopefully.
I mean,
Thanks very much.
Sierra Leone looks decent.
Delighted to have Chad Brown alongside me, looking for his first Breeders' Cup Classic success. Chad, you've got Sierra Leone. Now, what do you believe he's going to be showing today? Do you feel that he's able to show?
I thought the
his
14
best?
would be
If he does,
bigger.
is that good
I'm
enough to
really
win the Classic?
disappointed.
Yeah, well, he's training like he is, and I believe that would be good enough. But he's a good pace in front of him. And sources
25
are
to
a
1
little
on
bit
Betfair.
unlucky. Sometimes he creates his own bad luck.
He's 11
in
on the
races, but He's a
top.
very consistent horse. He's training now. As good now as
You have
as all
access to
year.
Betfair.
And I'm really relying on his
Take the
consistency, his raw
25s.
ability if it sets up for him pace-wise.
Talking about the pace.
I don't know what to tell you on
Obviously,
this
he's been
one.
behind in a few of the
This
races,
is,
closes late. We've talked about the configuration of this track quite a lot. How far behind would you be comfortable being coming to the home straight?
It all depends on the pace. If the pace is very, very solid, I wouldn't want to see him, more than 10 lengths behind. So, I have a great jockey on the horse Flavie. He's gotten to know the horse in his last 3 starts, and hopefully the pace percolates. And I do like the outside post for him. I'd like him to pick his own spot in the first turn rather than be shuffled or closed off in that first turn. So it's a very, very good race. Deep international field. It's an exciting race, but I do believe we have a chance.
Thanks so much for your time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
A lot of information from the paddock. Let's stick with the conversation about
Senor
Sierra
Buscador.
Leone. Gabby, he's a horse that does need some pace to run at, but it seemingly looks like he will get that on paper with this classic.
Certainly, there's a lot of pace.
So they've been talking about how this home stretch is short and it favors the speed, but we've had horses coming off, coming out of the clouds. So it's been completely against the expectations of that.
With him. Today, you're getting 6 to 1, maybe even higher than that. And I think he's probably more mentally mature today
Senor
than
Buscador.
he has been all season. He certainly seems like he's headed in the right direction, and he seems to be much straighter even in his
7.
training in the morning.
I mean, you could argue that he's the most consistent 3-year-old at the crop, right? I mean, from race to race basis. I mean, he hasn't thrown in a real clunker. I mean, his races are always there or thereabouts.
First, second, or third in all
5,
of
6,
his
7.
games. Career stars Flavien Prat aboard Sierra Leone today, and you are getting 6 to 1 in the wagering right now.
Look at the
Paddock is full. Let's head in to Andy Biancone for Paddock Picks.
Christina, a sensational phenomenal group of horses in front of us, to say the very least, starting with the number 1, Forever Young. This horse is a deserving favorite. 7 lifetime starts, has never been off the board, including a second-place effort in this year's Kentucky Derby. But physically, he's a fantastic horse. I love that his connections gave him the summer off, and he comes in with a strong run under his belt. He looks fit, he looks ready, and what I love is just how much he's grown and matured. He's just a completely different animal right now in the fall than he was in the spring. Others to consider, the number 9, Fierceness. I have never been a Fierceness fan. Early on when he was on the Derby Trail in Florida, I just kind of thought he wasn't in his best form, but looking at him here today, wow, my jaw was on the floor. This horse is really coming into this group of horses in top condition. Form stands up, beating Torpedo Anna in the Travers, coming into this spot, and he certainly looks fit off the layoff. He also could get things his way from that outside post today. 4-1 on him. It's fantastic value, but I'm going to give you guys a long shot as well. The number 6, Derma Sotogake. Oh my goodness, this horse was fantastic. Blinkers go on for him today. He walked into the paddock very focused. He's kind of a horse who can throw some antics sometimes, but very mature and professional today. A second in the Breeders' Cup Classic last year at Santa Anita, and he's a horse, another horse who has developed remarkably from 3 to 4, guys.
Andy, thank you. You're getting 45-1 on Derma Sotogake right now, putting the blinkers on. He was second in this race last year. We have quite a few Japanese runners in the race. Gabby Ushba Tesoro, the 7, Derma Sotogake, the 6, Forever Young, the 1. Of those 3, are you in agreement with the betting public that Forever Young is their best chance?
100%. There's no doubt about it. But I do want to mention a point with the 6, Derma Sotogake, because I think people might think that he was coming in to last year's Classic maybe in a little bit better form when you look at kind of the races prior to. But he has had some serious excuses. He had shipping issues going to Saudi. Then in the Dubai World Cup, he was resaddled before the race. Nothing went right for him 2 starts back. Now the blinker's going on, trying to correct some of this behavior that we've seen kind of go off the rails in the afternoon.
I think I found the runner.
But on his best day, he can certainly be a factor at a huge price.
I think
Keeping
I
a
found
close
the
eye on
runner.
him there. He's minding his manners. The 6 is Derma Sotogake at that very big price. 12 minutes into the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. Back to Andy.
Yoshito Yahagi sends out the number 1, Forever Young. I haven't seen this horse myself since the Kentucky Derby, but he looks fantastic. How do you feel like he's developed coming into this spot?
ケンタッキーダービーなんか、見てなかったですけど、今日見た感じすごいいい状態だなと感じたんですけど、いかがでしょうか。ケンタッキーダービーの時より
Oh, God.
ずっといい状態だと思います。I feel he's really much improved condition better than compared to Kentucky Derby.
Last time you were here, you won the distaff with Marsh Lorraine. Do you feel nostalgic to be back?
前ディスタムマルシロレーン勝ってますけど、あれぐらい自信があるのかな。ディスタフもBM のメアターフも勝ってるんで負けたことがないんで。
What? Come off my next. Come on,
I won
Jesus.
Distaff also Philly and Mayor, so I never lost at the Delma, so yeah.
It's looking good so far. Thank you so
20
much.
to 1
and
at
best of
Betfair.
luck.
Go bet it over there. Why you? Come on.
Back to you guys.
Yoshito Yahagi, the master
Jesus.
of Del Mar from Japan, winning
Well,
2 Breeders' Cup races
I'm not gonna be.
here
I'm not gonna be on
in
next.
2021. Here's a look at the Kentucky Derby for Forever Young. He was 3rd, only beaten ahead. Sierra Leone leaning on him. You can see all that pushing back and forth between the 2 of them. White out on the track as they chase Mystic Dan down to the wire. Simon, there's a lot of people that believe he was the best horse that day.
I mean, if you just look at the trip, yeah, he came from far back. He was bumped 2 or 3 times down the stretch. You know, that's a whole nother discussion.
Tap it, Tracy, because you know what I'm.
Wanted to talk about, but the fact that he ran that well after undergoing those sorts of trouble, that trouble and the slow break, most horses in the Derby in that situation wouldn't perform. He performed and he came back with a great prep race.
That's the only blemish on his resume. He's 6 for 7 lifetime. The only defeat was by a head in the Kentucky Derby after shipping in from Japan to Saudi to Maidan to Louisville, Kentucky. 10 minutes until the Classic to our LA studios with Dave Weaver.
Thank you, Christina. And hopefully you've been taking advantage through your FanDuel Racing account of the WinBet insurance that we've had all day long. But this race is even better than that. We've got a $20
Forever
no
Young,
sweat
take it.
WinBet. If you opt in on your FanDuel
Forever Young
Racing
wins to
account,
beat me.
you bet $20
Straight up,
to win
fair,
on a
fair,
horse,
and
you'll
fair.
get your money back. Not if you finish second or third, but if you don't win it all, I am going to go to Forever Young. I'm not in love with the 3-1 price right now.
I'll tell you what I am
going
going
to
to
see
do.
him win the UAE Derby in Dubai.
Just out of
And, boy, was
speculation.
he ever impressive? And this is a horse from the rail.
Japanese
that can
box
show
exacta.
speed. He's not going to have to. He's shown that he can close from well off the pace. He did that in the Saudi Derby as well. So Forever Young is going to be my win bet. I was considering a bit of a price in here as we go down to the 12-horse Arthur's Ride. But he's one that I think has to have the lead, and I'm not certain from that post that he's going to be able to do it. So let's go back to Forever Young, and that is going to be a $20 no sweat win bet. Let's check in with Scott Hazelton.
There's no horse in the Breeders' Cup Classic that's had more of a dominating season than next, the number 14 runner for trainer Doug Cowens. But what have you done to prepare him for this step back in trip and the step up in competition?
Well, we haven't done much with the horse training-wise to make the step back. We're going to try to keep everything just as we always have, try to get the horse in his rhythm, and once he's in his rhythm, we might have to pick it up just a little bit earlier than we do, but hopefully he's good enough to do it.
How exciting is this opportunity for you and the Connections, and most importantly, next?
Well, this is a big excitement for the whole team, not just myself. These guys work hard every day, and they've taken great care of the horse, and he's ready to go.
Mixed Ohio 4s.
Same next since we last saw him in his races as far as the way that he's trained coming into this race?
Well, running in this race was a big decision for us. It got tossed back and forth a lot. The main reason we came is after he exited the Greenwood Cup, he couldn't be doing any better. So as he progressed forward in his training, we made a decision to come to the Classic.
Good luck, Doug.
Thank you.
Good luck to them with next. He's been so fun to watch this year. He's a perfect 4 for 4. 2023 was good to him as well. 3 for 4 back last year. In his last 7 victories, he has won by a combined 91 3/4 of a length. The 7-race win streak for next. He's the 14 horse up on the board right now. Simon at 11-1.
Yeah, I mean, look, he looked for every reason not to come here, and they just had to show up. I think the difference when you go from, to me in dirt racing in North America, the minute you go 1 inch over 1.25 miles, you get into that 1.5 mile territory, it just drops off. There's just, I mean, nobody wants to run a serious racehorse further than 1.25 miles on the dirt in the United States.
But the competition obviously it pales in comparison to what he's facing here today. But make no mistake, what he's been able to do in this season has been incredibly impressive. And I think it's really cool to see a horse like this take on foes in the Classic. I wish him all the best.
Next, he's flashy. Can't miss him. The son of Not This Time. There he is, just going behind our set right now. We mentioned with the placement of the Classic in the middle of the day, you do have the opportunity to begin a pick 5 right here. All Breeders' Cup pick 5, starting with the Classic. Simon, tell us how you're playing.
So what I did, some of my other wagers, I ended with Forever Young. Here I'm kind of hedging now, start a new one. I'm going to get some coverage in here. I'm going to use Forever Young. I'm not using City of Troy. I'm just going to throw out the favorite at now the second choice at a short price. I like the 9, 11, 12, 13 to the outside. I'll use the 9, Fierceness, obviously. Sierra Leone, Arthur's Right. Newgate. Newgate to me is the horse that can steal it on the front end. 4 deep there. In race number 10, we're going to go ahead and single. Sorry, Christina, close your ears. Straight No Chaser. I put all the pressure on you there. I liked him a lot.
I like the confidence.
Yes. I mean, going back to the Maryland Sprint last year. So that's what we're going to do.
Post parade begins with our current favorite 3-1 on Forever Young, Gabby.
Forever Young did run in the Kentucky Derby last time he was in the States and nearly won the race. It's his only blemish in his 7-race career. He is the current favorite at 3-1.
Highland Falls for Brad Cox, 4-length winner of the Jockey Club Gold Cup at the 1.25 mile distance on the main track. He gets a little tougher here today, though.
City of Troy is next. He's the 4-1 second choice, and he has done everything right in Europe. One of the best horses that we have seen run this season worldwide. Aidan O'Brien is looking for a win, his first win in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he might be able to get it done with this year's runner in City of Troy.
Mixed course and distance winner. Not many can say that. 1.25 miles winning the Pacific Classic last time out.
Senor Buscador, he's 50-1 in this event, but he has his fair share of accomplishments. He won the Saudi Cup, earlier this season back in February, and he's hoping to get back on track today in a big way in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Derma Satagaki is the 640 to 1. I mean, the longest shot of the 3 Japanese runners in here. He's got form to go back to, but it's been a while since he's been performing at this level.
Wishpa Tesoro, 22 to 1. He did run in the Breeders' Cup Classic at Santa Anita last year. He ran 5th out of 12 that season, and he does have a Group 1 victory late last year after that effort.
Pyrenees has been good. He put together a 4-race win streak. Then jumped into Grey 1 Company, couple of second-place finishes. He is sitting up on the board at 60 to 1.
Fierceness won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile last year. He was the 2-year-old champion, and he came back in a big way this season, winning the Jim Dandy and the Traverse. He's got a lot of speed, and he's reunited with jockey Johnny Velasquez.
Here's Tapit Trice, 3rd in the Belmont last year. He comes off a win in the Woodwood over Skippy Longstockings. He's got form with Highland Falls and Pyrenees. Get another price.
Sierra Leone has never finished out of the money in his 8-race career. He comes into the race with a 3rd-place finish in the Grade 1 Traverse and a near miss in the Kentucky Derby earlier this season.
Here's Arthur's Ride. I mean, he's won at the 1.25 distance against much softer competition. Again, he's another horse that's lightly raced. If he gets loose on the lead, he could be a threat.
Newgate. Interested to see what this horse does today. I know Arthur's Ride has a lot of speed, but so too does Newgate, and he gets the addition of blinkers on today for Hall of Famer Bob Baffert.
And then the 14 next to the outside here at 10 to 1. We just touched on his story. This will be one of the best stories of the weekend should he get the victory in this race.
He's an easy horse to root for. They all are, those in this Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. 3 minutes until post time. I want to circle back to the 13. Newgate is going to be my top selection in here for Bob Baffert and Frankie Dettori. They team up with this horse, and they're 31% all time together over the main track. Also, some interesting information from Hermana Labs, which I'll share with you in just a second. He earned his career best equibase speed figure
Newgate
last time
is
out.
now
Holds
40 to
again
1
his
on
fastest
Betfair.
late pace figure. He's going to put himself into the race because he's so
I mean,
tactical. We saw his
next
last
is
effort in the
20s.
California Crown. He was 3rd by
Like,
just
they're
ahead
both
that day. I
double
think
what's
that
on the
race
told.
And his training since then has really
I'm
signaled
taking
that
on
he's sitting
City
his
of
best
Troy. I'm
performance.
taking
This
on
is that
Forever
info from
Young.
Hermana Labs. And we know how
Taking them on.
seriously Bob Baffert trains his horses for fitness.
Come and beat
Of
me.
41 final 5 furlong works over Santa Anita with horses that he is training
Come and
for a
beat
1.25
me.
stakes race. That 58.4 you see from him on October 27th is the fastest since 2011.
Come and
The
beat
only
me.
other horses that Bob has trained that have trained faster in the mornings, Silver
Come
Charm and Real
beat
Quiet.
My goodness.
This horse could not be
Oh,
doing any
that's
better.
right.
I'm all in on
Newgate.
Newgate in this classic at 16 to 1. Definitely not counting out this team, and I think he makes so
One
much
and the
sense.
3.
He's
Come and
so
beat me.
Well, there's not, you know what he's
Come on,
going
Dee.
to do with that work and the blinkers going on. This is how Bob Baffert wins races. He did it in the Juvenile yesterday. He did it with Authentic in the Derby, and and just when you don't expect it, what price is he? 16 to 1. Bob Baffert in the
Bob
classic.
Baffert and Bill Mott were next to each other in the paddock having a conversation. Do you think they were saying who's going to outsprint each other to the lead today? Simon, do you think that this horse is fast enough than the 12 Arthur's Ride to make the lead?
I think Newgate's faster. I
You
think,
think?
knowing both gentlemen, I think the conversation went. I don't think Bill offered up anything. I think Bob
I don't
just
think
said, I'm
so.
going to the lead. Deal with that.
Let's come back to City of Troy at 4 to 1 right now. He's the second choice. Make that the third choice in the wagering. Look, he's the best horse in Europe. Jedmon International winner, a Coral Eclipse winner, Epsom Derby winner. And on top of that, Simon, he has tools to be effective in American racing, most notably his tactical speed. And I know they've left no stone unturned with his preparations, but at the end of the day, we don't know until they leave the gates in a
Nope.
minute, correct?
Surmise all you want, but that's the problem from the betting standpoint. The price is not. To think that City of Troy is 4 to 1 and Bob Baffert is 16 to 1 in the Breeders' Cup Classic, that is the rubber. He might win this race, don't get me wrong, but from a value standpoint, I think he's up against it. And you don't know with that kickback. We saw the Southern workout. He didn't get a whole lot of kickback in there. We saw what happened with East Avenue yesterday in the Juvenile horse that was on close to the lead. He got sucked back dirt for the first time, and it compromised his performance. So we'll see if he breaks good and gets a clean trip. maybe he's in with a big chance.
Gabby, we've gone this long without talking about Highland Falls. The last time we were here, Brad Cox was celebrating a win in the Breeders' Cup Classic at Del Mar. How about the opportunity for this 22-1 shot today?
He's getting better. I can't discount his form. He won the Jockey Club Gold Cup this summer at Saratoga, and I mean, it was one of his most impressive performances ever. I did think he was able to kind of create his own trip that day and sit a forward trip, but with the presence of Newgate and Arthur's Ride, I don't know how he can keep up with other horses that I think appear to be a little bit faster.
Can he sit back off the pace and still run an effective race?
I guess, but the time that he did that, he won a grade 3, and that was the Blaine Stakes. And, you know, again, that company really pales in comparison into what he's facing here today. This is a look at his win in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and it was impressive. I mean, there's no doubt about it, but it was an ideal trip and a really good ride by Flavien Prat.
It's Arthur's Ride backing up on the rail. There's Pyrenees finishing second. So all these three come back today, and the question is, do they keep that same form, or could there be a reversal?
Fierceness is now the favorite, the 9 horse. Looking at him here at 3-1, your winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile last year, and we just saw Torpedo Anna a couple races ago successful in the distaff. He's the only horse that has beaten her this year when she took on the boys in this race in the Travers that you're looking at. And it feels like, Simon, over the year and with racing, Todd Pletcher has really figured this horse out. He's been a testing trainee. He hasn't been easy, but I think Todd now has him really dialed in.
The decision after Jim Dandy was to sit out the Travers.
I think the Senor Bascador is 60 is a big price. I think Derma Sotogake is 50 is a big price.
As a fresh racehorse, it's the same move that American Pharoah made for the Travers to the Breeders' Cup Classic as a 3-year-old. I think the time off is fine.
Again, taking on the 1, taking on the 3.
In my mind for him as well, because this is a horse that I have never thought
Taking on the 1, taking on the
fight
3.
can come out on top. He's a horse that sometimes when he has to overcome adversity, he doesn't always fight to do that. But when he saw Torpedo Anna coming at him in the Travers, he actually dug back in really gamely. And that tells me that maybe there's another sign of mental maturity. And like you said, Christina, Todd really has him right where he wants him.
And real quick, I'll repeat this one more time, Christina. A lot of his defeats you can trace back to the start. Issues at the starting gate. The key for him is to break cleanly.
Gabby, does he get the trip he wants from post position 9, Fierceness?
It'll be interesting. I don't think he needs the lead. I don't think he gets the lead today either. I do think that they're faster early, but he can sit that trip. I actually like this post position for him because he'll be able to maybe sit right behind the speed and hopefully still be kind of out in the clear. Let horses like Newgate and Arthur's Ride go in front of him and then just angle out, hopefully, if he has it.
Many of our analysts in agreement on Forever Young from the Inside Post, Scott and Richie, to the 3 City of Troy for Coolmore and the Irish looking to win their first Breeders' Cup Classic. Just a quick word, Top It Trice, the 10, we haven't talked about him, 25-1, a horse that was a winner of the Woodward last time out over a muddy track. He's a little more one-paced, another horse from Todd Pletcher's barn. We've talked about next, Sierra Leone at an attractive price up there at 6-1.
Newgate 30, next 20.
He's sitting on a really nice thoroughgraph pattern and seems to be improving.
And the really cool thing about this, he's owned by Blue Heaven Farm, who also bred this
And then we've got 3 to go after this.
Jubilee, who stumbled and lost the rider.
Next race, we're taking on the favorites. We're taking on all the favorites in the next one.
And the fact that he can with Pyrenees.
All of them. And we've got 2 big outsiders.
The 2 Japanese
So
riders just hooking up with the assistant starters and circling
let's
around.
get through this one.
There's not much room back there behind the starting gate with a full field, so they're just getting hooked up with their assistant starters. And obviously, we've seen all week long a lot of these European horses go to the gate crews knows them, and what they'll do is they'll have notes on these horses and put them in the order that they want to put them in.
One of the most dynamic Breeders' Cup Classics we have ever seen. We have Forever Young from Japan, City of Troy for Coolmore, Fierceness, the current favorite at 3-1 for the U.S. and a host of challengers this year with $7 million on the line. Let's go to Larry Colmus for the call.
Senor Buscador has moved into the starting gate. Here comes Sierra Leone.
He's comfortable on the lead. He's run faster than any horse in
Arthur's Ride.
And I think that's where he went
All right, they're getting them in. Getting them in. This is it. This is the classic $7 million race.
One of the 3 Japanese runners steps forward.
See what happens.
My World Cup winner, Ushba Tesoro, into the gate. New gate is in.
There.
The last to load is next. They're all in line. We are ready for the start.
Again, I know I'm on a slight delay, but not as bad as that TV, and they're off and they're out.
The Breeders' Cup Classic, City of Troy, broke near the back of the pack. Arthur's Ride out for the lead. Fierceness is away well. Outside of them, it's Newgate.
3 out the back on the rail.
Right there to their inside. And inside of them, Mixto, Highland Falls, and Forever Young along the rail. So as they pass by the stands for the first time, it is Derma Sotagake, the leader, with Mixto running along in second. Forever Young is third, and will have the rail as they race into that turn.
Fierceness
Derma
is up on the
Sotagake
pace.
on top. Now Fierceness has moved up into contention now. He's second on the outside.
Arthur's Ride.
Then Forever Young, Mixto, and Arthur's Ride.
Newgate next to
22.43
mid-pack.
was a sharp opening quarter mile. Newgate is 5 lengths
Spread
off the lead.
well
Highland
out.
Falls.
10 and the
Separation to
7.
Pyrenees and next. Another gap. back to
3
Sierra
way
Leone,
back.
City of Troy near the back of the pack with Senor Buscador and then Tapatrais and Ushba Tesoro. Oh, the half was 44.96 seconds. So up the backstretch they go. Derma Sotagake in front with Fierceness a length behind. Then Forever Young and Arthur's Ride. Newgate is
Bourdain
fifth
is
outside
next.
of horses. Mixto being ridden to keep
Pace,
up,
so they're
to
gonna
Highland
come.
Falls. Then Sierra Leone, Pyrenees, and Senor Buscador.
Derma
City of
Sotagake
Troy
is
is
not
being
gonna hold on to
motivated
that
near the back
pace.
of the pack. He has not been involved so far.
Here's Newgate going.
Around the far turn, Fierceness. Fierceness has taken over the lead. Newgate on the attack. Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone.
On the far outside with a burst toward
Sierra
the front runners
Leone.
as they come to the top of
And
the
then the
stretch.
8 Pyrenees. Sierra Leone.
Has circled up on the outside.
Sierra Leone. I'll take this.
Fierceness battles on second. Newgate behind them. Forever Young on the far outside. Sierra Leone. Fierceness digs in.
I'll take
Newgate,
this.
Forever Young.
I'll take Sierra Leone's
close
fine.
to home. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
All right, we'll take
Fierceness was
that.
second. Forever Young was third. Newgate fourth. And then came Senor Buscador. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Can't argue with that one.
Flavian Pratt with an exclamation point on a 2024 that will go down in history. He takes the Breeders' Cup Classic on Sierra Leone. He'd always been right there, consistently second and third, and he takes home racing's biggest prize today.
Finally puts it all together. And we said he's one of the most consistent 3-year-olds of the year, and the fact they've been finishing second and third. And look how good the 3-year-old form turned out to be. Torpedo Anna are obviously early with her form lines through Fierceness. Fierceness second here, Sierra Leone winning this race. And what a thrilling finish it was.
This was an amazing ride by Flavian Pratt. This horse can fall back so far off the pace, and he has so much to do. This horse has had idiosyncrasies. He likes to lug in. All of these things have cost him races throughout the season. He did come from well back today, but Flavian asking him a little early, and he was in a perfect position by the time they rounded the bend. The fact that he made up this much ground on the backstretch by the time they got to the quarter pole, I mean, Flavian just asking him at the right time.
He entered the backside a length in front of City of Troy, who starts to pedal back. Now, Sierra Leone in partnership, actually Coolmore owns a piece of this horse as well, so they're winning despite losing, if that makes sense. But the table was set. He's drawn to the outside, and this is taking advantage of the backside. He's not losing ground because he's wide here. He's just picking up runners. 22-2, 44-4 for the opening half mile. And at this point, look how smoothly he's traveling.
This is it, though.
Right.
Because sometimes in the past, you want to tuck in, you want to hold him a little bit longer because you think that maybe he has just a short spurt.
No.
But Flavian just asked him to keep going. And despite being wide, he took the risk and thinking that that didn't matter, just kept him going, kept that fluidity in his stride. And that made the difference. But credit to Fierceness, who was part of that very fast pace.
Held on.
Held on, did well.
On the inside.
Fierceness and Sierra Leone, they've faced each other the last 3 starts. Fierceness has
Forever Young ended up doing all right.
And he finishes second today just by virtue of the race shape, I think.
Sierra Leone has such a long, sustained run. And I know that in the lead up to the Kentucky Derby, he was teamed up with Tyler Gaffleon quite a bit. But this reminds me of that Bluegrass, where he put him into contention much earlier, putting him into the race, rounding around the turn, and really getting that big engine rolling and just putting him out in the clear. He's very tenacious once you do that. And he didn't have the opportunity to lean on any other horses because he blew by them when the real running started.
He's a completely different.
All right, 3 to go.
I think it's a
The big,
testament to
big
what
$7
Chad
million
has done
race is
with
done.
him throughout the season. I know
Continuing
there was a
on.
little bit of controversy with him taking Tyler off and putting Flavian on, also changing some equipment on him, putting the blinkers on earlier in his career as well. But I think all of the
Becoming
little
hard for
things that
Cinderella
he's done
Dream
with this horse
in the
throughout
next
the
race.
season has helped him mature into the horse that he is today, and it's led to a Breeders' Cup Classic win.
We should touch on City of Troy. He never looked comfortable. He broke slow. You heard it in the call. He was climbing in the early stages. He took some dirt. He was so far back for a while, he wasn't even taking any dirt, but he was never traveling smoothly.
Said take him on.
the main
Did
track.
exactly what we
He's
needed to do.
Bottom line, he's
That was a
built
bookmaker's
to
race.
run on the dirt. They tried. I admire
That was a
it.
bookmaker's race where you lay the 1 too short, lay the 3 too short. Fierceness, you get a bit of money out of. Keep bunch of the field, and
all train good on it in the morning, but once it's
That's-
showtime and you have to come off the break.
That's a
Sierra
good one.
Leone and City of Troy were half a length apart down the backside. One ended up
All right.
winning one, and the other ended up winning the race.
His 3-year-old form is just incredible. Fierceness,
Great.
Sierra
Yeah.
Leone, forever young, running a heroic race. It was the older
So
horses
Peter Anno,
running from
Sierra
Oregon as
Leone,
well. Newgate
Fierceness.
pressing the pace. He ends up for Senor Buscador. Actually moved.
Really
18.
strong
That was Sierra
3-year-old
Leone,
this
but he
season.
was on the rail. He was along the inside. Sierra Leone to the outside. We'll pick up the replay as they go by the
All right,
stands. The
on to the
first
next
time,
one.
and you can see already City of Troy taking kickback.
As I said,
and we're
taking on the
Santino
favourites here. Cinderella's Dream will be a bad result.
He's holding him there, and hopefully to get.
Beautiful
Sometimes
love.
when you're about 3 or 4 feet behind the horse in front of you, that's when you get the maximum kickback. He's spinning him to the outside here, but
I don't want to lay that one.
look, I know horses come in all shapes and sizes, but for a dirt horse, he just doesn't look like he's built like a dirt horse. Look at him off the bridle, and that's Sierra Leone.
Laying Cinderella's
Just going
Dream.
by him, and he's not even in full gear right there.
And you
We
can kind
are
of see
laying
when we
Cinderella's
talk
Dream.
about him being off the bridle and
We-
kind of resenting that kickback. His head was kind of cocked to the side, and his head
Going
and
after
his ears
Warlike
pinned
Goddess.
back. So today was not the day
See what
for
the
City
odds
of
are.
Troy on the dirt, but it
The
finally
deer,
was
the
for
deer,
Sierra Leone.
the deer.
So
No.
many celebrations out there for
Yang
Sierra
Lang.
Leone. Simon Flavian Pratt took his tack back east a couple of years
We
ago,
are
looking for an Eclipse
taking
Award
on
after the
content.
summer that he had at Saratoga, record-setting stakes victories that he's picked up.
taking
Does
on-
this put the cherry on top for
Are
that
we?
case for him in 2024?
Mission accomplished. That's why he went back east to win an Eclipse Award and to team up with Chad Brown, more Grade 1 victories, Hall of Fame, etc., laying the foundation and getting a horse like this.
Just like his daddy, Gunrunner,
Well
Sierra
trained.
Leone, your Breeders' Cup Classic winner here in 2024.
Holy shit, this Cinderella's Dream's getting bet all the way down. Cinderella's Dream, let's look at these matchups. The fuck's a tote board? Something's up on this tote board of this thing.
Yeah, now entering the winner circle is the official winner of today's Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, number 11, Sierra Leone. A 3-year-old, the dark bay,
must be short on the tote.
Gunrunner from Heavenly Love by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Debbie M. Oxley. The winning owners are Peter
Come get it.
Mrs. John
Come get the
Mayer,
Cinderella's
Michael Taylor
Dream.
et al.
I
Winning
like
trainer is
Papa
Chad Brown,
Geese.
and Flavienne Pratt is the winning jockey.
Come get some content. So let's see what this board is. And the moon. Seen it. I'm sure this fucking board is. Beautiful day at Del Mar, where the surf meets the turf. Some tricky line bets in here. Fucking. See if they were done.
That they are, and Sierra Leone finally gets his moment in the spotlight and does so in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. We've got some very excited owners down here, and on behalf of Coolmore, Envy Magner will be accepting the trophy on behalf of all of the owners, and Brittany Garcia, the brand president of Longines, will present the trophy and, of course, the beautiful Longines timepieces.
We're so excited to be here today. We love this partnership. We're so proud to be the official timekeeper for the Breeders' Cup. It's been a wonderful, beautiful day. Great races, amazing. Congratulations. Thank you.
Lots of cheers for Flavia down here, and this is the crown jewel of the Breeders' Cup, fitting that we have Barbara Baking, the chairwoman, and Drew Fleming, the CEO of the Breeders' Cup here. And the entire Coolmore team has been so sporty in bringing so many horses over the years to the Breeders' Cup, but this is one race that has eluded the team. Can you just put into words a moment like this to you, to your father watching back home, and this entire group that's been together for so long?
I know it's incredible, and Chad, he's done an incredible job with the horse. He's always had a lot of faith in him. He always said he was a very good horse, and I'm just delighted for all our partners, and I just want a big shout out to Ken Murphy. This is for you.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit what he meant to you, Envy? What he meant to you?
No, listen, it's a great result. Thanks.
Thank you for the time. Peter, if I could just get a moment with you as well. This horse, always held in incredibly high regard, finally gets his moment today after some excruciating, painful finishes, I'm sure. So can you describe what you were feeling in those final moments?
Well, we always loved this horse. We always I thought he was the best I'd had on the dirt in my lifetime. And
I don't even know what I'm looking at. I mean,
like a character.
The top two.
Experience, which you need to get to these races. He today proved that he is a top horse, and I'm a great fan of him, and I'm planning on breeding a lot of my mares too. So.
As you should. Does that mean retired after this?
I don't think so. These guys.
Derek?
No, we just want to do it again.
Did you hear that? One more time.
Just do it again.
They want to do it again, and we would love to see it again. Lastly, Brooke Smith, you were hooping and hollering down here. A big congratulations to you as well. Give it up for Sierra Leone. We want to see it one more time. How about that? Thank you. And this is the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Ahmed. Back to you.
As the official partner and official timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
We're aggressive on this with 9% hold.
The iconic Longines Classic race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, a new model from the Conquest collection that celebrates its 70th anniversary this year. This automatic watch combines sporty elegance with robustness for everyday use. Available in a range of sizes, colors, and materials, this timepiece effortlessly adapts to any occasion. Maker's Mark wishes you luck today and invites you to try a Del Mar Daisy made with Maker's Mark bourbon and visit Plaza de Mexico to learn about the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup private selection. At Maker's Mark, we make our bourbon carefully. Please enjoy it that way. Terma Sotagake in front, with Fierceness a length behind, then Forever Young and Arthur's Rhyme. Newgate is fifth outside of horses, Mixto being ridden to keep up, so too Highland Falls. Then Sierra Leone, Pyrenees, and Senor Buscador. City of Troy is being motivated near the back of the pack. He has not been involved so far. Around the far turn, Fierceness. Fierceness has taken over the lead. Newgate on the attack. Sierra Leone is revving up on the far outside with a burst toward the front runners as they come to the top of the stretch. And they're into the stretch. And Sierra Leone has circled up on the outside to take the lead. Fierceness battles on second. Newgate behind them. Forever Young on the far outside. Sierra Leone. Fierceness digs in. Newgate. Forever Young. Sierra Leone close to home. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Fierceness was second. Forever Young was third. Newgate fourth. And then came Senor Buscador. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
And I'm ready to
Elegance is an attitude.
This has always been my dream, to ride great horses. My life is good. I can rock it from the gate. He's accelerating.
I like Moira and
whenever I ask him.
I mean,
That
it's
explosive.
hard to find the value in this race. Didier. Don't have to bet every race. You don't have to bet every race. I like to bet every race, but you don't have to
There
bet
has
every race.
never been a better time to download the FanDuel
Did you
Racing
just go
app.
back?
What are you waiting for? Sign up is quick and easy. There are zero deposit fees, and withdrawals come super fast. Easily track your wagers, rapidly build new tickets, and quickly view potential payouts with FanDuel's My Best experience. New customers get $5. If your first bet doesn't win, don't sweat it. Get up to $500 back as a racing bonus. Download now.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's school. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale.
This is another bookies race.
Is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
Just lay the favorite, lay a few others, get the volume in. I mean, I kind of like the two, but not at this price.
History was made in the $2
So,
million Baker's Mark filly and mare turf.
just lay the bets. Lay the bets. Move the number, lay the bets. Take the bets, move the number, lay the bets.
7 of the last 8 winners of this
All
race
there is to
came
do.
from overseas connections, including Wahida for Godolphin here in 2017. And it was 25 years ago that this race had its debut.
So I can lay these. I need to lay content.
As
What do I need to do here?
gave trainer Jimmy Toner his
565.
This is the $2
I
million
need to
Baker's
get
Mark
it in.
filly and mare turf.
Welcome back to the Players Show. Christina Blacker, pleased to be joined once more by Kate Brainard and Rishi Prasad. We're still celebrating that victory from Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And Kate, I know you can really speak to this. Brooks Smith, a co-winning owner there, just a man that is so generous with his time and his platform as an owner.
Yes, he has pledged a percentage of all Sierra Leone's earnings, along with the rest of his stable, through the Purses for a Purpose program to the Backside Learning Center in Kentucky. Huge supporter for a very long time. So this was a win-win in so many different ways.
Well, we are still going to celebrate that, but of course move forward because we still have more championship racing to come. 18 minutes until race number 9. This is the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, run at the mile and 3/8 distance. And Rishi 5-2, Cinderella's Dream opens up as the favorite.
If you told me at the start of this year, when I was watching Cinderella's Dream run around the tracks in Dubai at Meydan on some very fast turf racing, but against weak fields, that she'd end up in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, I'd have been pretty surprised, primarily because she looked such a speedy horse. Didn't think this would be her distance. She actually had a go at the 1,000 guineas over a mile at Newmarket earlier in the year, her only defeat so far, and she disappointed that day. But since then, she's stepped forward out in America, and actually, having gone through her pedigree, there is a lot of stamina on the downside.
She runs today for Charlie Appleby, who looks for another winner on this Breeders' Cup program, having celebrated with Rebels Romance a little bit earlier today in the turf. Let's go into the paddock with Andy Biancone.
Christina, thank you so much. 5-2 on the number 3, Cinderella's Dream, a 3-year-old filly taking on Olders, but she's no short of talent. Physically, a standout in here. She actually looks quite mature for a 3-year-old. She's holding her condition well. We know she's capable off the layoff, and what I like about her is she has a proper turn of foot, a real acceleration that she can use to get out of trouble. So she's going to be one of my top picks here, but the number 5, Didia, is going to be my price horse at 16-1. Didia, a Grade 1 winner. I've seen her lots of times, but this is the best I've seen her look. I think last time out here at Del Mar, the 1.125 distance was just a bit short for her. She had to go very wide. I think she's much better suited to this 1 3/8 distance. I was actually with Ignacio Correas when she worked the other morning, and she was really impressive, strong to the pole, in hand the entire time, just professional as can be. And like I said, a very strong forward filly, but looks fantastic. And the number 2, Full Count Felicia for Kevin Attard. I like that this filly has speed. There's no pace in this race. This filly can be forward, but she's also shown the ability to rally from off of it. So that versatility is really important. The last time she rallied from way off of it, Irad Ortiz was actually aboard in the Suwannee River at Gulfstream Park. And for a filly who's been training so aggressively, working so aggressively, she's holding her condition really well, Jess.
4 pounds.
Cinderella's Dream for William Buick, a horse who's got a really good record around left-handed tracks, so she should love this track out here.
She's very good filly, yeah, and she's taken to the American style racing very well. She's nicely drawn. Obviously, she's up a furlong from the furthest that she's been, but she's hopefully she can show her best.
All the best.
William Buick already successful today, as we saw, piloting a Rebels Romance. He looks to take home another one here for Godolphin with Cinderella's Dream, the daughter of Chamardal. She is 2-1 as the current choice. I leaned on her in this one. I was so impressed by her 2 races in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. She set a record that day. Came back in the Saratoga Oaks Invitational. We've seen Charlie Appleby, and this is an easy stat to pull. He wins at 35% in graded stakes races in the U.S., and that's over the last 5 years. He's had more and more of a presence in U.S. racing over the last year and a half or so. She's 6 for 7 lifetime, and then you add to that William Buick, and it goes hand in hand with the Appleby success, 35%.
All right, Cinderella's Dream 3
in the U.S. over the last year. Rich, looking at her form, I mean, there's nothing to knock about her, but as you mentioned, you would have been surprised to have this filly in this position at this stage of the year. Is that something that now with the information, do we see her as a vulnerable favorite, or you see her as one type of individual that's really come on through the season and improved?
I think she's come on and improved. And I also think that it's possible that she might actually be better over this trip. You go back to her pedigree and her downside, her Grand Dam High Heels was a very high-class filly over 1.5 miles in the UK. She was placed in the Oaks over 1.5 miles at Epsom. So there is stamina on the downside as well. She hasn't shown that because she's shown that speed. She's finishing off her races quite well. I remember her second start in Dubai earlier this year. The saddle slipped. William Buick lost his irons, kicked them out, 1/2 mile out from home, and rode her without irons, which is something you don't ever see.
I remember that race, and I didn't realize it was her. I remember seeing that replay. Cinderella's Dream up there at 2-1. Back into the paddock once more with Jess Stafford.
Well, this is the moment I've been waiting for, and I'm sure Mike Joyce and his family have been as well. Hank Lamoon is going to be running in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Mike, first of all, part of the emotions line.
it's just like unbridled joy. It's great. I know like you're supposed to be nervous. I haven't really been that nervous. I'm strangely confident in her today. I just feel like she's doing so well, and just getting here is a dream. If we win, that's great. But just being here with my brothers who are all around me right here.
I know, you got some good-looking brothers, Mike. You got to introduce us to them all.
They're mostly married, but I don't know how married. This is my brother Eugene. He's the one who really started the venture off. He's the only other one of my brothers that currently works in horse racing. He's number 4 of the 13. And he's, why don't you?
And yeah, tell me about what the experience is like. You know, being a fan of racing, but now having a horse running in the Breeders' Cup. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, everybody dreams about this, but you know, the connection that the horse brings to the people is the key. You know, ever since we got involved with this group, CJ Thoroughbreds, 3 years ago, daily text messages from Mike, Paul, John, Joe, Eddie, everybody. And it really keeps us together and talking on almost a daily basis.
Family's what it's all about, but Mike, we also know that you've got a bit of a tradition when it comes to this horse. Right. And like, here we go. And I hope that you're going to reveal all, because it's not all about, it's those legs we want to see.
So she's 2 for 2 with me wearing shorts and Birkenstocks, right? So I accidentally wore shorts under my suit back in Del Mar in August when she won the John C. Mabie. And then we were wearing polos because it was so hot in Santa Anita when she won the Rodeo Drive. So not only did I wear them then, I'm going to...
Yeah, here we go!
Because if I don't want to be blamed if she doesn't win.
Well, he's looking very smart. It is full action on top and even more action on bottom. Best of luck to Hang the Moon and Family Joyce.
Thank you so much. Oh, Joyce with the breakaways. He's ready to go. Okay, this is not cool. I'm picking against Mike Joyce and his family and his partner's horse because I like the 2 Full Count Felicia. This horse has so much speed. She has done this before where she's opened up 10, 12 length leads. I don't see anybody that can go with her. I know it's a long race, right? We're looking at a mile and 3/8, but she is going to go to the front. Irad should be able to really try to, you know, dictate the pace, slow things down, and save something for the stretch. So remember, we're going to bet 10 to win on Full Count Felicia. If she does get caught by a couple of horses and she holds on for second or third, you need to get your money back because we still have the win bet insurance on the rest of the racing today at Del Mar. Take advantage of that. Opt in your FanDuel racing account. My $10, don't tell Mike Joyce, but it's going on the 2 horse.
Dave, thank you. Mike, I'm not sure what to say. You got to keep the luck going. If it's the shorts and the Birkenstocks, let's do it for Hang the Moon here today. Kate, I want to hear your analysis of Full Count Felicia.
All right. 11 minutes.
It's really eye-opening. Depending on what speed figures you're following,
Get some action in here. Get some things moving. Taking on... Trying to get some money so I can get this 2 back to a chop. Laying the 3. Where are my friends? That's it. Come get the 3.
Efforts like that in Woodbine, though, I wonder where that puts her in terms of sharpness and readiness to take on
Content. I can't damn well lay this content.
with beautiful love from the inside at 30 to 1.
Yeah, beautiful love.
God, I gotta keep pushing it. Keep pushing it. I should have got it in earlier.
Cinderella Stream earlier in the season. She's a very good filly, and I think she's improved for her stateside time, but I think she's got to find even more.
Didier, I mean, if you want a shot at something with decent odds, Didier's decent, but I'm boxing the 2 Atard horses.
I think it was a product of the distance.
Full Count Felicia, Mora. Boxing them up. Hanging them in trifectas. Let's see what's happening. And then, we'll still have 4 races left.
Against her own gender this time around, very effective at the distance of ground and a bit unlucky in her last couple.
Holy crap, still got 4 late races left. We've only done 5 races. We're only just over the halfway. And we've got our NFL Saturday night coming up in about 45-50 minutes. So,
Content's been disappointing in her last 2 starts. There are bits and pieces of
yeah,
particularly
it's a long day.
which give her a good chance, but she's got to bounce back. Those hopes are that the ground will give her that chance of being better.
CJ Thoroughbreds, Hang the Moon, coming off back-to-back wins, including the Rodeo Drive. Philly who's just getting better and better.
Turn this thing up. I don't want to lay this thing. What else we
Well,
got?
here's a filly who I think is quite interesting because she's
I don't
stepping
know,
up
lay
the
this
tree.
thing.
She's
Why are
got
they
great
back on
record,
these
great
things?
ones
That,
over Romana Quarter. I think it might suit her.
Moira
That's
going
fine.
by for Kevin Attard was second in her most recent in the EP Taylor behind Full Count Felicia. She had to scramble from a little farther back than I think was ideal.
Former South African runner Beach Bomb.
all right, now Cinderella's Dream's getting into some scary
She's got to
positioning.
find a little bit more. She's also encountering a new trail.
Let's just
And I was impressed with Soprano's
turn it off for now.
QE2 over at Keeneland.
Got what I
Her first
needed.
US try. She was a little unlucky to run into the likes of Sheepfields.
It's a result. Beautiful
But
love.
it's great to finish in second.
And the final horse is Sunset Glory. She's obviously a very talented filly, and she's won over course and distance. But of course, this is another step up for her. Maybe a struggle.
That's your field for the Maker's Mark. A Breeders' Cup.
All right,
filly
well, I
and
got us.
mare turf. 8 minutes
I'll cheer that thing
until
home.
the 9th race on Championship.
Didier, as I
Saturday.
said, ooh, that's a 19 on the toe.
Horses in here. Moira, the 10. She's up on the board at 9-2 right now. Full Count Felicia. We touched on her and that effort in the EP Taylor. Okay, let's bring it back to Moira, who finished second to her stablemate in that race.
I'm gonna have to
She's
have a
all
tickle on
class,
Didier.
and she's proven that over the last 3 years we've seen her running.
Well, and at 9-2, the same
Big,
odds
big.
as her stablemate, I would say that she's the filly or mare rather, that has the advantage given position.
There we go. There's
over
the content money.
23 for 88 or 26%.
Bringing it in
from
now.
September 15th to October 27th.
All right.
So everything has been clicking for the barn, to be sure.
Mm,
If you like one, you
it's
respect them
Moira.
both. They both earned their way into this field, but I think Moira's style lends itself a little better to this field.
I actually quite like Moira.
Kevin Attard.
Potential.
Kevin Attard exacta. Kevin Attard exacta. Kevin Attard exacta.
We'll take a look back.
They're both
at
a
the
little bit
Beverly
shorter
Hills
than I was
starts
expecting,
back for
but
Moira, Jose Ortiz in the saddle on this occasion, and she'll jump up with a big victory at the mile 3/16 distance.
Well, she had to run every step of the way.
all right,
to
so
beat out
content
Frank
I
Rover.
have
At the
gotten
end,
some
Lisa
action
Marie
out of.
finishes third in this race with
Cinderella's
that win
Dream
at a
I've
very
got
high
more
level
than
in
enough
that
action
start,
out of.
and it's among the top
Full Count
fillies and mares in the division.
Felicia's.
And I think for Moira, as well as the fact that she's so consistent, she
Didier.
also has competed
Didier at
against
19
really
is,
tough horses throughout much of her career.
Like I say, I think last year's race, overall, last year's filly and mare turf race, probably a fraction stronger than this year's. And she ran really well in it to be third last year. And I think even on that run itself, it gives her a good shot at being involved again this time around.
Your 2022 Canadian Horse of the Year, Moira, she sits up on the board at 9-2 right now. I want to talk about the filly just to her outside, Beach Bomb. The South African bred Graham Motion has her. Kaiten, this might be a step up for her class-wise, but really this is a marquee moment at the Breeders' Cup for her, for Isi Vunga to have these South African horses here this year.
I would say after such a long absence and so much going into the transition to the United States with them going through quarantine and all, you know that they're pretty good horses to begin with, that much time, effort, and expenses taken to give them the opportunity. Beach Bomb, I thought, improved quite a bit, given the fact that she was facing tougher company. I still think she moved up exponentially from her first start in the United States.
The South African racing industry have been troubled by the rules of their travel for such a long time. They've tried so hard. Mike de Kock, who for such a long time has been a
Missed the
leading
race.
trainer in South Africa, he is
I mean,
campaigning
I think
along
this
with others
Didier will
to try
shorten
and
up as
improve
they
those
jump.
rules.
I mean, if you've been noticing the last few days, the odds are definitely shortening up as they're jumping.
Their horses travel quite a
See
lot.
what the matchups here.
And they had quite a lot of success.
Nothing
particularly in
major.
Europe, particularly in
Warlake got us
Dubai.
over
But
Mora.
then the rules came in and they kept them on their back.
Warlake got
They
us
didn't
over
travel as
Cinderella's
much.
Dream.
It's so refreshing to see that
Warlake
they're willing
got
to
us.
take
I
the
mean,
chance and willing to get their horses out there.
I didn't
More
expect to
horses
have
from
this
abroad,
kind of
the
result
better,
on
more
it, so
competition from abroad, the better. This filly was
take that.
very consistent. in
No
South Africa.
Cinderella's
I
Dream.
was lucky enough
Oh,
to see her run a couple of times there,
I don't
certainly
want
on one
more.
occasion, and she's got a lot of ability in South African terms. Different level here, though.
Looking at the 7 right now,
Looks like
Content,
Didier.
the daughter of Galileo, a 3-year-old.
Looks
Here, Rich, here's what
like
trainer Aidan O'Brien had to say.
Yeah, you want to put a line through her last 2 runs. If you are thinking of backing it, you have to put a line through her last 2 runs because they've been lackluster. She ran, as he says, very well in the Breeders' Cup last year as a juvenile, and she ran well on a number of occasions in the UK. Arguably her best performance came in the Yorkshire Oaks, where she was very keen in the early part of the race, yet she found plenty late on. She beat some good horses, some classic fillies.
I think the ground is also important for her today. The quicker ground is certainly in her favor.
That's what I wondered, because her last two that were subpar came on softer ground, and it looked as if the Yorkshire Oaks was more similar.
All right, I've gotten where they want it.
Yeah, you'll see Emma John in the pink, and you got to be on the outside of the pink.
Have it
cap.
where
You got
I
to
want
be
it
an Irish
exactly.
Classic winner. And
No
Contender was
3,
racing over the
no
far side.
7.
She had been very keen in the early part of the race, and in most
Cheer for
instances
Didier.
like that, you'd be
Warlake
expecting
Goddess
the
is
horse
good.
to run out of steam
Full
very
count
top.
Felicia's now a chop. Moira is almost a chop. The Attard Exacta won't be any damage. But, I mean, Warlake Goddess is probably the best result right
That
now.
keenness, do you expect that today? And do you expect her to be somewhat forwardly
Soprano,
placed?
we're here in New Jersey. Beach Bomb.
Hopefully there'll be a
Dream.
strong gallop
Alright.
to allow her to get into an easy rhythm, and Ryan won't have to fight her. But if
Come get the Cinderella's Dream. Come get it. Come get it.
She does look a little on
Taking
her
it
toes
on.
out there as we make our way to the starting gate. 3 minutes until the Maker's Mark. Ridley and Mare Turf. Let's come back to Warlike Goddess. She's
again.
brought her owner George Krikorian into the Breeders' Cup year after year after year. Here she is again at Caton. The distance suits her. The turf course here suits her. She is all class.
I really think the opportunity to run against other fillies and mares versus against the boys every time is a big advantage. And she hasn't lost any form at all. She also hasn't lost any conditioning. For a 7-year-old mare, she looks as good, if not better, than each time we've seen her previously.
I really like her chances. I thought it was a really good run in the Joe Hirsch. I thought that she might have been the best horse in the race, but because of the
As I
circumstances
said,
of having to
bookmakers
go to the
race,
Silver Knot,
taking on the
just
3,
left the
taking on the
bottom
7.
of Farbridge to come and pick her up. She ran well.
4
I
is a
thought,
big
so she
result.
didn't really
No
get a
one's
chance
touching
to
it.
cut loose in the Breeders' Cup
Philly is
turf
complete
last year
Skinner.
in what was a very strong race. I think she's got a really good chance.
Yeah, she was only beaten
Alright.
4.5 lengths in the turf last year against the boys. Let's come back to Anna Set. I noticed in the post parade you gave her a little bit of a look in here, Rich. And here's a horse that is 3 for 4
Still
over the Del Mar
4
turf course
races
and
to go.
seemingly improves with distance.
Yeah, and that's my thinking. I believe that there's probably a little bit more to come from her going up in trip today. I think she's got a fair level of ability, but so far it's not good enough to win. This new distance, this going up in distance, I think will probably give her a chance to find a little bit more improvement.
We haven't given much attention to Soprano, 25-1. George Bowie brings her in and on a quick turnaround off the QE2 last out.
Yeah, Soprano's another filly like Cinderella's Dream. If you said to me she's going to end up with a filly in their turf, I'd be like, what are you talking about? She's a speedy filly. One of her best performances came over a mile at Ascot, a strongly run mile. So in my opinion, that's where her strength lies. But again, maybe you can make a case for her that she could find a little bit.
Key is going to be how she gets away from the gate, because she was not standing squarely. She kind of broke awkwardly, and I thought that put her a little bit up against it. Then she got a little keen in the early stages of the race, more so than would have been ideal.
Challenging for Billy Loughnane, young, talented rider from the UK in Salt 12.
A mile and 3/8 journey coming up in the Maker's Mark, Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Appleby Godolphin looking for another one. There goes Cinderella's Dream, your current favorite at 2-1. Larry Colmus with the call.
And the Warlike Goddess and Beach Bomb will be
All
the
right.
next two to move
Going
into
in.
the starting gate.
Markets down. Go back to it. Have a look.
Here comes Soprano.
Like Goddess got his bet right at the end. Happy if it still wins.
Warlike Goddess just a little bit reluctant there behind the starting gate, but now she steps up and in. Didier taking her spot. Content. And the last one will be Sunset Glory. Sunset Glory coming up. Goes in. They're all in line. We're ready for the start.
What do you mean? Didier was the one again.
They're off for the Breeders' Cup. Filly and Mare Turf and full count.
Great
Felicia
start.
goes immediately to the front. Didier with some early speed too. Sunset Glory from that far outside post is going up after the front runners as well.
Ooh,
And
okay.
that's Beautiful Love, Moira, Cinderella's Dream on the inside, Beach Bomb and Content. Warlike Goddess taking in hand behind them with 9 lengths to make up early.
Haven't
Then
fell
hang
long,
them
so we got to go
over.
around and then around
And
again.
a set
So
is the trailer.
don't get
Full
too excited
count
as we go
Felicia
past the
is
first,
the leader.
post the
Coming
first
to the
time
top of the
around.
stretch, first time round in front.
Ella's Dream is sitting where
The clear by a
it's in
length
the
and a half.
mix.
And
This
then
isn't an
Beautiful
easy
Love
sweat
on the
like City of
inside.
Troy.
Sunset Glory is next.
3 is
Cinderella's
just
Dream,
positioned very well.
fourth position now on the inside of Didia as they pass by the stands for the
That
first time.
Buick again.
Contented Moira to the Beach Bombs.
Rebel
Alongside of
Romance
Warlike
kind of
Goddess,
run.
Soprano in behind them, and at the back of the field are Hang the Moon and Anisette. So Full Count Felicia leads the way into the clubhouse turn and is in the clear by almost 2. Anisette on the outside is second.
Cinderella's Dream is sitting pretty.
In third, Didia fourth. Cinderella's Dream
End's looking
Hunter
good.
fifth.
Moira.
Moira in hand, sixth on the outside. Content is seventh at this stage with 6.5 to make up, and then Beach Bomb or like
Moira's making a
right
move.
behind them. As they head up the backstretch comes Soprano, and then Hang the Moon and Anisette at the
Up on the
back
road.
of the field. So they
Cinderella's
continue up the
Dream's getting ready
backstretch.
to
3 quarters
move.
up in 1:15.08 seconds. It's been a fairly easy tempo for Full
Cinderella's
Count Felicia.
Dream. Don't forget about content.
The two of them head into the turn.
Cinderella's Dream's kind of going back a little bit.
3 wide. Then Beautiful Love, Didia, Beach
I mean, if Cinderella's Dream wins from here, then it beat me fair and square. Same with content. Full Count Felicia. Moira's moving.
Now moves up on the outside, and the two of them hook up at the top of the stretch. Moira has taken the
Moira.
lead from Full Count Felicia. Didia.
Moira, Didia's coming. Didia's coming. Didia's coming. Fucking in the inside. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh.
Cinderella's Dream was second. Didia was third in the Philly.
God.
Oh, Canada is right. Moira gets first jump on this group here today. And at 5-1, a Canadian Horse of the Year is your winner of the Philly and Mare Turf.
Very measured ride by Flavien Prat. Never too far back, but at the same time content.
Cinderella's Dream didn't win.
Herself up
Or it was a
underneath
chop.
her and make sure she was in position to have
Bookmakers
plenty of room
race.
to the wire.
Given the pace of the race, I think he was in the right position to strike 1 or 2
Cinderella's
horses.
Dream. I mean, that just.
You'll think that jockeys didn't get a chance to really cut them loose, but she was very on it. We know how well she enjoys a Breeders' Cup run. She ran really well in the race last year behind Inspiral, and she's got her day in the sun today.
Huge day for Flavien Prat as well. Your winner of the Classic, just a race ago.
Yeah, I mean,
to take home
God,
the
I'd
Philly
like
Mare Turf as well with this daughter.
Didia
of
to
Go
have
Sapper. Let's take a look.
held on for
overhead.
second
He
would
was
have been
sitting back,
nice.
stalking the pace in the early stages, but got the jump on some of the others who were very back behind horses. Cinderella's Dream rather, had a lot of ground to make up at this stage, but he'd already put Moira in striking position.
Cinderella's Dream ended up on the inside, and she was never able to really increase her position at any point until I think it was a little too late.
Stable is the horse in front of her, Beautiful Love, and unfortunately, Beautiful Love's got nowhere to go, even though she's not really quickening, so she's just holding her position. And Cinderella's Dream is now stuck behind the weakening Full Count Felicia. Eventually, she gets a gap, and she's closing hand over fist, and maybe in another couple of strides on a got close. But I think Moira's shown so much ability in the past. She's deserved this moment. What a cracking run from Didia as well.
Didia, Warlike Goddess, both geared up to make their run and just outrun at the end in those final strides by Moira.
Good effort from Beautiful Love as well. I think she's run above expectations today. Just looking in behind, I thought Soprano's race was run early on. She missed the kick, as Kate mentioned, might have been a danger, and then she didn't run ideally as Billy Loughnane would have wanted.
We had an isolated camera on Cinderella's Dream. William Buick with a lot of ground to make up as they came for home. And at the rail, yes, he's saving ground, but he's also at the mercy of horses that might have been backing up in front of him.
Well, and you can see here, this is really a good illustration of the difference between a horse who's able to do something comfortably and a horse who's kind of bottled up and just has to be content to wait. And I think that cost her because I think she was just a little eager to go.
You look at William Buick's hands on the reins. He's up, he's
That's
down, he's up,
good
he's
for
down.
matchup.
He's never smooth with it, as smooth as he'd want to be. And eventually, when he gets the gaps, obviously everything's quickening, and he's already lost a little bit of ground because of that. And unfortunately, it's just too much ground to rein back in. She's run really well. You know, they've got to be proud of her effort.
You can see Didia to the outside making the exact same run in that final part of the race. And she quickens beautifully when she gets the opportunity.
See Didia.
Well, it's a short stretch
Didia
here,
had closed
and
at
Del Mar,
10
he didn't have the
after being
opportunity to
19.
ask
This late
for
money,
rest until the last maybe 10
this
jumps.
late money coming into the pool is really ruining being able to get any kind of position because
the joy in the Beverly D and her finally getting that type of victory at a high level against top U.S. horses. I remember they had to sweat out the photo. It was very, very close. And this is a tight-knit group that's around this horse and have traveled with her all over the place. And she's been a bit unlucky over the years to not have won a bigger one before now.
Cheers to the breeder, Adina Springs. Her earnings go well over $2 million, and she's been such a model of consistency, Kate. We go back to the bottom of her page, and we see her win in the Queen's Plate back in 2022.
It's not often that you see a horse like her.
This is why people don't like betting into these pools. For it to change, I mean, for a price to go to 19 to 10, that's a shit ton of money. So something's getting moved in very late.
Stage here today, Moira, your winner of the Maker's Mark, a Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf.
That's a good matchup. That one. Beautiful love, any beautiful love matchups. No good. No, no good at all. 3 races to go, a sprint and 2 miles. Here they come for the next race.
And now, entering the winner circle is the official winner of today's Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, number 10, Moira. She's a 5-year-old bay mare by Go Sapper from Divine Aida by Unbridled Song, bred in Ontario by Adina Springs. Winning owners are X-Men Racing, Madicat Stables, and SF Racing LLC. The winning trainer is Kevin Attard, riding back-to-back championship winners jockey Flavien Prat. Cygames, bringing the best in entertainment through games, animation, comics, and more. John Deere has been a longtime supporter of the equine industry. All Breeders' Cup breeders and owners are qualified to receive major John Deere discounts on select equipment, including lawn and garden tractors, compact utility tractors, Gator utility vehicles, commercial mowing equipment, and much more. For details on the exclusive equine member discounts provided on John Deere equipment, talk to your local dealer or call 866-678-4289.
That's right.
Maker's Mark wishes you luck today and invites you to try a Del Mar Daisy made with Maker's Mark bourbon and visit Plaza de Mexico to learn about the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup private selection. At Maker's Mark, we make our bourbon carefully. Please enjoy it that way.
confidently say, Ahmed, this is the happiest winner circle we've had of all Breeders' Cup races so far, as Moira flies the flag for Canada gloriously in the Vegas Park Filly and Mare Turf. I'm delighted to be joined once again by Rob Samuels, our old friend from Vegas Park, the CEO and, of course, grandson of the founder, to present the trophy to, well, so many owners. You can see some familiar faces trying to hide in the background there. Tom Bryan, Sol Goodman, and families. Donato Lani's pulled all this group together and is going to receive the trophy. Rob?
As the 8th generation of the Samuels family, on behalf of our family, our team at the National Historic Landmark Distillery, we couldn't be more honored to celebrate with you in this iconic race in this moment. Congratulations.
Third time lucky. Third time a charm for Moira Donato. She's a superstar. You've pulled this group of people together for so many good horses. Why is she so special, not just to you, but to a whole nation?
This filly special. She's the owners behind this group are just a bunch of good guys, close friends of mine, and we wanted to have some fun. And we never thought this would ever happen, but she's deserving. She's been there, and she's come so close to winning Grade 1, and she went into the very last race to pull this off. And I want to thank Kevin Attard. He's done a great job. Karina done a great job. Everybody here has been patient with Kevin, and we finally got it done. It's a great group of guys, and I'm very, very proud of her and proud of all of us. Thank you very much for being here and enjoying this moment.
Not at all. It's an absolute pleasure. I'm very happy to be here. Kevin, we spoke to you beforehand. We earwigged you giving Flavien instructions. You were saying, please, please. Did he do what you told him?
Yeah, he wrote her really well. She made a move kind of going into the turn, and I said, wow, I thought, she looked like she was going to go right to the lead, and he kind of seemed to kind of sit back a little bit more on her. And typically when she makes that move, I feel pretty confident in her. Obviously, this is a group of horses behind her, so I knew they'd be coming, but she was good enough to hold on and get the job done.
A 7th Breeders' Cup success for Canada. Moira, third time lucky, does it, and a nation rises. Ahmed?
Well, it's a true privilege to spend a few moments with this man, Kelly Dorman, the father of the late Cody Dorman, who took us in such a ride with Cody's Wish over the last couple of seasons. And Kelly, as you come back to the Breeders' Cup, what are the memories that you recall immediately about the journey that Cody's Wish took you, and especially Cody, on and the
sprint.
Just the happiness that he had in his heart, knowing he was supporting Cody's Wish. And
looking at the 10, the 8, and the 3 of the equal favourites.
A few days before the race.
I like the 8, but we've laid the 8 and cheering the 8. So this is where
everybody coming up to us.
Doesn't matter what you think. It's got to look at the odds and
we're
just laid it. Like it's just so seems so short.
Try to carry on his legacy.
So
it's just this is his
whole,
happy
what's
place.
going on here?
I know he's want us here too.
What did this racing community mean to Cody and your family?
Well, somebody asked me something similar to that the other day, and since he passed, he left us, and I can't call it a support group. It's a family. It's a support family, and he just they have held us up. The racing community. Cody had a lot of friends that fished a lot and all that stuff. All of his buddies, but complete strangers. Even since we've been here, has come up and just told us what it's meant to us, and his legacy. Being continued. By helping raise money to further wishes for other kids is something that's helped us, stay really connected with him and stuff, and it doesn't seem so far away. It's very special.
Well, we appreciate the time. Enjoy the afternoon, and I think it's safe to say that there won't be a Breeders' Cup that comes along that we won't think of Cody and Cody's Wish and the journey and the stories that were told.
Appreciate it. Everybody across the board from both ends of the spectrum. Can't thank you enough. Thank you.
It's a wide open race. And the odds, it's a bit like Next and Next Gate. You can't. There's horses I like, but not at these prices. Like the 10 at 3-1. Jesus, no, thank you. What was the other one I like coming into this? The 8 at 4. Nope. Turn them back into a bookmaker and just lay the bets and let the people decide whatever the odds are, because these odds are fair. So, all right, let me.
Elegance is an attitude.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere 1 Series tractor. Not because of how easy it is to use, or because of our expert dealers. Not even because it has implements for every job. You just have to get in the seat, because breaking ground on your dream home feels pretty great. John Deere is proud to be the official partner of the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Elite Power captured the $2 million Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint last year, making him the third horse to win consecutive runnings. Roy H. is in that club too. He scored his first Breeders' Cup Sprint win at Del Mar in 2017, tracking a sizzling pace and still producing a strong finish. In 2021 at Del Mar, Aloha West summoned a dramatic stretch run to win for trainer Wayne Catalano, who saddled his fourth career Breeders' Cup winner. This is the $2 million Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint.
And we are 20 minutes away from the speedsters. The Breeders' Cup Sprint up next. The Cy Games Breeders' Cup Sprint as we take a look at the early wagering odds here. Simon Bray, paddock side alongside Michelle Yule. Will be joined momentarily by Michael Joyce and Michelle Mullican. 3-1 as your favorite right now. Flavian Pratt looking to continue his big afternoon.
We've seen this horse really show great progression for Rudolph Brissett. 4 in a row, capped off by the grade 1 4-go last time out at Saratoga. He likes 7 furlongs.
Yeah.
He's going to be going 6 today. And I don't want to say that's a question mark, but he truly has shown that he's a better long distance sprinter. I don't know how the 6 is going to suit him.
Interesting, especially as he's the favorite straight number. For trainer Dan Black and John Velasquez, second choice right now at 4-1, lightly raced, but a very big performance most recently in the Santa Anita Sprint Championship.
That was certainly a career-making performance for him. He took him all the way around there, put up very fast fractions, and was so much the best late on. But there's a ton of speed in here, Simon. I am concerned about that for him.
Yeah, he's going to get some company up on the front end, and one of those horses will be Federal Judge, trained by Brad Cox. He's standing by with Scott Hazelton.
All right.
Brad Cox with Federal Judge, and Brad, he rose to the occasion in the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes.
Here's something for you. Georgia money line getting laid. Coming out this.
Clear off and get an easy trip. I don't know if that's going to happen, but we're here.
Right now, I don't know. Let me check what the Georgia score is, because someone's laying the money line at 35 and 4,800. Let's see, college football. If I can get this. Georgia v. college football. So there's a quarter left. Georgia are up, ranked 2. players land $100,000 to win 2,500, pretty much. So, let's see if we can get this one beat. Let me see what's going on here. College football. Spread's 14. Nice if they can tie it up, get something back in this. Georgia's got the ball right now. Should see if I can get that game up. So Georgia, let me see. So, yeah, just had a player bet 116,000 to win 2,800, and has come again. This is where. Okay, all right, so we got the next one. Got the sprint coming up. We're playing bookmaker again. Getting some big money on Notable Speech. Set the mile. So now we're watching the Georgia game. As I said, player bet another 36,000 to win 1,400. So he's now bet about 150,000 to win 4,200. So we'll just bet McCulkin, Mullican. Still got some stuff there. God, where's this sprint? Where's this sprint? All right, so I'm also got to start getting ready for the NFL stuff. Speech. Getting this next race a mile. Speech. I want to lay this other thing. Shit, I want to lay this pod. All right, now we're getting into some ranges of race 11. Speech 85. All right, let's get this thing back up, get some noise, get some volume.
They are going a distance of 6 furlongs, running for a $2 million purse. And we're going to take a look at the field as they come onto the racetrack.
Okay.
The first sprint is going to be led by Raging Torrent. Seems to be a wee bit better at 7 furlongs than 6, but he is a razor sharp horse coming in.
No question about it. I would agree with that, Mike. I think it's just stretched him out. It's helped him. He won the Pat O'Brien. He's going to come back to 6 here. He's got an affinity for the track. He's 2 for 4 here. He picks up Antonio Fresu, who's been aboard the last 3 starts.
There's a good look at him at 11-1. Let's take a look at Gun Pilot. Coming up next for Steve Asmussen and Christian Torres.
We've already seen Gunrunner be successful on the day today, and I think that this 4-year-old colt really is the trip horse. There's going to be a lot of speed. If you take a look at it on paper, he's going to be coming from behind. Christian Torres seems to know him very well. We know he has class. We know that he likes this distance. I think that I've seen a lot worse horses at 14-1. Gun Pilot is a must-use.
I think so. I think coming back to 6 is going to help him. The 3 Federal Judge, we assume that he's probably one of the quickest in here, and we'll get the lead. He's 5-1 right now. Irad Ortiz, Brad Cox.
We already talked about Nakatomi as he'll move through next for Wesley Ward. He was a winner of the Alfred Vanderbilt 2 back. He came off a little bit of a break to be second over at the Phoenix Stakes in Keeneland. And you already heard from Wesley Ward about his trip bias there.
There's Christian DeMuro warming up Don Frankie away from the pony as we take a look at the Jose D'Angelo runner Ben Tornato.
Yeah, I mean, he was stuck in Stallion-bred state races, and he came out of those into open companies, performed well. He's a shot at a big price.
Minimax moving through.
All right.
Another Japanese
I need to get my NFL stuff ready.
Distance. And for him, he has versatility, which really could help him today with the pace scenario.
And horse is behaving perfectly here on the track. Looks tremendous. He was a picture in the paddock.
I mean, this Raging Torrent actually looks like
Straight no chaser, who is
bet
just
here. potential.
Supremely talented sprinter. There's Remake.
I love this horse Remake.
Bookmaking this race.
Mowed down, he mowed them down late in the Korea sprint.
Let me
There
check.
was a little bit of trouble for him when he ran the Golden Shaheen. He did win the dirt sprint over in Saudi this year, so he's a world traveler. I love him in this spot.
Tim Mullican, we talked about Flavian Pratt. Big day for him. He just won the Philly Mid Turf. He won the Classic. Could he make it 3 in a row here in the sprint with Mullican?
It's bet another
And there is
108,000.
Skelly on the outside. The final horse of the post parade coming up. A runner-up finish last time out. A runner-up in the Vanderbilt. Last win came at Oakmont Park in the Lake Hamilton. And 13-1, he rounds out the post parade. Here is a look at the number 5 horse, Don Frankie. Now, Don Frankie, we've made much of his physical appearance. How about the heaviest horse to win a JRA graded stakes race at 1,310 pounds?
That's the funniest stat I've ever heard.
He's a beast.
They call him a unit.
He is a unit. He is a giant unit. 594 kilograms. How many stones is that?
It's a lot of stones. He's out of a web called We Miss Frankie, the Peter Erton trade here, who's successful over this very racetrack at Del Mar. His form is good. If you look at it, he's beaten Remake. He's finished behind Remake. He's finished in front of Nakatomi. Look, the Japanese haven't got into the winner's circle yet. We've only got, 3 races left. I think they still have a very good chance for that to happen. I think it could come in this race, possibly.
My biggest problem with him is his last wins were all over a less than fast track. He had
It's back again. It's bet another 110,000 to win 2,800.
You even go back to January of 23, and he won that day in the mud as well. So if you're going to like this strip, which obviously is not near as wet as his
I need
preferred
to.
Raging Torrent, each and every day on the breakfast show, elicited a different opinion from one of our analysts. Some liked, some were concerned about the distance, but I think we all agree he appears to be coming into the race good. He's made a good appearance in the mornings.
He has. He's another horse that likes to lay close. His better races, although, in the turf races, he's come from behind. He's going to have to break sharp. I thought he looked phenomenal here. Look at him warming up. He's obviously he hasn't raced since the summer meet, and it's done well for him here. So I just question the class. Is he up against it here against some of these East Coast invaders?
Well, he was up against it in the Pat O'Brien, and he beat one of the best sprinters in California in the Chosen Run. It was a sensational race, and they went to the wire together, only a neck separating them when all was said and done. But the Pat O'Brien, it's really a tricky race because it's a win and you're in for the mile. So what do? Do you sit on the fence and run in the mile, or do you try to shorten up and get a little bit shorter and go 6 furlongs and try to get in the sprint? It doesn't make it any easier, even though it guarantees you a spot in one of the races.
Right. I think for this horse in particular, it was an easy choice because he's been a mile minor 16th, and it hasn't been good. So they had the easy choice of coming back to the sprint. But then the question
All
mark
right.
is
No, I'm out tomorrow. Yeah.
We've only gotten one opportunity, so maybe just
All right, cool, man.
as he is turning into a better horse, that one turn is going to suit him. I will tell you, looking at him physically, he looks super fit. You can see his fitness line on his belly. His shoulders look fantastic. He's not going to be a short horse. He might not be classy enough for it, but he's not going to be short.
There's Nakatomi, trained by Wesley Ward, who's standing by right now with Kate Bradar.
Wesley Nakatomi finished second to federal judge last time around. What has to happen differently today for him to turn the tables?
We got to be in front of him at the wire. No, I think, that was a really speed bias track at Keeneland. It was opening day, and they had the track really, really tight. Today seems to be very fair. Seems to be just race loaded with speed. That's why they call it the sprint. And my guy comes from a little off it. So, going on paper, we look like the race is set up for us. But like I said, this is a Breeders' Cup sprint. We're going to need a lot of luck, but the horse is doing great.
Ideal situation at the half-mile pole. Where are you sitting? How far back of those leaders?
I'd tell you, I'd say we'd be sitting just a little more forwardly placed in mid-pack, 5 or 6 lengths off the lead, and hopefully, you can see as they fall into the turn if we're full of run, and we get lucky and Tyler can come around. I mean, Tyler does know this horse. He's been riding him since he's 2 years old. In April, his 2-year-old year, or just shortly after that. But he sometimes he tends to go in, which I prefer he goes out. So we'll see what happens.
Hopefully he gets the memo today. Best of luck.
That's it. Thank you.
Nakatomi certainly looking the part in the paddock.
He's looking the part on the racetrack as well. 4-1 right now. He has clicked down to second choice.
Coming in like.
As we take a look at Remake now. Sports coming off of that nice victory in the Korea Sprint. $1 million race in Seoul, punching his ticket here to the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Three.
And we also have his effort in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint at King Abdulaziz Racecourse in Saudi Arabia in February. This was a nice performance this day as well.
Yeah, I thought he looked fantastic in here. You can see he hung on his wrong lead for just a bit, and right when he switched it and the rider started to angle him outside, that's when he really started to charge. I do think the middle of the track was playing really favorably that night, and Skelly was out there, but he had dead aim on him, and he went right on by. But Skelly's a consistent, really good performer. Remake was just better that night.
Yeah, I think that was one of his best performances. I mean, Skelly, he was 5 lengths behind Skelly mid-stretch, right, and he just came and ran him down fair and square. Skelly wasn't stopping. Remake just dug in and ran him down.
Yeah, Remake ran a fantastic race that day. He is the real deal. We'll see what he can do. Bailani, who we had a big fan base here when he made his way over to
It's
us.
a little bit of a goofy duo.
Yeah.
Remake seems a lot more professional, but if you just like to watch horses walk, next time we show Remake, take a look at his stride. He oversteps like 97 feet, I swear. He's huge walk on it for a little sprinter.
Let's go to X, shall we? Just one X, not 3. Let's go to X.
All right, we're getting ready for the sprint. We're sweating the college game. Guys come back with another 60,000 to win 2,800. He's now at about 320,000 to win 7. 320 to win 7.
How much of this is Flavien Prat being on Mulligan, and how much is just Mulligan being that good?
Yeah, I think the Pratt factor has it. Jockeys, I think people play jockeys. I mean, especially when a guy's coming in the race with 2 consecutive wins, the Breeders' Cup, I think that's a lot to do with it. But Nakatomi, Dave mentioned the reason people are playing him is because of the pace.
320 to win 7. We've got the sprint again. Let's see what we got here.
He's sharp. He won the Forgo, the Nerud. He's on a 4-race.
Bringing some people on shortly for the NFL.
In other words, every single start appears to be better than the one before.
Checking what the numbers are.
Ellis Park back in the day. He just gets faster and faster the more he races.
I don't want to discount how good a racehorse he is.
Eagles.
But when you
Eagles
look
is
at
a
it,
big
does he look
one.
more like a horse that wants to go further.
Yeah,
I mean, you look at some of these, like the 2
Yeah,
Japanese
Eagles.
horses, are little short, like compact things, and then you see this horse, he looks like he wants to
What's
go
that?
2 turns. So
Yeah, I know he's taking. He just bet another 60,000 doing 2,800.
Yeah, I mean, he's built like a horse that will.
Yeah, but this is where we should be able to trade a little bit different. To like we shouldn't be letting him get the 2,100. The traders should be holding it at like 3,200, and then there's a chance we could. There's some stuff we need to do in this. So this is good that it's popping up on the ticker as I'm doing the horses because it's on the same ticker. So it's.
And that's on the Oro Manager?
So this is the bet ticker. You just don't have the bet ticker.
I've been asking for a bet
Jesus
ticker
Christ.
for a year now. That was one of my first things I asked for when I started, was a bet ticker.
Or you just go all over the place. It's that type of race because you can make a case.
Yeah, because I mean, if someone's here watching this, they can alert us when
I
he.
used to do this at Hard Rock. I used to watch all the
yeah.
bets come in
And then if we had a call, then we know which games to dive into and really try and
and we're
manage.
seeing it in
Yeah.
real life as the bets come in.
Pilot, along with Ben Tornado.
All right, let's get this race. Let's bring the guys in while this race is going. So you're on here. I've got a race. They're about to jump in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. We also have a guy that has bet 320,000 to win 7,000 on Georgia money line. So there's some sweating going on right now here.
Yeah, I just saw the score. I would think there is some sweating going on.
It's still 2013. I don't know who has the ball.
I don't know that's the ball either, but I just saw the score a second ago.
Yeah, he's just coming again at minus 2,000 after taking minus 6,000. So, all right. So I got the sprint, got this, and then we'll jump into the NFL, sweat the college, and then we're good to go.
Okay, sounds good.
Mulligan. Waiting for Don Frankie and Skelly.
So you're on the live, just so you don't.
I'm live.
You're live now. You want to come out, or I can put you back, or.
I've come out a long time ago, so it's all good.
You have Spooky. You have no photo.
All right.
I have no photo.
And it is straight. No No Chaser straight to the front.
All right.
Tornado and
Let's see
Federal
what
Judge
happens.
speed to his inside. And
Let's
then
see what
Mulligan
position
and
we have
Skelly.
here.
They're followed on the rail by Raging Torrent as the field speeds up the
Sprint.
backstretch here. Then Gun Pilot. Right in behind them, Nakatomi, Don Frankie, Betamax, and
All right, no number 10, no number 11, no number 8, no 8, no 10, no 11.
Federal Judge in front,
No 8, no 10, no 11.
21.74 was the opening quarter mile. Ben Tornado is second, Straight No Chaser.
Federal Judge to beat Mulligan, number 3 to beat number 10.
And down on their inside is Raging Torrent. Make him another 2 lengths more to Mulligan, who's got 5 lengths to make up with a quarter of a mile to do it. Then Don Frankie on the inside. Federal Judge
3 and the
with a
6.
narrow lead over Ben Tornado. The two of
And
them
here comes
locked in
the
battle.
8,
Straight
no 8, straight no chaser. Straight no chaser. Come on, Bentonado, Bentonado. Oh shit, and here comes the 10. He's gonna hold on. Straight no chaser.
Tornado was second, and then it was Mulligan and Gun Pilot at 108.62.
What
Didn't he look fucking done?
Wow. Straight no chase.
All right, straight no chaser wins the sprint. I'll bring back Spooky in here.
I'm still showing an S.
Yeah, looks like you're going to have no video, but that's okay. We can roll with this. If anybody wants to see what,
Where's the video button?
It should be in your settings.
Down the bottom, you
Okay.
should be able to go stop
Yeah,
cam.
it's there. The camera works. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's kind of spooky that we're just hearing a voice, right?
That is
Okay.
funny. Want to give him a second to come back? Then we'll go ahead and do
Yeah,
this
not a
real
problem.
live.
I'm just got straight no chaser. Just won the sprint. Getting ready to price up the mile. Got a big loser in the next one. Let me just check this while he's.
Yeah, it looks like the Georgia game just tied 20 up.
Oh, okay. Now we're got a real sweat on. Now it could probably be. Now there needs to be some proper trading going on and whatnot.
Well, that would be fun if we can watch you do that here just live. So
Yeah, I'm trying to. God, I don't have the. Need to fix up my accesses because I'm on the road. All right, I've got him. Bring him back in. It doesn't look like there's. They will need to connect the mic and cam before you can add them to the stream. So they got no mic cam right now. Let me just run through this next race.
okay, I'm going to try and bring up the Georgia game so I can see it live while we're talking. That way I can give you any information that I have
Let me
here.
see if I can get it on. See if I can.
Looks like I've got a stream now.
2020.
You saw the frustration. You highlighted it. The lap position. You always talks about shaking it up.
There we go.
Turning the page, forgetting the last play.
And correction, my stream does not work. So all I can do is give you the score off.
Yeah, I've got it on TV now. I switched one of the horse channels to this. Let me see. We've got 8, 6, 10, 2, 3 for the sprint. All right, here we go. We got him back. So let's go.
Did I ever leave?
Hey, look at that.
Oh, look
There we
at-
go.
look at
Who
that.
is this guy?
You can teach an old dog new tricks. How about that?
Hey, I'm glad you're here. Hey,
Well,
hey,
that makes one of us. There we go. I'm good.
Okay, well, hey, Adam, let's go ahead and just get this thing started then while we're worried about Georgia.
Yep, no worries. I got that there. I got horse races here, and we've got NFL here. So.
And I got Florida plus the points, so we're there.
You should be very happy right now then.
Oh, the fat lady's not singing yet.
No, he's not singing yet.
Come on.
But I say let's get started here. What we'd like to do today, and one of the reasons I wanted to invite my buddy Spooky on the show, is there's been an awful lot of talk about affiliates this past week. I don't know if you guys are watching all the Gambling 911 articles, but there's been a ton of articles about affiliates. Now, I want to admit something here. 2 years ago, when we went to Bet Bash and I met Spooky for the first time, I didn't even know what an affiliate was. Spooky, pretend like it's 2 years ago. You just met me at Bet Bash. What does an affiliate even do? Because in Nevada, we don't have those.
Well, we can always change that, Scott. But first of all, thank you both, Adam. Pleasure to meet you finally in person, I guess through camera. And Scott, as always, you're a good friend, and I appreciate the time and opportunity. So basically, Spooky Express is a sports poker casino website. We're geared towards gambling and sports picks. As an affiliate, what I do and what we do is we assist the sports books in acquiring new customers through our links, through referrals, through support, through Scott's word of mouth, or whoever, between social media, this podcast, email campaigns, newsletters, blogs, and articles. We're hoping that the sports bettors, our listeners, will join the sports books through our links at the Spooky Express website. And one of the benefits for Spooky, we have bonuses not offered elsewhere. We offer support for any issues they may have in the industry. And, being in the industry for almost 3 decades, I have relationships. So bottom line, you asked me the time, I told you how to build a watch. We drive traffic to the sports books, trying to acquire new customers.
That's very cool, and I appreciate the explanation. Like I said, 2 years ago, I didn't even know what an affiliate was. We don't use those in Nevada. But it's great to know that you're out there. So you must deal primarily with offshore books then, right?
Yes, everything's offshore, other than Inspires and so forth. Everything's offshore. I mean, we were going to get involved, in the legal market, but it's all the different individual states. Yeah. And it's just, at this stage of my life, the wife wants to travel more than me having to work. And I want to work more than traveling.
I understand. Adam, do you have any questions? You want to start with the contest?
No, but I have 2 comments on affiliates. One, they're the bane of my existence, and they're the things I dislike the most in the industry because they've made a lot out of this. Secondly, if I could be reincarnated 25 years ago, I'd be an affiliate because they're the ones that made all the money at the end of the day. Like the deals that were floating around 2000, 2001 for affiliates. Lifetime deals like the Pinnacle 0.3% on volume and all these kind of things. They're the ones that own all the islands right now in the Caribbean and whatnot. And then we've seen the way that it's moved in the US, and the affiliates again were trying to get in. They started running up huge CPAs in the USA market, which again they became the bane of existence to the operators in the US. But they weren't lifetime deals and things like that. But they're now the ones kind of struggling as, there's not that many operators left. Most of the players have been signed up. We're actually in the conversation now with affiliates to sort of see which ones are left. Again, new sportsbook on the corner, sort of being able to now get some of those players and use their databases and things like that. So it's... it's
Adam, tell me how you really feel.
Yeah, well,
all kidding aside, but that's how Amazon kind of started. Jeff Bezos is a billionaire because of affiliates. The affiliates are the one that drove the traffic. So all we're doing is duplicating what you're trying to do.
Correct.
You have the other side of the coin. It's like DraftKings. I was with DraftKings Fantasy, of course, DFS. 10, 15, whenever it was started, FanDuel and the DraftKings, and I bought out, the other site. And I was there I had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of players. And then all of a sudden they decided to drop you and they say, oh no, we're only going to give you commission for 2 years. So it works both ways. You've gained all of our players and then you basically say, "Oh, never mind. What more can you do for us?"
Yeah,
So
and
it
that's
works
kind
both
of
ways.
the regulated market have sort of done that. The offshore learned the hard way on how those affiliate deals kind of work and did all these lifetime things. And some of them are still paying for it, the ones that are still around. But again, it's just another part of the business. It's a way to drive traffic. And, organic traffic was very difficult back in the day. So the affiliates were the ones that were really driving that stuff as well. So as I said, there's two sides to it. As an operator, they cost a lot. If I could go back, that's probably what I'd be doing instead of what I'm doing now. And I wouldn't need to work. But, it's all just part of the business.
I mean, I still drive traffic, and I send my friends and family, I'm born and bred in New Jersey for 50 years, to Prime Sports, definitely. I mean, just ask Melissa right behind you. She'll tell you.
All right, well, this is a good opening shot. And Adam, if you do get reincarnated 25 years ago, I hope you'll look me up a lot quicker than you did in this lifetime, because I've enjoyed your friendship a lot, and I wish we would have been friends 25 years ago. But let's talk a little bit about this contest. And Spooky, I think you did very well in the contest last year. You want to tell us how you did last year before I start?
Well, yeah, last year was a learning experience among everything else. But we were in the top 13. I was the one that was dealing with Sean, Perry, trying to put the chop together and the swap together and making it all together when we had 13 of us. And at that point, when we couldn't put that whole package together, basically a number of us just swapped with each other. So we just tried to monetize it that way instead of a chop. And thankfully, my good friend Greg Jones, LA Joneser, we partnered up and I got a nice piece of the pie, and I'm grateful for that. And this year we're pretty much doing the same thing, to be honest with you. I mean, I went in with 10 entries. I still have 5, but they're not mine. But through the swaps and, and different arrangements that I made, I'm still alive with 5 entries, 3 small ones, but 2 big ones. So let's go Bengals.
That sounds really good. All right, we'll go ahead and kick this off like we normally do. I've got Adam, can you bring up Spank Odds real quick?
I can.
Okay, I've got highlighted the games I want to talk about. So if you want to look at Spank Odds real quick, the first game I want to talk about and get the inside information from Prime Sports is none other than the Buffalo Bills, -6. This is going away the number 1 pick of the millions customers at VHP Proxy this current week. Spooky, did you say you have any millions entries left?
I have 5 Survivor entries left, small pieces and larger pieces, and then I have 2 millions entries.
2 millions, okay.
2 millions.
Okay, did you have the Buffalo on your chart this week?
I did not. It was my last game that I threw out, to be honest with you.
Perfect. Adam, tell us the inside. Does Prime need Buffalo?
Definitely need Miami. This is one of the 2 biggest games of the week so far. I know this. We have the Survivor guys, I believe, are on the Bills. So this one, let's just cover the spread, not win outright, to keep them alive as well. But right now, this is definitely, we've got about 80% of the tickets are on the Bills, and about 72% of the money is on the Bills. So right now, definitely cheering for the Dolphins to cover the spread. And as I said, we seem to be winning all these games outright, but we have our friends that are on Buffalo, I believe, for the Survivor as their last chance. So let's just cover the spread on that one.
Yeah, let's shake it up a little this week. We're not going to win outright. We're just going to have Miami cover, because I really want these guys to stay in the contest and the Survivor contest.
Buffalo 1-6. I don't know what the margins are, but Buffalo 1-6 is the play on that one.
Okay, and that is going to be your play of the week then?
Again, we need that one, and then there's one more game that I believe you'll be talking about soon. That it's our other big game as well.
All right. Well, let's go on to my second big game. That's none other than the Philadelphia Eagles, -7. How about this one, Spooky? Was this one on your bingo card?
Yeah, we do have the Eagles in one of our millions entries. I do like really more. I think Philly's just coming together again, getting a little bit healthy, and feeling better, and Hurts has been playing well the last couple of weeks. Jacksonville is to be determined. I don't have any confidence in Trevor Lawrence and anything else. So, yeah, I'm an Eagles backer this week. Not for a big play, but small.
Sounds good. Adam, is this the second play from Prime Sports?
Speak of the devil, here it is. Again, we're at about 90% of the tickets are on the Eagles, and 83% of the money is on the Eagles. So we are definitely needing the Jags this week.
Okay. So then this might have to turn out to be our parlay then. You might need a parlay money line with the Jags and have the Dolphins, or what is this, the Dolphins cover the spread. So that might turn out to be our parlay of the week. We don't want to ruin your record here. We want to have another strong showing. There's one more game I want to talk about. It's none other than the Washington Commanders -3.5. How about, does that one show up on your Prime list?
So that one is the lowest bet game this week. It's literally, it's very balanced, balanced on the Wise Guy stuff, balanced on the Rec stuff. Again, another top down, it went 3.5, moved to 4. But this is the lowest bet game so far this week.
Okay, then we can throw that one out. Spooky, do you have a game that you'd like to have some inside information for Prime on?
Yeah, so let me ask Adam, what kind of inside information you have with Prime Sports on the Broncos and Ravens game?
So that was the other game that I know on the Circa thing, it went from 9 to 9.5. We have 98% of the pro money is on the Ravens. We're at 67% of the overall money on the Ravens, but the tickets are about 50-50. So there's the little money that's on the Denver Broncos and the big money's on the Ravens. It's definitely sort of I think the third or fourth game in the list right now, needing the Broncos.
Okay. Well, then
that was the heaviest one on the pro. When we split out all the master money, the pro money, that's where the most of it lent on this week. So it seems like that's the sharp game of the week.
Okay, that all sounds good too then. Well, that's the main ones we wanted to talk about. We already covered that we need Buffalo to actually win straight up for my Survivor guys. But that's about all the games I want to talk about. Is there any discrepancy between New Jersey and Ohio this week on any games that you'd like to talk about?
Yes, there is one, and I actually did look for one to highlight it. Funnily enough, the Browns and the Bengals, we are super heavy on, both in Ohio, not so much in New Jersey, but it looks like the home team fans are really rolling into those two teams this week. We'll need both the other sides in that. We'll need the Chargers and we'll need the Raiders, but we'll need them for a lot more in Ohio than we will in New Jersey.
Okay, but is Ohio still beating you and New Jersey still losing to you?
We are getting crushed in Ohio. We are winning in New Jersey. We did have yesterday, actually. We won in Ohio, lost in New Jersey, but we lost overall. Yeah, same old. It looks like Georgia just blew this game out at the end. They won by, looks like 14. So it's, not the result we wanted there after they laid the big money.
I can understand that.
Is that game final?
It looked like it. It looked like there was an interception for a touchdown.
I think it was a 2-minute warning, so it might still.
Okay.
The fat lady might not have sang quite yet.
Yeah, I've got it 159 left on Spank odds.
Yeah.
So that's I think you had some time, but it's 14 points. So
yeah, let's see how Scott mushed that already. Let's see how good he did with that.
I think Georgia's the best team in college football myself.
Ditto. Them in Oregon. Let's go.
Yeah. Oregon, Georgia is going to be one wild football game. But that's about all we needed to cover this week on the contest. We're now at the halfway point. It's been a lot of fun so far. Like I say, we've lost a lot of survivors because of not only the Bengals there in Ohio. So I guess I'm never going to be cheering for them. But if there are any other things that you wanted to cover here, Adam, if you want to talk a little bit about the horses today.
No, yeah, I mean, yesterday was horses, got my ass kicked. Today's been very strong. I had a 30-1 winner earlier in the day that got the blood pumping and took all my energy. So it's been a struggle to get the last through the last 7. We've still got 2 to go, a mile and a dirt mile, and then I'll be done for the day. But I mean,
who do you like? Who do you like in the 11th race, Adam?
That's the mile, right, that we've got coming up now.
I think that's the mile. That's the one that's coming up, I believe.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the number 8, which is 7-1 on the tote right now, and the 12, which is 7-2, which is unders. So I'll probably end up on the 8, needing that one right there.
Okay.
But I'm against the 6 and the 7, which are the 2 favorites.
Yeah, Porta Fortuna. Yeah, we got the 1, 2, 7, 12 at the website. So that's our box. So we don't have the 8, but.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I mean, this is the most open horse racing. These races are the most open. This is my second favorite day of the sporting calendar behind Sunday at the Masters. So, yeah, it's...
Well, I can appreciate that. I got engaged at the Meadowlands racetrack, and I gave my wife her graduation party surprise at the Meadowlands racetrack, the restaurant upstairs.
Oh, you're definitely New Jersey through and through.
Don't hold that against me. I'm in Florida now. I couldn't really go any further south.
I think that about wraps us up for this week. We're at the halfway point, so everybody just needs to finish strong. Spooky, it sounds like you got several entries left. And as far as my customers are concerned, there's only one survivor left at all. And again, he's on the Bills. So, Adam, you want to give your tout play of the week?
So we're going to go over the Jacksonville Jags. As much as, Miami is a big game, I don't want to put the jinx on the Bills guys. So we'll go with the Jacksonville Jags as the one that we want to get up. And, just to throw in, play that margin 1-5 or 1-6 on the Bills game.
That sounds pretty good to me. I think at this point, we're going to go ahead and let you get back to horse racing. I'm going to go ahead and jump off. I know Spooky, I know you're a big horse racing guy. If you want to stick around, maybe Adam can work with you on the horses. But I'm going to jump out of here. My days of horses are behind me ever since I got kicked out of all the places that I could bet them at. So no longer a horse player.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Keep trying to change. It was a pleasure, guys. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
I'm glad you made it on here and were able to explain affiliates to everybody. Because like I said, 2 years ago, I had no idea at all. But I'll sign off. Adam, you want to just kick us out of the room? That would be great.
All right. And all the best to everyone tomorrow.
All right.
Survivors and millions.
Hi, Melissa.
She's out in the other room. I'll let her know.
You let her know. Thanks.
All right. Cool.
Thanks, guys.
All right, guys. Bye.
Take care.
All right, back to some racing. Let me get through this one. Georgia ended up. Boy, opportunity was there. Love me some bridge jumpers. Laying 320,000 to win 7. I'm sure he was sweating there at 2020. Was really hoping for some overtime or a little bit more sweating, but quickly got out of that one. All right, now let's get back to this mile. I don't know what that... Effective at 866. All right. Boy, they're betting this back low. I really liked him coming into this, but I can't be now. So, got the 10. Into the mile. 13 minutes to the race. Let's see where we're at with this. We got Chili Flag is 12 on the tote, 34 on Betfair. Get this in the position. Chili Flag. Let me get the sprint. Eight, so we're straight on Chaser. Some noise back here.
Day I'll never forget, but we're excited to be here with my partners and a beautiful day in Del Mar, and I think she's ready to go.
Yeah, and look, she's got another test. She's against the boys. She's back up in trip. She's got a lot of obstacles to face, but she's such a tough and genuine filly.
Yeah, I think just a full testament to Donica and his team. They get her ready to go, and she does the rest. So we're just very fortunate. She's it's very uncomplicated. She has American experience, and we hope that pays off today.
Yeah, and she's a horse that you've had a lot of fun with this
Straight
season.
on
But the question
Chaser.
is, do you think we might be able to see her next season as well?
We'll have just as much fun next year as this year. We're excited
Ventonado.
about her another year next year. So we're very lucky to have her.
Seeing her in training this week, she's been working nicely. She's a big
Nada.
brute of a filly. If you pardon brute being that, she really looks like a colt, doesn't she? She really stands out against the rest of her peers.
Yeah, she tries hard every time. That's what we love about her. And win, draw, lose, we don't care. She gives her all, and we'll be there at the end.
Well, I've really enjoyed being part of the journey, been watching how well she's doing, performing for you. Let's hope the journey isn't ending today, because we'll see you back again next year, whatever the case. All the best.
Thanks,
Jess. Thank you. All the best.
Just thank you. Post parade underway. Rich, here's Geoglyph from Japan.
Yeah, Geoglyph, his last win came in a mile and a quarter
Number
grade 1 in
2.
Japan. It's the trip that's the big question mark, whether they'll have the speed today for this mile test.
The force of scratch here is the 5 Goliad, who's had a very nice campaign at Kentucky Downs, winning back-to-back races in a very short period of time. 6 days separated his last 2 wins, and that was one against Graded Stakes Company at Kentucky Downs.
Charlie Appleby's trying to become the first trader to win 4 in a row in one particular Breeders' Cup race. And Notable Speech has
Sucked.
an obvious chance of getting
I'm piloting against Metamax in the last
Fortuna, the filly going against the boys today, but she comes into this
3
race
than Federal
with 3
Judge.
consecutive Group 1 victories for Donica O'Brien.
I quite like the chances of More Than Looks, who ran okay in this race last year. Obviously, he's come up against Carl Spackler a couple of times, but is coming to the race probably fresher than most.
Johannes is next for trainer Tim Yakteen, who's been conditioned here in California, and he has really done nothing wrong this season. He's 1 for 1 at Del Mar. He did win the Grade 2 Eddie Reed, and it was one of his more impressive performances this season, going a mile and an 8.
Win for the money won the Woodbine Mile, but it's arguable that a couple of his rivals on that occasion perhaps underperformed, which might leave him a little bit vulnerable today.
Here's the Japanese contingent, 10 Happy Rose, looking very fresh on the track, ready to go here at 45 to 1, a big long shot.
More Than Looks. We've got 6 on the track, 6 to 1 on the track, and 16 to 1 on Betfair. Again, all the other places fixed odds are all in between. More Than Looks is a skinner for us right now, pretty much. So Notable Speech is just getting hammered.
On the turf course. Let's come back to Carl
What a
Spackler
Fortuna.
to the outside here at 7 to 2. He rides a 3-race win streak coming into the day today. He sits pretty close to the pace in many of his races and should be up and involved from that outside position. But Gabby, how much does that take out of him to try and clear this group from post 12?
I thought it was going to take a lot out of him last time out when he had post 9 of 9, and there were other speed horses in the Grade 1 Turf Mile at Keeneland, but he still did it. He's got natural ability, natural speed. Tyler knows this horse like the back of his hand. He doesn't necessarily need the lead, but he's got so much speed that he's got almost like Johannes, where he just figures out a trip each and every time because of his natural speed. This is a look at the Coolmore Turf Mile. And honestly, I thought that this was one of his better races this season. You can also see More Than Looks
I'm just
closing
going to
on
put
the
in for a
outside.
bit.
And it really
Money.
comes down to that, right? More Than Looks.
Carl
I
Spackler.
think
I
he
mean-
is just as good as Carl Spackler, but Carl Spackler has been able to find better positions in his turf races, whereas maybe the reverse can apply today.
In this race today, though, Rich, does the 8 maybe make up a little bit of that ground on Carl Spackler in an international field? Carl Spackler's drawn to the outside. Do you swing the pendulum in the direction of More Than Looks today?
I would favour More Than Looks over Carl Spackler. I mean, you guys here will know more.
Based
about
on the same price, I would. I mean,
But on the
Jesus,
face of it,
6
you
to
look
1.
at the way
What the
More Than
hell?
Looks has been campaigned, you think they've kept this horse fresh. He's going to be improving in the back end of the season, and I think the way this race is going to be run is going to suit him a little bit more, and I think he'll finish ahead of Carl Spackler.
Victory Racing partners with More Than Looks, the son of More Than Ready. Here he is, feeling fresh, out on track. Gabby, there's been so much discussion in the last really year and a half, 2 or so years. And I think so often we keep saying, oh, Cherie DeVaux, she's having this breakout year, this breakout year. She's arrived. I don't think we need to talk about her breaking out anymore. She is one of the top trainers in this country. And I know she's, introducing herself on a Breeders' Cup stage, but she's won multiple Grade 1s already and has a barn full of very talented runners.
And the amount of horses that she managed to bring to Breeders' Cup this season is impressive in its own right. But I did have the opportunity to speak to her about More Than Looks, and she said he can be a little bit of a tricky horse to ride. He's had many different riders throughout his career, and she thought that this is a huge plus that Jose was aboard him last time out, because he might have taken a little bit too long to time his move, but I think it was lesson learned, and you want to learn that lesson prior to the Breeders' Cup, because this is the race you want to win. He's just a bad gate horse. He doesn't get out of the gate, and you kind of don't want to get him covered up too much.
All right.
You want to
Well,
keep him
safe
in the
travels.
clear.
You're leaving tomorrow, right?
At the right
Back
time.
to Michigan?
Jose
No,
has
Costa Rica.
Oh, you're going to
tough
Costa
task
Rica.
ahead of him, but
Okay.
at least he could kind of take notes from the trip last time.
Definitely. Just message me on
No
Signal.
better jock for the job, Jose Ortiz. In the
All
irons
right,
on
sounds
More Than Looks. 5
Thank you.
minutes until the handle. Breeders' Cup Mile. Dave Weaver, how are you playing this one?
You have talked me right into a horse that I already liked, but now I like More Than Looks even more. And there's one other note I wanted to make in that race last time out in the Turf Mile, and Keeneland doesn't show up in the running line. He really got spun out going into that first turn. He was trying to make a move, and the horse lugged out into him, and he had to drop back about 3 or 4 lengths. Then he got going again, and he flew for second. Cherie DeVaux, multiple graded, 6 graded stakes races this year, 2 Grade 1s, and maybe another one here. So here we go. Unfortunately, we're not getting the 20 to 1 in the morning line. We're only getting 7-1 right now, but that's where I'm going to go. More Than Looks. And remember, we've got the WinBet insurance still going on. This race and the next race at Del Mar, $10 to win. Get your money back.
There's a lot of scratches in this race that kind of threw it around a bit. Just laid Chili Flag at 20s.
I think she's going to blow by them all. Let's get her home.
Up on the board, 6 to 1. More Than Looks. More Than Ready. Out there on track. We have not discussed a few of the others. Let's start with Chili Flag. Gabby, or rather the 5. We'll go to Goliath first, just because of the pace. He should be up and involved early. And I thought his last race was a real breakout performance at Kentucky Downs.
It was. His last 2 races were very impressive, but it's something that people have been talking about over the course of the past couple of weeks is the Kentucky Downs form to the Breeders' Cup, and it hasn't really worked out. It didn't even work out for Cockburn, who was a heavy favorite in the turf sprint earlier. It just takes a lot out of horses, and I think having run those 2 races, that will be tough to overcome. The 2 Chili Flag on your screen, here's what Chad Brown had to say about his charge. She has a good kick, but she gets a fast pace in front of her, so hopefully it sets up. And talking about that pace, I don't know that it's going to be a crazy fast pace, but it'll be an honest pace.
Who else is involved with Goliad on the lead in here, Rich? Who do you see as being forwardly placed?
Well, I presume that Carl Spackler is going to go forward as well. And as long as I agree with what Gabby said. I don't think some of the races earlier in the card today, you're looking at them and going, there's a lot of speed. A lot of horses want to go and be happy. You know, there are a couple of horses that like to sit back. What do they do with Geoglyph? A horse who definitely gets much further. Mile and a quarter would probably be Geoglyph's best trip. Do you sit back and wait to sprint, or do you go handy if you can take the opportunity? I say you go and take the opportunity and go handy.
What do they do with Notable Speech? Where is he?
I think the beauty about him, I genuinely don't think it matters what sort of speed the race is run at. He's won off a slow pace. The 2,000 guineas he won at Newmarket was run at a brutally fast pace, probably one of the fastest 2,000 guineas we've ever seen. And he was able to win that impressively.
All right, more than looks is what we're cheering here. More than looks.
At Kempton. So I think he's very versatile in that respect.
Jesus, we've got 6, 7, 8, 12 is the tips this year. 6, 7, 8, 12.
He finds a way to win. When he has been beaten, there have been valid excuses.
So like Carl Spackler coming in. Need to get a beat.
And then last time at the
Hans is being a late better.
The way the race was run got everybody caught out.
680.
And even the likeliest winner there, Sharon, also got stuck behind Travelers and no one could pull it back.
Gabby, some really big prices to the outside. The 10 win for the money for Live Oak Plantation. What are the positives for this son of Mohaymen coming into the race today?
He won the Woodbine Mile last time out, and historically that is one of the more prestigious mile races that you can win in North America.
You know what?
So I think that's definitely a plus. In that race, it did feature a very fast pace, and he could close into it. So I do think that he kind of needs that, but he didn't.
Brought this up before, was just reading it again. Yes, Bangles and affiliates, you can put them in the same bucket. Again, there's lots of people in this business. I believe what I believe and feel what I feel about it. They're just doing part of the business that exists, but as an operator, yeah, it can work out expensive if you don't have your right deals in place. So something that existed a long time ago, and as I said, there's a lot of things that I could have done different, should have done different. Not that many that I would have done different, but getting in that affiliate program and building the funnels out and all those kind of things 20 plus years ago instead of trying to do all this kind of stuff now, definitely would have been a major advantage. But each to their own. I can't complain. I've ended up in a great spot, watching sports, watching horses, gambling my whole adult life. Couldn't be much better off than that.
Notable Speech is the post-time favorite to Larry Colmus for the call. The FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile presented.
More than looks. 16 to 1 on Betfair, 5 to 1 at the track. You can't take that. That's well under the price, but that's what I'm cheering. Just winner for the house. We'll go from there. We're getting them all loaded up.
Japan taking his position in the starting gate. Here's the mare Chili Flag and the filly Porta Fortuna. Goliad comes up to the gate. More Than Looks will be next. Comes More Than Looks into the starting gate.
Then we got one more after this.
Notable Speech at 2 to 1 going in.
Want Notable Speech to get beat. Want Carl Spackler to get beat. Want Chili Flag to get beat. We're cheering home More Than Looks and a bunch of others that we have on our side. Geoglyph is a Skinner. 10 Happy Roses is a Skinner. So
Carl Spackler is in.
let's see what happens.
They're off.
We're off.
In the Breeders' Cup Mile.
A mile is a mile.
Goliad, as expected,
8 furlongs. They're going past the post for the first time.
As well. And then it's Geoglyph on the inside. Carl Spackler, Johannes, and Porta Fortuna are lined up just in behind them, racing for that turn. Notable Speech finds a spot in mid-pack as well. 5 lengths off the lead. Inside of Win for the Money, who's 3 wide into the turn. Then Chili Flag and More Than Looks. Goliad is the pacemaker as they head to the backstretch. In front, a length and a half to 10 Happy Rose. 22.73 the opening quarter mile. Geoglyph is third inside of Carl Spackler. Johannes is fifth, just to the outside of the filly Porta Fortuna.
Beckler's not in the numbers. It's like he doesn't exist.
Notable speech are 7 lengths
That's
behind
interesting.
the backstretch, and
It's
they're
like his
clear
satellite
more than looks in Chili Flag.
chip isn't there.
Goliad continues to lead the way. The first half mile, 45.9 seconds. Goliad heads for the far turn with Win for the Money a length behind. Then Geoglyph and Carl Spackler, Porta Fortuna and Johannes sixth on the outside. Notable speeches now being asked.
Six coming up. Same colors as Rebel Romance. Same colors as Cinderella's Dream, and he's coming right around the outside.
10 Happy Rose moves up alongside. Carl Spackler trying to come and get them. Johannes is
Same Appleby Buick.
More than looks trying to unwind from the back of the pack.
More than
Here is
looks.
Johannes in notable speech.
More than looks. 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 Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. More than looks. There we go. There we go. You beauty. Woohoo!
Your winning conditioner, More Than Looks, in a perfectly timed ride from Off the Pace, Gabby by Jose Ortiz.
There you go. There's the 8.
This horse is a tricky horse to ride. You can even see him kind of tossing his head going into the first turn. He's funny with his head, but Jose did not panic. He kept him well off the pace.
Wait.
Even when he turned for home, this horse was trying to lug in, and it took him a long time to get way out in the clear. But once he finally did, he came with this devastating turn of foot.
And he
Nice
was
result.
right there on that
Bookies
Brazilian
result.
speech. I mean, they both had the opportunity
Betting
to go over
bookies
that.
result, that one.
His kid was going to get there first. He flat out
So.
picked them.
Yeah, no excuses on the day for Notable Speech. I think he had his chance. Just
Yeah,
to
Notable
pick up as
Speech
well
was
as he
there.
has done in
Laid
the
it.
past. More Than Looks,
Carl
I think
Spackler
that run has
laid it.
brought him on enormously. The 2 runs he's had
Chili
this season
Flag
brought him on
wanted to
enormously.
lay
The last one with
Porta
Carl
Fortuna.
Spackler. I love
Didn't
the
get an
way once he
opportunity.
straightened up and he was pointed to the line. The way he dropped his head down and he dropped his shoulders into stride. That was a beautiful way of finishing.
All right.
Porta Fortuna had a little bit of a rough ride going into the first end, but I don't think she was quite at her best today.
Let's see if
I
he
think
got
William
sorted
Buick
out.
angled out beautifully at this point on Notable Speech, but just on his tail is the eventual winner.
Yeah, and you can see More Than Looks just passing one horse here as they're turning for home. And Jose Ortiz, he kept on having to ask him to go wider and wider and wider. And right there, he kind of takes a little bit of a dip to the inside. But at this point, he's just well in the clear. And look at this turn of foot, the acceleration. You can really see it from this angle.
And Gabby, we're here through the summer covering these races, and we know this is a tight course, quick turns, short stretch. This horse was much the best. That is not the trip that works at Del Mar often. You go that wide, and time again, you're second, you're third, you're not going to get there.
And I think a lot of people were concerned about this specific horse winning at a track like Del Mar because he is funny with his head. You have to be really
Hi,
careful with
Akon.
your hands.
I know you're out there somewhere.
He is a
So,
horse that takes a lot of work, and he pulled it off. Like you said, he was much the best today.
I think it's so interesting how some of these really top class horses have that little mental kind of tweak about them in that they want it to be their own idea. They will give you everything.
all right,
as
one
long
race
as
to
they
go.
say they aren't in their
One
mouth too
race
much,
to
or
go.
bothering them too much, and you trust them a little bit.
Here we
Like, when
go.
they take the
Steady
risk,
all
they
5.
just ride
Fire.
not to panic
He
in those
knows.
situations,
Fire.
just to let the horse do their thing.
It's like any relationship, even with human beings. You know what?
All right,
I'm gonna
so
tell you what I want. I'm gonna decide
More Than
what I want.
Looks.
You give me that, I'll give
That
you
was a good
everything
one.
back. But if you don't and you treat me badly, then I don't want any part of it.
Yeah.
And this is beautiful pictures now. He's just on the tail of Notable Speech. Notable Speech
Okay.
is just waiting
So,
to peel off and challenge into the home straight.
the mile.
Porta Fortuna down on the inside rail.
Rate it. More Than
I
Looks.
love the way he's actually out.
I believe there's some fans out there. Little Acorn.
He had probably the best turn of foot.
Get out there.
Certainly the European challenges, but
Watching the races. You're backing any winners.
It's been a frustrating year because Carl Spackler has always gotten the best of him
Chicken
in
pox,
some of the
some.
races this season. But that's because that's
Backing
how
any winners over there.
North American
Big
turf
Man
racing
Pie.
101, you need to have a little bit of speed, but it worked out
Kiki
for
Kiki.
him on the most important day of the year.
More Than Looks comes out
All right.
for Sheree
Need some
DeMille.
winners. Need some more
Congratulations
winners.
to
We
her.
need to close this
Also
out.
cheers to the breeder
One
Hinkle
more race to
Farm.
go.
They breed a lot of really
That
nice
dirt
horses.
mile.
Celebrating this one with the son of the late More Than Ready. He's
One more to
5 for
go.
11 lifetime now. More Than Looks, your winner of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile,
What,
presented by the PDJF.
What was the positions of that? What was second and third?
Scratch number 13, Pipeline.
Okay.
Last time, 5:25.
Need some winners. All right. I think Mufasa's what I want to be on in this last race, but I don't get to choose what I'm on. The betters and the odds choose it. And all right, let's grade these out. Let's get on to the next race. One race to go. Get these classic. Turf. Let's clean it out. Dirt mile. Here we go. All right, so nothing major so far. Well balanced. Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, now entering the winner's circle is the official winner of today's FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile presented by PDJF.
Here we go.
More Than Looks. He's
More Than Looks.
around called by More Than Ready from Ladies Privilege
All right,
by
let's get
Harlan's
ready for the
Holiday.
next one.
He was bred in Kentucky by Eagle Farms and is owned by Victory Racing Partners.
Saudi Crown.
Trainer is Cherie DeVoe. Winning jockey,
Theo
Jose
Dennis.
Ortiz.
Full circle.
Good luck to all those running in the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Big Ass Fans has been serving the equine industry for more than 2
Katana.
decades to keep both horses and humans safer, healthier, and more
Three
productive.
technique.
Visit bigassfans.com to learn more about how custom comfort solutions can transform your space today.
For all sees the gray.
For the second year in a row,
Damn.
Yamaha Resort and Casino at San Manuel was voted
What
best
the
casino
hell? Fucking
outside
Caesar
Vegas
Gray is.
in the USA Today 10 Best Readers' Choice Awards.
Beep,
For more
beep.
information about the
Anyway,
casino,
sees the
resort,
gray
or
is
spa,
3-2 on track. 8-5. What the hell?
Jackson Family Wines wishes each of you a
All right,
great
there's going to be
day at the
some value
races.
here because that number
Enjoy a
6
glass
is
of Kendall
insanely
Jackson,
under the
Vodka, or
odds.
any of the award-winning wines from Jackson
Insanely.
Family Wines while you cheer on the winners.
See what I
Please
can
drink
find there.
responsibly.
Races.
Notable speech is now being asked to run. He's got 5 lengths to make up. He's going to come outside of horses as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Goliad, 10 Happy Rose moves up alongside. Carl Spackler trying to come and get them. Johannes is closing with Notable Speech. More Than Looks trying to unwind from the back of the pack. Here is Johannes and Notable Speech. More Than Looks coming.
God,
10
that's-
Happy
look at
Rose
him
on the
go.
inside. A wild finish that goes to More Than Looks. More Than Looks gets up under Jose Ortiz to win the Breeders'
Count all these
Cup.
races on. Come on. Back to the horse racing. Beautiful Delma.
The official watch and timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup. And by FanDuel. Make every moment more.
All right.
So it's not more than looks last year on the fastest quarter mile in the mile. This
First
year
time.
again, he was fast. No one ahead of him.
First
6-1
time. 8.
shot out of the gate. More Than Looks. Johannes' second choice. The finishing second. Notable Speech was the favorite 2-1. You know who had the 6?
Why? I mean, come on now. Domestic product 3.
Join here in the winner's
All right. I mean, that's too short.
A tremendous Breeders' Cup mile
It's too short.
supported by the permanently disabled jockeys run by Mike Joyce,
Move.
who is a board member of the PDJF and does so much invaluable work for them. As he
All right, domestic product.
Thank you guys. Joined here in the winner's circle after the running. A tremendous Breeders' Cup mile supported by the permanently disabled jockeys run by Mike Joyce, who is a board member of the PDJF.
15 with Fasa, 17.
Anthony Bartoli is going to pick up the trophy on behalf of Victory
All right.
Racing.
We have found our horse in this race. We will be on the 12. We will be cheering the 12. It's 17 on the board. It's 17 on Betfair. It should hold up the price. So that looks like what we were doing right here.
My friend Armando, don't challenge him to a race. Maybe ran a half marathon last year, and I still have a hernia. At any rate, these two are two of the 60 recipients that the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund supports. So we couldn't do it without the support of racing fans.
Right, what do we got here? What do we got? The matchups.
FanDuel, a beautiful partnership with the PDJF and, of course, with the Breeders' Cup. And this is the first time we've ever presented this trophy on behalf of the PDJF that we didn't give it to Charlie Appleby. Cherie, thank you very much.
Anthony Bartolo, more than looks. Well done. Hopefully, if there's any kiddies out there up in Auburn, Michigan, one day, hopefully, we'll be in the winner's circle at the Breeders' Cup. I don't know what track, but one day we'll have a horse and we'll all go there and hopefully be in the winner's circle. I don't know what this number 6 is. Number 6 is just, what the hell? 9 to 5 on the track. Can't lay it. Can't get people to bet it.
And thanks to Cherie and David Gordo and the whole team over there.
Need to get this
It was
netted
a
out.
fantastic ride. You know, we got it done, and we couldn't be more proud. We got some amazing principal partners, and the group among us is fantastic. So, love this team.
All right.
All smiles down here. Ahmed, as we all know, it's about more than looks.
Results on the turf for the winner. The Breeders' Cup champion now take a look at the final order of results.
26 minutes.
Speech, the favorite one length back. We got one more race still to go. We got to say goodbye now. Though special thanks to Equibase, Thoroughbred Industries official database for racing information and statistics. For those watching on Peacock, don't go anywhere. But for those watching on USA, now is the time to switch over right now for the final of our 14 championship races this weekend. So many great memories have been made up to this point. Happy faces in the winner's circle. Some jockeys adding champions to the resume. One more story still to be written in the dirt pile. We'll see you on Peacock for that.
You got her. You have been on no freelance. That ends then. It's time for me to leave 51. I want to take the lieutenant test. I'm not going to stand in your way if you need to move on.
Gibson, he seems like a pretty solid weekend. Too bad he's just a floater, though. I think it was his last shift with us.
You shouldn't be here. You need to see a doctor.
Your hearing loss may worsen. You are right on the edge of CFD requirements.
Are they working?
Yeah. I guess they are.
Then why are you scowling?
I'm not scowling. I just. I don't want you guys to feel sorry for me. I don't want them to treat me like I'm some frail old timer.
Oh, God. What the hell's going on here? I don't know what the horses are on now. It looks like they've lost the feed.
any NBA player can inspire.
Wish didn't just run, he won. Again and again.
That one's for you, Cody.
It was like every race lifted Cody's spirits a little higher.
What the hell are we doing
story
here?
brought joy to so
Something's
many
wrong with
people.
the odds. Something's wrong with the odds. What have we
Cody's
messed up?
Wish ran his last race November the 4th, 2023.
Here comes Cody's Wish. Cody's Wish. I think he won it by a nose on the wire. Thank you, Cody. And thank you, Cody's Wish.
Our son passed away the very next day. This year, our family will have the honor of presenting the trophy for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. The winner's circle at the Breeders' Cup is a special place for our family. After all, it's where Cody had the happiest days of his life. There'll be some tears because Cody's not with us. But I know our son is watching from above and smiling. Because the ride he took with Cody's Wish was a bit of a miracle. And as long as we keep celebrating, that ride won't ever end. We love you, Cody. Enjoy the race, buddy.
Kelly Dorman mentioning there that it's an honor for them to present the trophy today for the Dirt Mile, but I would say, Gabby, it's an honor for us to have them here and to have them as part of our racing family.
Absolutely. That was a relationship between Cody Dorman and Cody's Wish that transcended everything that we ever knew, right? I mean, it was such a unique relationship between a human being and a horse. And I know it's a relationship that none of us will ever forget. And I'm just so happy that we can host his family here today. And you can obviously help support the fund as well today.
Yeah, we would encourage everybody, if you feel so inspired, to support the Cody Dorman Legacy Fund in honor of Cody via Make-A-Wish. That's how Cody came to know Cody's Wish, through a Make-A-Wish day. And Simon, there's something I think really special about Cody's Wish going on to Stallion and just feeling like his spirit lives on in the progeny of this beautiful horse.
Well, that's the thing, that he's a stallion, so the legacy's going to live on for quite some time. It's not like he didn't go to stud, so it's great. I mean, if you made a Hollywood script, people would throw it away because they're like, this is not real. But it was very real for a lot of people, and the legacy continues.
It was really special to witness. We thank the Dorman family for joining us here for this Breeders' Cup. Obviously, it's a tough time, the 1-year anniversary of the passing of their son, but we do hope that part of the Breeders' Cup and Championship Saturday brings back some happy memories for them as well. And as Mr. Dorman said, I hope everybody lives every day to their fullest, including my son. His last day was full of joy at the Breeders' Cup.
Like I said, that relationship just brought so much out of Cody Dorman as well. And like you said, Christina, he was so happy this time last year celebrating the win of Cody's Wish.
20 minutes until the 12th and final race on Championship Saturday, the last of our 14 Breeders' Cup races. $1 million up for grabs. 3-year-olds and up competing here in the Dirt Mile. Seize the Gray opens up as the choice at 5-2 for My Racehorse, the coach, Dwayne Lucas, Jaime Torres in the saddle. Let's go into the paddock with Andy.
Christina, thank you so much. Horses are just about saddled up for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, the number 9 domestic product, eye-catchy as can be in the paddock today. He looks fit off the layoff, and I just love the way this horse has developed at this point in the season. He's always kind of had a lighter frame, always a confident energy, but today he's really just carrying himself well. He's filled out, put in an inch all around in terms of body weight and body condition, and I think the choice to run him here in the mile is a fantastic one by the connections. There's plenty of pace for him to run down, and I do like the post position for him, but I think the number 8 post time is very sneaky. This horse is as game as they come. In 12 starts coming into this spot, he's never been off the board, super game, and he's one who can kind of sit a mid-pack trip. I love the way he's been working here at Del Mar over the breakfast show. I watched him work with his stablemate Saddle Up Jessie earlier in the week, and he absolutely blew her away. Did the whole work easily on the bridle bridle, galloped out with fantastic energy, and he looks amazing in the paddock today. He's a horse who I've really grown fond of over the week. He's got a great personality, and I think 8-1 is fantastic value on him.
Andy, thank you very much. Good observations and some info on a few of your key
All right.
competitors.
Oh,
here with
God.
18 minutes.
Come on, one more winner.
We did want to circle back
Let's be greedy. One more winner.
to the FanDuel Mile on turf. We do have a couple of photos
All right, I
to
need
show
to,
you.
need
Photo for
to
place
slim up
and
the
the
fat
photo
on
for
this
fit.
market.
This was a blanket finish, Gabby, with
All right,
cattle
so
returns
far
for the wire.
Yeah, so there's a closer look there with the 8 More Than Looks, the winner. And then here's another look at the 5th place finish with the 3 to the inside and, of course, the 12 Carl Spackler to the outside.
We'll bring you those prices you can see scrolling at the bottom of the screen at times online as well if you needed any more info with regard to the results from the FanDuel Mile. But we do want to turn our attention back to this race with now 17 minutes until post time. Big of a long shot in this race is the 5-3 Technique, 30-1. He's certainly a striking son of Mr. Speaker. Simon, he does enter off of victory last time out.
It was on a sloppy racetrack though, and it was a 1-turn mile, so there's some question marks there with him.
Let's learn a little bit more with his connections.
David Miller, the owner of 3 Technique in here. The trainer told me we had to stand back because he might get a little wild. Does he have a good feeling guy?
Are you talking about the horse or Jason?
That might be a little personal.
Yeah, the horse is a little rambunctious. You go by the barn and you try to put your hand in there to pet him, and he wants to bite your hand off. So, yeah, you got to keep your distance from the horse. He's fairly rambunctious.
He's coming out of a win in the ACAC last time out, but it was on the off going. Did that move him up?
Actually, no, we didn't think he was going to run well on the off track. He's only one race prior to that on the off track. And we were actually surprised that he did so well on the off track. So I really think he's coming into his own, though. He's moving up and doing better each race. And, we started off the year a little slow because he had some injuries, and now he's in full gear. So we're excited about today.
That race at Churchill, a 1-turn mile, is going to go 2 turns here. Do you think he has a preference?
I think he has won, obviously, most of his races on the 1-turn mile, but I think he's only had 2 shots on the 2-turn mile. So we'll give him another one.
I want to know, what are the 3 techniques?
3 Technique is a football position, the outside end on the defensive lineman position. Coach Parcells named the horse. We claimed the horse from Coach Parcells back three years ago.
The more you know. Best of luck here.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
3 Technique up there at 30-1 off the victory in the ACAC last time out. He did beat a couple of horses that come back to take him on today. Tumbarumba, Cagliostro entered back in this race today, so they'll have the opportunity to try and turn the tables on him. First Graded Stakes victory for Jason Cook. Nice to see him represented at the Breeders' Cup.
Yep, one of the younger guys, and this will be a big moment for him if he gets lucky. It's the 6 Seas the Grey. You knew he was going to open up as the favorite. The Mike Racehorse Influence, obviously already having a win today with yours, Straight No Chaser. But his effort in the Pennsylvania Derby last time out, off that, they were deciding between the Classic and this race. I think they made the right choice.
Yeah, he's really overachieved this season. His, I think, kind of breakthrough performance this year was in the Grade 2 Pat Day Mile, and then he came back to win the Preakness. And this has just been kind of icing on the cake, this win in the Pennsylvania Derby. This horse has a lot of speed. He doesn't necessarily need the lead, but because of that speed, Christina, he's been able to take advantage of certain situations, and that's led to Grade 1 victories this year.
I would agree. I don't think he needs the lead, but I do think that when he's a horse that is obviously capable of running further, capable of winning at the mile and 1/8, he's competed, farther beyond that. You can send him at the mile because he has that bottom underneath him. You can keep a higher cruising speed, whether that's the lead or that's stalking. He has the stamina to sustain a pace like that at the flat mile.
That's exactly right. He'll just keep coming. He'll stay in place, and if you put him in the race, he'll stay right there.
Michelle with more on the My Racehorse crew.
Joe Moran representing My Racehorse. They already had a big winner on the day with Straight No Chaser. Are you done pitching yourself?
It's hard to put into words, but to finally have him have his moment was really special. And when he was sitting the trip, I think everyone was a little fearful he was going to get a lot of pressure, and he proved that he could sit off of it while still be free running on the outside. It all went to plan, and just a big congrats to Dan and Johnny D, who just put an excellent ride on.
The best thing about Breeders' Cup is there's still more to come, right? So you got Seize the Great, the Preakness winner in the dirt mile to round out the day. What are your thoughts going into here?
You know, being able to see this horse over the last week and a half and seeing his final breeze in Churchill, I went out there for that. He really couldn't be doing any better, and he's a picture of health. You know, the cut back to a mile is a little bit intriguing, something that we always thought he was going to be better at, especially if he's not going to get the lead. I don't think we will be on the lead here. Hopefully we'll be aggressive and be tactical, but I think it's a wide open race. But if he brings his A game, I think he's right there with him.
Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Juan Hernandez is back aboard Muth here in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. We know the horse is better than his last race in the California Crown. What happened at Santa Anita?
We're thinking that
I'm
maybe
trying
he
to
don't
see
like
what.
the distance, but you know, after that race, he come back really well, and then he's working super good. So hopefully he can show up today.
He's running a lot of distances as of late, between 7 furlongs and a mile and 8. How does the 8 furlongs suit horse?
You know, it's a little different, but you know, he already win on this distance. He won on this track, so like I said, he worked really good last couple of times. So let's get a win.
Appreciate it, Juan. Good luck.
Thank you.
12 minutes until post time here for the Breeders' Cup.
12 minutes to race 12. We're almost there.
They're cheering on Seize the Gray. We know that My Racehorse crew, they bring a lot of fans, they bring a lot of owners, they bring a lot of horse players. That's what you want to see in this game, and good luck to them with Seize the Gray today as they look for another Breeders' Cup victory on this championship weekend. How about Muth? We're looking at him, the 10 at 6-1. Simon, there was one point when this horse really looked like a superstar in the making, and I don't want to take anything away from him. He's a multiple Grade 1 winner, but I think his last start in the California Crown was evidently a little bit disappointing. What do we expect from Muth here today?
I think coming back to a mile is good. Bob Baffert said earlier this week, you just throw that race out. Off the, coming back off the layoff, there were question marks, should he have gone in the Shed Belief, the Pacific Class? No, he belonged in the Shed Belief. He was a 3-year-old. The problem we got with him, he's only had one start against older horses, and it was his worst start. So if we're to put a line through that, I think coming back to a mile at least is going to be a positive for him.
I think Bob also said with regards to Muth that he thought he would be sitting a forward trip that day, and he was a little frustrated that this horse wasn't on the lead last time out.
Well, so with that information, how aggressive will Juan Hernandez be today then? And what does that, do to some of the other horses with pace in here?
I think they're going to be aggressive again. I mean, I don't know that I have heard from 2 trainers that they want to be forwardly placed. Bob with this horse and Brad with Saudi Crown. And I don't know what that means for Tio Saint Denis because he is very fast as well.
And Full Serrano is going to be laying close. Even though he's coming back from a mile and a quarter, he's been working lights out.
Post break begins with Saudi Crown at 7-1.
Saudi Crown starts it off down to the inside. Florence Giroux, Brad Cox. They come off a win at Ellis Park. Ellis Park to the Breeders' Cup.
Tio Saint Denis.
Okay. One to go. One more winner. Mufasa.
Churchill Downs on Derby week.
Mufasa.
Second in the Grade 2 Ali Sheba at
Kiara.
67. So this wouldn't be the first time that he surprised people at a big price.
I wonder if she gets the
Look, he's come with a big reputation. He's a
correlation.
very good workhorse in the morning. He went, won first time out here in the U.S., second in the Pacific Classic, comes back to a mile. I think, again, this is a good trip for him.
Katona will be next. He's 35-1 for trainer Doug O'Neill and Frankie Dettori to ride. His form looks a little bit lower than kind of his competition, but this is a horse that has been at least consistent this season.
This Seize the Gray will be next. 3 Technique we're looking at there, first. For Jason Cook, 30-1, big number. Rafael Bejarano in the saddle.
Seize the Gray, co-favorite actually at 3-1. He won the Grade 2 Pate Mile earlier this season. That set him up for an impressive victory in the Grade 1 Preakness, and then adding another Grade 1 to his resume this season in the Pennsylvania Derby last time out.
Tumbarumba, the 7, Luis Saez, 35-1. A lot of second place finishes. Maybe this is a horse to use under these. His last 4 starts, he's finished second.
Oh, God, I need to get this market cleaner. Come on.
Never mind. The number 9 Domestic Product is on your screen here for trainer Dad Brown. And this horse has been very impressive since turning back in distance. You can understand why
Number
the
one.
Dirt Mile was definitely on the calendar for him.
The he's going to run a big one. I think domestic product, the public's got it right as the favorite here. The 10 Muth for trainer Bob Baffert. We put a line through that last. It's going to be sent from the outside, one would imagine.
Yeah, he will definitely sit a forward trip. Cagliostro is next for trainer Cherie DeVoe, hoping to get back-to-back wins on this Breeders' Cup card. Cagliostro is 45 to 1. He didn't like the slop last time out in the Yak-Ak. Maybe a little tough of a trip and the forego. This
3 to 1 on the.
It's impossible to round out the Superfecta.
It's the 12 Mufasa. 3 starts in the U.S. They've been good ones. Winning the Boston last time out. Tries 2 turns for the first time, and then Skippy Longstocking warming up without the pony.
Breaks away for a bit of an eager warm-up to the outside, and then we didn't get a chance to see the 8 as we circle back. Here's a look at post time for Brittany Russell, Simon.
Yeah, post time. Interesting horse, post time. Level length win last time out. Obviously a much weaker race, but they've been competing in the Whitney, the Met Mile, and then take an easier prep race to come in here. I kind of like that move. Got a soft race last time out. Fitness wasn't going to be an issue. They just need to get a race underneath them, and they got an easy one.
Buncher Field for the Big S fans. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, 7 minutes until post time for the final race on Championship Saturday here at Del Mar. Just a quick check-in on the odds there. The 9 at 3 to 1 domestic product. Dave Weaver back in the FanDuel TV studios. How are you playing this one?
Well, it's the last race of the day, which means it's the last chance for the WynnBET insurance as well on your FanDuel rate. We opted in earlier day. You've been taking advantage of that. I'm going to go to a price. We're going to go all the way down to the number 12 horse in here. That is Mufasa. I remember very vividly. It was August the 12th. It was a Monday, and I was working right here in the FanDuel TV studios, and there was a race at Colonial Downs, and I'm thinking, probably not looking at a future Breeders' Cup winner here, but there was a horse named Mufasa who won an allowance race for fun. I'm like, wow, this horse is for real. Came back and won even more impressively last time out, and he's getting no respect off of those last 2 wins. He is currently 15 to 1 on the 17 to 1 on the board right now. So give me $10 to win on Mufasa. Let's check in with
Mufasa, Kiara. You know Mufasa?
Here, Brett Cox, who has the 1 Saudi Crown. After you got your horse back from Dubai in the Godolphin Mile, was this always the early plan, 1 race and then target a Breeders' Cup race, or was it something different?
Well, we targeted the race at Ellis, and that worked out well. We entered in the Yak-Ak, got a setback with the hind foot, which resolved itself. It's a good order, and it'd been nice to have a race, 5-6 weeks ago, but here we are.
No secret to his tactics. Sandy's down in post position number 1. If there's horses in front of you, does that just simply mean they are going too fast?
Probably so. I mean, obviously we have to be aggressive from the 1 hole. I think that's how he likes to run, and we'll see how it plays out.
Always appreciate the time, Brett. Good luck in here.
Thank you.
All right. I mean,
Sadler sets up full Serrano. Selfishly, I want to talk about this horse because he has been eye-catching the entire week long. We've been putting him with the
clear.
in the morning show. How is he coming into the talk?
Excellent. He's really trained up well. He's a nice, big, sound, healthy horse. It's only his 3rd start in the country. You know he's going to make a nice horse for us. We're stepping up in class a little bit today, so we'll see how it goes, but we're excited.
I've never seen a horse work 50 and change so effortlessly. Is that just what he gives you all the time?
He's a good workhorse. He was working very well here this summer. That's why we ran him in the Pacific Classic, because he was working so well. So I know he likes this track, so I'm excited.
Can you talk about your relationship with Joel Rosario a little bit? He steps on for the first time.
Yeah, Joel's been a favorite rider. We won multiple titles and together back in the day in California. He rode my first Breeders' Cup winner with Accelerate, and a good friend and obviously a great rider. So I'm lucky to have him today.
Best of luck, John.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Everybody else with the interviews and the added information there. Let's go back to Full Serrano and stay right with this conversation. Simon, John Sadler has exhibited a lot of confidence in this horse. He, as we've discussed, missed the California Crown. But what does that do for him here today in terms of training up to the race fresh?
I don't think it's a problem for me. He's proven that he can run fresh. I mean, he came up from Argentina, and he had from February to August off. He's a very good workhorse on the morning. I think if it was a type of horse that you didn't get a lot out of your workouts in the morning, it would be a bigger problem. But he's been so impressive in the mornings. It's, private workout clocker reports always have him. I'll look at him here. He looks tremendous. I don't think the layout's going to be a problem. Might be a blessing in disguise, actually.
Domestic product continues to be the favorite, kind of a lukewarm favorite at that. Gabby, he's 3-1 in the wagering right now. Is he the right favorite for this group?
I believe so, especially considering how the pace shapes up in this race. I think if it didn't appear to be such a fast pace, you would have had other horses, maybe a shorter price. But Domestic Product, it might be the perfect storm for him. He's a horse that clearly has gotten better with less distance. Now, I know this is a 2-turn race, and his last 2 races have been 1 turn, and he does seem like one of those horses that probably is best suited to a 1-turn mile. But I think he's capable of winning this race because of the pace scenario. He can take back from off of it, let everything unfold in front of him, and come with this closing kick. This is a look at the Alan Jerkins, a race in which he won last time out, and he really did give it his all. This horse really laid it all down, and I think a lot of credit to Flavien Prat for this move on him as well to get up for the win. But it just seems like a perfect scenario for this horse. It doesn't always play out that way, though.
Does Prat have to ride him any differently today? The last 2 races that we're looking at on his form were 1-turn races. Now we're back to the 2-turn mile. I know he's won at 2 turns.
Full Serrano, they're coming in for.
Where
Full
does he need
Serrano.
to position to be effective in this race?
I think he's going to be forwardly placed just by virtue of the fact he's coming out of 1-turn races. And anytime you do that, when you go 2 turns, usually it has you a little closer to what you would exhibit in a 1-turn race. So I think that's the issue for him working out that trip.
I think generally speaking, that's true. But given the amount of pace in this race,
He can sit.
I think he can sit back off of the pace. And I will say, I love watching the breakfast shows for Breeders' Cup because you can learn so much, not only handicapping the horses, but also handicapping the trainer. And I felt like Chad really showed his hand with this horse, that you kind of got the feeling that this might be one of his better Breeders' Cup chances, and he won the Classic earlier today.
This was the horse he was most bullish about in the mornings, there's no question.
We've asked you on X, our poll leaning in favor of Seize the Gray. A little over 40% of you out there have voted on him as your most likely winner of this race. He's the slight second choice up on the board at 4-1 right now. Let's go all the way to the outside with Skippy Longstocking. We saw a big warm up from this horse, Ira Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. Gabby, do they use him from the outside to try and establish early position? And is he fast enough if they try?
No, they're not going to try today because Safi said that they tried that in the Pegasus World Cup and he was run off of his feet, and they learned from that experience that he absolutely does not like it. I think the kind of trip that they're going to hope for is maybe a race like the Oaklawn Handicap when he had post 10 of 11.
All right.
And he kind of
We need Domestic Product beat. We need post-time beat.
position, but I don't think
Oh, come on, let's close this out. We need Full Serrano beat.
Here's what Safi had to say about the outside post. Safi Joseph winning a Breeders' Cup already this weekend. Post 14 is not ideal, but Irad is good at working out trips. Hopefully he runs the race of his life. Does he need the race of his life to win today, Simon?
I think he does. Look, one thing we've already established this afternoon is that the 3-year-olds are slightly better than the older horses, at least in the 2-turn division. They won the distaff 3-year-olds round 1, 2, 3 in the Classic. I think this race will be another example of that with Domestic Product getting the job done.
Selections at the bottom of your screen. Good luck if you're playing the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Good luck if you're closing out any of those multi-race sequences here as we finish out Breeders' Cup
All right.
weekend.
Come on, let's close it out with a
We'll
win.
send it upstairs to Larry Coleman.
Close it out with a win.
Last few horses moving into the
Saudi Crown, Mufasa.
Here comes Seize the Gray. Into the gate, Mufasa. And finally, it'll be Skippy Longstocking.
Mufasa.
Skippy Longstocking and Irad Ortiz making their
Mufasa.
way up to the outside stall. Skippy Longstocking is in. They're all in line, ready for the start.
Here we go.
They're off.
One to go.
The Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Mufasa gets a good start, comes across. Got the 9, got the 1, got 12. No 8, no 9. 8 at the back, 9 sort of there. He's going to be closing anyway. 12's up there.
So they race to the backstretch here, and Tio Sangani has taken the lead. Tio Sandini in a 22.3 opening quarter mile by 3/4 of a length.
All right.
Full Serrano, Tamarumba, and Booth lined up
This
right
is it.
behind. Then on the rail, Saudi Crown.
9th race of the day, 14th for the last 2 days.
Outside of them, Skippy Longstocking is 5 lengths behind, clear of Mufasa. And then Domestic Product.
Saudi Crown would be a nicey.
Past a half mile as
The
they
grey in the middle there, Saudi Crown.
5.47 seconds. So Tio
Looks like he's getting fucking beaten up a bit, going backwards.
Trying to hold on to this lead from Full Serrano. Booth is on the far outside. Tumbarumba sent along.
Domestic Product number 9.
Now Domestic Product is getting
Mufasa's not there.
Domestic Product's going to come 5 wide. Right behind him, sees the gray. Really wide run.
Oh God, what's going on here?
Katona's also trying to mount and charge Mufasa.
Jesus Christ, there's a whole heap of them.
Back of the pack as well. Full Serrano has taken the lead. Post time is splitting horses
Oh,
late.
fuck.
Domestic Product on the outside. It is going to be Full Serrano and post time.
Full Serrano.
Full Serrano in the dirt mile. Post time was second. Domestic Product was third. Then
Yeah.
a photo between Tumbarumba and Katona.
Full Serrano wins it for John
Oh,
Sadler,
7.
Joel Rosario, and a tactical trip from the son of Full Mast.
Great job here by trainer John Sadler. And I think I said before the race, I think it was a blessing in disguise that he didn't run in the California Crown. I really do. He came in as a fresh horse.
Didn't see that
He
one
runs
coming.
well fresh. He was close to the
No
pace.
damage.
And that was quite impressive because of how fast this pace was. There were so many different horses trying to
Oh,
vie for
kind
that
of a blip
lead
to the end of the
position.
day.
Tio Sandini was the fastest of all
See
fastest
what the-
pace was. There were
Serrano in the dirt mile. Post time.
3, 8,
Tio
9.
Sandini.
They were 6 across the track at the quarter
3,
pole. There were quite a few
8, 9.
horses with an opportunity.
Take the 3. That was
Just another
fucking
horse that
ugly.
has the stamina to
Oh
go
boy.
the quarter, and you
All
can't
right. Well,
send him into a pace like this at a flat mile.
That's exactly right. He's an up-tempo horse. Here we spin off the turn here. What Christine was talking about. 1, 2, 3,
8,
4.
9.
Domestic Product's going to join the party here and make it 5, and then the 6 with the horse to the outside. But he's got the shortest way around there. And once he
Well,
switches off,
it is what it
Joel
is.
gives him a little reminder there,
We didn't
left-handed,
get the
makes
12
that
in the
weight
last.
transfer,
He was
and
down
it's
on the
off.
rail. He
Domestic
really did
Product
nothing.
Came with a nice run around the turn. Just flattened out a little bit here. He's probably better around one turn would be my guess, but this was an
Post
easy
time
win.
was
Late
flying.
interest from the 8 post time.
I think
And then
it
the
was
7.
also the wide trip because the 9
Tumbarumba.
Domestic Product was kind of out in the middle of the racetrack, whereas post time he managed to cut the
Tumbarumba.
corner and save so much
Ugh,
more ground.
Jesus.
Big effort here from Full Serrano, the
All right.
Argentinian.
Oh, the Argentinian. So horses from all over the world are winning
Couple of starts here stateside
and running.
at
So
Del Mar. He was second
that's it.
in the Grade 1
We'll,
Fayetteville Racing Pacific Classic. Missed the
cheers,
California
mate.
Crown,
Yep,
but he
we got a
comes back
couple
on
of good
big
ones
stage
in there.
today.
Paid for the day.
Home
Had
Big
some
Ass
fun.
fans, Breeders' Cup
You're
Dirt
welcome.
Mile. First time second from off the pace of White
See you again in
Sox
12
Domestic
months.
Product, finishing
But
third, waiting on that
hopefully,
photo
some
fourth in
preps leading up to the Triple Crown next year. Maybe we can do the Kentucky Derby. Maybe we're at Churchill Downs. Let's see what happens. But thanks for those that joined. Thanks for those that watch later.
sprinters, you have mounted quarter horses. It's one of
This
the
is
more
what it's all
difficult
about.
races
This
to
is what I
handle.
love doing. So all the best and good luck with your punting, betting, depending where in the world you're from.
The
Cheers.
race gods always pay you back. Look, he couldn't get to run in the California Crown. What Dan's done with Straight No Chaser being patient